multiple, many various riders all across the Navajo Nation here in Window Rock as the council delegates rode in from the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds up to the Navajo Nation Council chambers to commemorate the journey our past leaders have done from time to time. And they pulled up, and then about 10 a.m. we went ahead and began first day of session. We did end last night, and we will begin again at 10 a.m. this morning with council hearing a couple more reports before going into legislations. It's a pretty lengthy agenda. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to access the agenda and meeting schedule on NavajoNationCouncil.org. If you go to the meetings tab, you'll see the agenda for today. And then if you have any questions on legislations, you're always welcome to join or to go to the website DIBS, DIBBS .NNOLS.org. And that'll show you where the legislations are at. So today we dedicate this morning to our universities, the 3 universities here in Arizona. And we'll go ahead and begin with introductions. So with Northern Arizona University, I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Anne Marie Chischilly, and I'll allow you to introduce yourself and people that are with you today. Good morning. Ms. Chischilly, I believe you're on mute. If you press *6, there you go.
There we go. So are we introducing all the schools first and then going into presentations, or do you just want me to do the entire presentation?
Why don't you go ahead and do the entire presentation, and then we'll move on to the next.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yat bene shea Amory Chischilly Dashajane, not ordinary touchkinisha, origini, Bashichin, Hanagani Edashache, my Deshkizni Edashanada. In Leishan Tor Ado Chimbito, Yisan Nasha, Akodadane Stanshna, Yat Onalsville. So I bear my greetings, and I just want to say thank you for the invitation to come speak today. I am the Vice President at the Office of Native American Initiatives at Northern Arizona University, and I'd like to thank the council and recognize the president, the speaker, all the council delegates, Shanatanis, and also I just want to say thank you to the elders who are here with us and all the students that we're also here on behalf of. I'd like to recognize Ron Lee, who's with us, and from NAU, who's our Senior Development Officer. And I also like to recognize my sister colleagues, university's colleagues, schools, Jacob Moore, and from University of Arizona. That's from Arizona State University, also my colleagues from the University of Arizona as well. Unfortunately, President Cruz Rivera is not able to attend today's session. He was planning on attending in person. However, he fell ill and he's not able to join us. And so I am here to share his updates on behalf of Northern Arizona University. Just a little bit about the president. His name is President Cruz Rivera, and he's been in his role for about a year now. He and his wife and his entire family come from the islands of Puerto Rico, just south of the state of Florida. And coming from that island state, he understands many of the issues that Native Americans are now facing. I'd like to share the story about when I first met him and the first phone call I had with him. And we were talking about a lot of different things, but the first question he asked me was, so Anne-Marie, how are we gonna decolonize NAU? And when I heard that first statement, that first question that came from him, I was surprised, but I was also elated at the same time. For him to understand what decolonization means and how it's applied to Indigenous peoples is incredibly fortunate for us. And I love the fact that I did not have to explain that to him. And I'm fortunate that we can move forward in a new way at NAU. So as the president has moved forward, he's been looking at a lot of different initiatives. When he first came to NAU, one of the things that we did at NAU was to welcome him in our Dene, our traditional customs. The first day he came, he asked to do his first report to the entire community at NAU on his first day of his job. And he did it from the Native American Culture Center. And his first word was Ya'ateh. So he really understands and honors the traditions of the lands that he's on and the people that he's working with. So I'd like to say thank you to him and thank you to his family for all the work that he's done over the past year of really working with and recognizing Indigenous peoples. and Native Americans. So I'd first like to start with our Native American NAU's land acknowledgement. And it reads, Northern Arizona University sits at the base of San Francisco Peaks, Tokoho's link to all of us, on lands sacred to Native Americans throughout the region. We honor their past, their present, and future generations who have lived here for millennia and will forever call this place home. So first, I'd like to take some highlights and look at some of the things we've been doing at NAU. Since 2015, NAU has enrolled more than 1,500 students each year. Last year, we enrolled over 422 Navajo students, Diné students, by far the largest tribe represented at Northern Arizona University. Our Native students are enrolled in some of the highest demands and fields, including nursing being the first, public health, social work, biomedical science, psychology, criminal justice, education, and engineering. NAU also ranks in the top 15 in the United States for Native American enrollment overall for undergraduates, and we're in the top 10 for graduate students. We also rank 9th in the nation for awarding bachelor's degrees, 4th for awarding master's degree, and 6th for awarding doctoral degrees. That just lays the foundation of where NAU stands nationally with all of our colleagues. So in the past year, the president has really worked on a new charter or strategic plan called Elevating Excellence. He has inspired and energized the university with a distinctive vision and sense of purpose for serving the public good. In this past year, the new strategic plan developed a new mission, a vision, and commitment, and sets the foundation for NAU now. The vision here, I just like to read it, is very forward-thinking and all-inclusive. NAU aims to be the preeminent engine for opportunity, vehicle for economic mobility, and driver of social impact for delivering equitable post-secondary value in Arizona and beyond. One of the biggest things that come from the strategic plan is the recommitment or reinvigorated commitment to Native American and Indigenous peoples. It's a separate goal under our strategic plan. It's a key part of NAU's identity, and we have a long-standing commitment to serving Native Americans, students, and community. This commitment or goal comes from the previous plans, as I said, and it becomes a central priority. And I just want to take a quick look at how we're focusing this commitment and how it applies to NAU. Under the first goal, NAU's new general ed requirement for Indigenous peoples will focus on coursework for for all NAU students. They will gain the knowledge and understanding of sovereignty for Indigenous peoples and Indigenous nations. It will also look at cultures, arts, contributions, self-determination, and traditional pathways of knowing. So these are for all the new incoming students in 2023. They will have to take a gen ed requirement on Indigenous peoples. The second goal concentrates on NAU's enhanced strategies to support enrollment, retention, educational attainment of Native Americans and other Indigenous students through community-based pre-college pathways and recruitment, culturally responsive programming and pedagogy, and dedicated campus environments to support the success of our students. NAU will exercise best practices and equitable practices to recruit, retain, and support Indigenous faculty and staff as well throughout this mission. So those are two goals of looking at both recruiting students and faculty and staff. And some of the commitments that we've made are now coming to fruition. You see it in launching the new, this coming fall, we will have the Indigenous Peoples Living Learning Center. This will allow Native students to live in a community or a residence hall that is supportive and explores traditional and contemporary aspects of Indigenous or Native American intellectual, social, and cultural life. And this is very important for students who are new to campus or who are continue on campus, just to learn from one another and have a safe space where they can grow together. So this new living community, it's a residence hall, but we now call it a living community, is very important to the growth and just to the retention of students so that they feel comfortable on campus, learn how to be a young adult, as we all do in college, and really learn to figure out their classes and figure out the community. So this is one of the newest things that we're bringing in under this new goal. The third goal is that NAU will promote and support Indigenous community-driven research and scholarship and creative activities. Now we're already seeing this, and NAU is investing a lot more support in this field. Right now, one of the bigger initiatives that are working on that are on campus is one of them is the Partnership for Native American Cancer Prevention. And its goal is to reduce cancer health inequities in Native American communities, and it includes education and direct outreach to Native American communities. Another one that we're looking at is the Native American K through 12 students to explore the field of scientific computing that is supported by the Chan Zuckerberg initiatives. And one of my closest dear to my heart, because I was the director for over 10 years, is the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals. And we're in our 30th year, and we've served over 95% of all 574 tribal and Alaskan Native villages throughout the entire country. And one of the things that we're really building up is our internships in the STEM related fields. So that's all the things that we're really emphasizing at, is to give the students an opportunity to really grow as young adults and find their passion and really lead paths to where they're not only serving their own families, but serving their communities as well. Another goal, the last goal that I'd like to talk about, is the partnership with Native Americans and local communities. NAU will support mutually beneficial community-driven partnerships, agreements, and service. And this is where the Institute for Native Serving Educators and the Tribal Leadership Initiatives really comes into play. These are two workforce development programs under the Office of Native American Initiatives that looks at expanding and supporting Native teachers and Native leaders throughout the entire country. So really initiatives that are really working towards developing and supporting these goals. So one of the biggest aspects at Northern Arizona University is our Native American Cultural Center. And this is where we call home away from home for many of the students. This is a center on campus, about 12,000 square feet, where students can come and we feed them, we take care of them. And it's one of the highest honors to send your student to college and allow other people to take care of them. And as a mother, I have a young son, his name is Shanto. And I think about what I would do for my son to protect him, to make him feel comfortable, to allow him to grow into a young adult. And so these are all the things that we do at the Native American Cultural Center. And along with the Office of Indigenous Student Success, they provide individual, culturally responsive support through peer mentoring, advisement, on and off campus resources, and cultural events and activities that support all student success. And we like to call ourselves the aunties and uncles of the students that come onto campus, because it's really important to have us to be the voice there when the parents are not there all the time, to say, are you getting to class? Are you getting enough food? Have you paid your rent? You know, and if they're running into issues, we're the first ones there to say, okay, what can we do to help? We also have a food security program at their center. So we always have food available, because there are many days I remember in college that I was hungry. So we offer these opportunities at the Native American Culture Center. At the Culture Center, we also have an elders program. We will have 4 elders this fall that will support the students. 2 are Dene, one is Hopi, and one will be Oglala Lakota. And these elders are available for students to ask about advice, to get prayers done, to help them just feel more comfortable in their new environment, or things that they're going through as an older student, just to be there to teach them, to guide them, to pray for them, and to really just to support them in whatever they need. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is just the things that are happening on campus, some of the other programs. The Klein Library, a huge library on campus, is the leader and partner in engaged cultural preservation efforts and working with Dene College. Our Department of Applied Indigenous Studies is spearheading scholarship and education centered around Indigenous and Native American leadership, nation building, and self-determination. And as you remember during the pandemic, and I want to thank all of you as our leaders for all the work that you did during the pandemic, as a citizen of the Navajo Nation, I really watched you support our communities, our Chase, the Mosanas, and all of us as we got through this pandemic. And I'm happy to report that NAU was really supporting the students, not only from NAU, but all the students, and really developing hotspots throughout the nation so that they can continue their studies and finish on time. So we also want to partner with all the tribal colleges. I'd like to recognize Dene College and Navajo Technical University. And we're really trying to work with them to help transfer students. Should they want to decide to transfer to NAU, we really want that transition to be smooth so that they can quickly move from one university to another without having too many issues. So as we look to the road ahead, thanks. Okay. When we look to the road ahead, we're looking at some of the new initiatives that we have put in place. One of them being around scholarship. We have a new financial aid plan that is called Access to Excellence Initiative, and it begins in the fall of 2023, where it will be offering students NAU education tuition free for undergraduates for the families with an income of $65,000 or low. And this will really help a lot of the students, not only in Native American and Dene cultures, but other students really gain access. I think that's one of the biggest issues that we all face when we're looking at higher education is the cost. So NAU is really committed to finding new ways to help students get to college and complete college without a lot of debt being incurred. We also have two other programs called the Lumberjack Scholarship and the Arizona Promise Scholarship, all helping the students try to get to a place where they can finish, complete, and be a really active community member. One of the other things we're really looking at in the future is to expand the Native American Cultural Center. Currently, we're looking at a new plan to help the commitment to Native Americans so that we can help the programs that are on campus grow as well. So it's just another center, and we hope to work with a lot of the partners and help allow this to be the cultural living, learning, and working center on campus. So continue to grow and support the Native American community. So in conclusion, I want to just thank all the council members and all of the president and the speaker and all of you who are listening for allowing us to give you a glimpse of what we're doing at NAU and how we're supporting if you have children or nieces or nephews, and how we're supporting them and really helping them to grow into really young, amazing adults that they are. One of the things that I do talk to the president quite a bit is about our culture, about our ways of being, and about how important children are in our ways of life. And he truly understands all of these issues, and he takes them close to heart. I'd like to end with a video that we produced that celebrates the Native American Cultural Center's 10th anniversary. It's about 5 minutes long, and it just talks about all the things that we're doing there. Let me see if I can do this correctly. And I just like to say, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you for allowing me to share after the video concludes. And I don't know when we're taking questions and answers, but whenever that is, I'd be happy to answer any questions. So thank you so much. Let me start the video.
In 2011,
NAU has been built on Indigenous lands. So in our land acknowledgement, we look to the past, we look to the present, and we look to the future, and we honor all 13 tribes that have been on this land in millennium and will continue to live on this land or to use this land for future generations to come.
We are nestled on the base of the San Francisco Peak, which helps us to build that strength as we encounter challenges here at NAU.
So the Native American Cultural Center opened its doors in 2011 to be a cultural and learning facility for the NAU community. We offer student services in the areas of cultural education, academic support, social outreach, and health and well-being. It really is about that on-the-ground sort of support and that love, really, and that nurturing that our students need, because we know that a lot of our students come from their own home communities, and when they're here, it's easy to feel lost or isolated.
I come here like every day after class, and I meet with my friends. We meet in the story room. We usually tie drum, and we practice being connected to who I am and being connected to a lot of the teachings. It really helped me overcome a lot of the challenges I was facing.
When we talk about going to school, it's easy to think about, okay, we need books or we need, money to go to school or all these different things. But when it comes down to it, we all need care and love and community, and that's what this center promotes. It has allowed me to embrace myself, who I am, my identity, and especially that within the Indigenous community, and feeling comfortable in who I am as an Indigenous woman. As a freshman here, I came out to my parents, and the Native American Culture Center kind of was supporting me as a person and supporting me emotionally. That kind of got me through some of those harder times.
Our students are not only here for themselves, they're here for their families, they're here for their communities, they're here for their ancestors, and they're here for future generations. And so when they come to these institutions, when they come to Northern Arizona University, it's a very special thing.
When you're at home, you have a connection to where you're from. You have a connection to the land itself. That's where your people have all the stories of emergence. The challenges is that trying to translate all of the skills that I've developed living at home and being on the reservation and trying to transfer that into what I do here at NAU and trying to be a good student.
In our ways, thinking forward 7 generations is vital. We are raising the incredible children who will heal the broken hoop that we now live in. And you see it. Our generations are strong, they're resilient, they're not afraid to speak up, they're not afraid to fight for things they truly believe in. And this Native American Culture Center is part of that.
When I graduate from NAU with my major being political science and my minors being in applied Indigenous studies and Navajo language, I want to spend some time working in my community. The big goal is to run for senator for Arizona or a congresswoman in the House of Representatives.
I'm getting my bachelor's degree in psychological sciences with a minor in queer studies. That's my whole passion, is working with students and is working with Indigenous and LGBTQ people. It gives me extreme happiness.
When my grandmother went to boarding school, she was fluent in Navajo language. She lived her life as a Navajo girl. And when she came out of boarding school, she was too afraid to speak her language, so she quit speaking her language. She was afraid of what would happen to her if she prayed in her language, and so she quit praying. Going to school and what it did to your grandparents, what it did to your parents, and now you're in that same situation. is a heavy load. Being able to express yourself, being able to speak your language, and to have a prayer done for you on campus, to participate in ceremony and protocol in a space that was not created for us is power. And that's what the Cultural Center offers us. It offers us a place of power so that we're able to fight those cycles, to break those cycles, really. We're family here. That's the best way to sort of capture the spirit of the Native American Cultural Center, is thinking about it as we're family. We're your family. We're here to support you. We're here for you.
On behalf of President Cruz Rivera and Northern Arizona University, I'd like to say thank you for allowing us to present today. I hand the floor back over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We appreciate that presentation and the video, very enlightening. Again, if you're just joining us, this is my name is Donovan. I'm with the Office of the Speaker. Speaker Damon is welcoming all universities in Arizona right now to introduce and to update the Navajo Nation Council as we begin our second day of summer session here in Window Rock, Arizona. So with that said, I do know we do have some leaders. Shanata, welcome, Yante. But in the time, we have about half an hour left before we start with the 10 a.m. Session here in Window Rock. So I'm going to go ahead and move on with the agenda, and we are going to go to University of Arizona update. And we do have Mr. Art Young, Mr. Esquera. I don't know if you're there. You have the floor for your introduction and whoever you're with.
Thank you so much, Donovan, members of the Tribal Council, Speaker. This is a great opportunity for us, and thanks so much for the invitation to share just a few minutes with you. I'd like to introduce my team. We have with us Art Young, who will be making a presentation here shortly on our new program that was just announced, the Arizona Native Scholarship Grant Program. Also, I'm thrilled to have with us Tina Gargas, who just joined our office, the Office of Native American Advancement and Tribal Engagement, back in May. And we continue to have some fun, make some things happen, and we're really thrilled with this opportunity to engage you for a few minutes. President Robbins has had an 8 a.m. meeting Arizona time, and he's doing his best to disengage that to join us. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. But I know we're short on time, and I want to make sure I leave plenty of time for Jacob and his team. So with that, I'm going to turn a little bit of time over to Art for a little recap. And then if there's time permits, I can give a quick update on some of our happenings here at the university.
Thanks, Levi, and good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here with you and really appreciate the invitation. As Levi indicated, we are really excited about a new program at the University of Arizona. It's called the Arizona Native Scholars Program, and something that we have been working on our campus for several years, since before I arrived at the University of Arizona, actually. It's exciting, and we are thrilled not only by the potential and the support for students, but also really excited to be trailblazers, if you will, in terms of the future possibilities within the state, and really appreciate what this program says about our leadership and about their commitment to our Indigenous students. So the Arizona Native Scholars Grant is a program that ensures that in-state tuition and mandatory fees are fully covered for all of our Native Arizona resident undergraduate students. And we'll talk a little bit more about the details and what that means in a couple of slides. I wanted to briefly go over the eligibility requirements first so that you see the broad range of students that this grant will be able to help. First of all, although there are no specific financial cutoffs or requirements for the grant program, an annual submission of the free application for federal student aid is required. And although students do not have to be Pell Grant eligible, or have a specific expected family contribution or other information from the FAFSA in order to qualify, they do need to resolve any to-do list items or required actions that the FAFSA has as part of that process. So in other words, if the FAFSA, the Department of Education flags a student for the verification process, or if they need to submit some additional documentation, that does need to be completed in order for the grant to disperse. As far as student types, as I indicated in the opening slide, this grant is targeting our undergraduate students. They do need to be degree-seeking students, and this is only for a first bachelor's degree program. We are really excited that the program is open beginning this fall 2022, for all of our first year and transfer students, and also for our continuing students. And that's something that I am particularly excited about, because many programs, as we kind of introduce them, those programs are only available to new incoming students. I'm proud that the university has made the commitment to offer this grant program to all of our continuing students from this point going forward as well. The Arizona residency requirement is one that has been just a little bit confusing, so I want to clarify that. It is required in order to receive the grant that a student be considered an Arizona resident for tuition purposes. That does not necessarily mean that the student is from Arizona. As you may know, for many years, the University of Arizona has offered the opportunity for our Indigenous students to demonstrate their enrollment as a member of one of Arizona's 22 federally recognized tribes. And when they verify that process and provide the appropriate documentation, they are considered an Arizona resident for tuition purposes. And that is the residency requirement for this grant as well. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. The enrollment requirement is that the student continue to attend full-time each semester. And that is, of course, to help them progress through their degree program. And also because we have found in our research and across the country, higher education research demonstrates that full-time students are predominantly more successful, and we want to make sure that they have every opportunity to complete their programs. At this point in time, the grant program is limited to our main campus here in Tucson, although we are committed as the program develops and continues that we will evaluate the program going forward and the potentially to possibly expand eligibility criteria going forward. To cover some important dates that are coming up and kind of to give you some context in terms of a timeline, this program was announced just a couple of weeks ago, and we're proud of the teams here at the University of Arizona who have jumped into action to make this a reality in a very quick turnaround time. So we are, again, very proud of the fact that this grant will first be offered for this upcoming fall semester 2022. Because of that, we have pushed out some deadlines and some timelines that will be a little bit earlier in future years. But for this year, August 15th is the first date to be aware of. And that is the final day for a student who's interested in qualifying for this program to submit their FAFSA and or their admissions application if they're an incoming first-time student. So that date is really important. For future years, that date will be April 1st. We're anticipating that that date will align with the date for our Arizona Promise program and Pell Pledge program. We've found that keeping those dates consistent makes it easier for everyone to keep track of. August 29th is the next date that I want to highlight, and that is the final day for our Native students to submit tribal enrollment documentation in order to be considered an Arizona resident for tuition purposes for a fall semester. That process is posted online on our website, as well as on the registrar's website, and the registrar's office here on campus handles that process. So that deadline, August 29th, is the submission deadline for fall semester specifically. September 5th is the final day for students to be enrolled full-time, and that gives them a couple of weeks after school begins on August 22nd to figure out their schedule and get all the classes that they need so that they are full-time and enrolled for all of their fall semester coursework. And then I also wanted to highlight the length of time that the grant is available. Even if a student is, say, a junior this upcoming year, starting fall 2022, we are allowing students 8 semesters of funding to complete their degree program, regardless of what year in school they may find themselves in currently. So 8 consecutive semesters of maximum eligibility for qualified students. Also, just a couple of notes, fine print at the bottom of the screen. We want to make sure everyone understands that the disbursement of the awards, our inaugural disbursement of Arizona Native Scholars Grants, will begin happening the week of August 15th. So just a little less than a month away. We're excited about that. And also we want to clarify that if students meet the eligibility requirements in full, there is no separate application or any kind of application fee or process that they need to go through. I wanted to provide just one example because we've had many questions, and it seems to be helpful to actually show what it might look like for a potential student. So I've provided Tanisha, a first-time student here on the slide for incoming fall 2022. Tanisha's been offered a $6,895 Pell Grant, a $3,000 Wildcat Tuition Award, and $4,000 in tribal funds. We anticipate that our base tuition and mandatory fees for the coming year for an incoming student will be $12,700. That's an annual amount. So that includes both fall and spring semesters. When we subtract the federal Pell Grant and the Wildcat Tuition Award, that leaves an amount that's not covered of $2,805. And that's what Tanisha's Arizona Native Scholars Grant would be for the coming year. So if you split that in half, it would be just over $1,400 for fall semester and about the same for spring semester to cover those tuition and mandatory fee charges. Now you might be wondering, what about the tribal funds that Tanisha is eligible for? And we have made a determination that tribal aid will be excluded from the Arizona Native Scholar calculations. And so that $4,000 that Tanisha can receive in tribal scholarship funding can be used for housing or other living or educational expenses. I'd like to take just a moment to talk about renewal requirements for future years in order for students to maintain their eligibility for the grant. As I mentioned earlier, FAFSA submission is required on an annual basis. Future years, that deadline for FAFSA submission will be April 1st each year, which allows the student about 6 months. We're hoping that's plenty of time from the time the FAFSA is released on October 1st. They do need to continue to meet satisfactory academic progress requirements. Whether or not the student is receiving other types of federal aid, that is a requirement that's in place for these institutional funds to disperse each semester. And then the students need to continue on as full-time enrolled on the main campus. Once they complete their first bachelor's degree, they are no longer eligible for the program, regardless of how far along or how many semesters they may have used. And then, of course, the student needs to remain an Arizona resident for tuition purposes going forward. I do want to clarify that that tribal enrollment documentation does only need to be submitted one time. So we anticipate that for most students, that just needs to happen just at the beginning of this process rather than each and every year. I wanted to provide an opportunity if there's time. I know we're running up against some time constraints, but certainly open to your questions or suggestions, whether it be now or if you'd like to reach out to me or Levi individually. My email address is on the slide, as well as our website, which has all of the updated eligibility criteria. It has a list of helpful FAQs that I think will answer most questions about the program. And again, we want to express our sincere appreciation for the invitation to be with you here today and to share this exciting news about this grant program. We are thrilled to be able to offer this to our Native American students and excited about the positive impact for good that it will have on students and families for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. We appreciate that. If you want to leave your email address up there for a quick second, I know we'll have people wanting to write that down. We appreciate the presentation And Mr. Esquerra and Ms. Gargas, we appreciate your attendance as well, and everything that the University of Arizona does for our students here on Navajo. Continue with that, and I appreciate your timeliness. I'm going to go ahead and go over to the Arizona State University representation, but we will have questions if time permits at the end of the presentations right before 10 o'clock. So with that said, Mr. Moore, the floor is yours.
So can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Speaker Damon, council delegates, staff, and colleagues, Yate good morning. My name is Jacob Moore. I'm Associate Vice President of Tribal Relations. Let me turn off the closed caption. I'm a citizen of the Tohono Nation. My mother is Lakota Dakota from Fort Peck in northeastern Montana. My father is a citizen of the Tohono Nation. I grew up here in southern Arizona. My father is a graduate of ASU, as my mother is, and I have a undergrad in finance and executive MBA from ASU. So I'm all about maroon and gold. I do want to also acknowledge Annabelle Bowen, who is our director for the Office of American Indian Initiative, who's on our call today. And also Marcus Danette Dale, who's our director for our construction in Indian Country, and I'll talk a little bit more about them. And again, I want to thank my colleagues from NAU and University of Arizona. We all, talk to one another and keep in touch, and it's good to see everybody. And again, I want to acknowledge the two tuition-free programs that have been offered. One at NAU for an income of $65,000 and under, which I'm not sure the implementation date, and then also for the presentation on the tuition waiver. Obviously at Arizona State, we're getting a lot of questions in terms of, are we going to follow suit? And certainly we're looking at the numbers, but again, decision hasn't yet been made. And I'll go a little bit more into detail in terms of what those numbers would look like for us. I know that we want to save a little bit of the time, at the end, and I want to try and keep this relatively short. So I'm going to fly through some slides and then give you an opportunity to either ask questions of myself or my colleagues. So just overall, I'm going to go through the overall structure in terms of how we operate at Arizona State, and also our programs, the numbers in terms of our Navajo students and projects that we have specifically with Navajo, and then also the potential for future collaborations. So from a demonstrated commitment, part of our charter talks about that we measure our success not by who we include, but not who we exclude, but who we include and how they succeed. And that we also have a fundamental responsibility for the economic, social, cultural, and overall health of the communities that we serve. This is how we're structured. This office was first created by Dr. Peterson Zaw, former chairman and president of the Navajo Nation, who was with ASU for a number of years. And since the time that he's left, we saw significant growth in programs and American Indian students, and recognized that it was probably more than one person to do all that work from the president's office. So Dr. Brian Brayboy is the senior advisor to President Crow. And then I'm in the government affairs side, more externally facing. Annabelle Bowen is director of Office of American Indian Initiatives. And Sami Josh Vetma is also our coordinator in that office as well. And we, as Anne-Marie suggested, we respectfully refer to Annabelle Bowen as our auntie to many of our students here at ASU as well. And so again, the fact that we're out of the president's office, again, we're honored to be here on behalf of President Crow, and look forward to future meetings. So it's really a two-pronged approach in terms of not only just academic success, that's central to the work that we do, but also partnerships and collaborations that includes technology and research and other components that the university has beyond just the student programming. And in many ways, how do we blend those two together so that students have the opportunity to participate in some of that work as well. So again, I would refer to what we call 60 years of overnight success. Center for Indian Education was established in 1959. Construction in Indian Country has been around for at least 20 years, I think a little bit longer. We have the Teachers College, American Indian Projects and Social Work, American Indian Studies, the Policy Institute, National Data Center, and again, American Indian Student Support being central to supporting our Native students. We have over 3,000 American Indian students self-identified, kind of jumps between 180 and to 200 tribes represented in our student population. We have over 60 Indigenous faculty. This has grown significantly in the last couple of years. We're looking at potentially 3 or 4 more hires before the fall session starts. Over 40 American Indian staff, and on average, we're graduating about 500 bachelor's, master's, PhD, usually about 150 to 200 in the fall in December, and around 300, 350 in the spring session. Again, Navajo being our largest number in terms of breakdown by tribe. And of that number, this is our current enrollment, again, self-identified, but certainly reflective in the tribal scholarship from ONSFA, is that this growth over the years in terms of the number of Navajo students. To break that down a little bit more, is that this is our undergrad population and our graduate student population of Navajo students that currently attend Arizona State University. And the most recent annual report that was put out by ONSFA, the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance, is that ASU is ranked #1 in terms of universities for undergraduate awards at 459 in 2021, and also third in graduate awards from the Navajo Nation at 103 for the 2021 year. How do we support these students? It's multiple kind of wraparound services. We've had a longstanding program with Navajo for Native American Achievement in collaboration with ONSFA, where we provide additional wraparound services for incoming freshmen and sophomore that are under ONSFA scholarship. We have bridge programs. We just completed a summer bridge program where we had 100 high school students that stayed with us for a week in May, or actually in June. We do provide, tutoring, emotional support, food boxes, all of the, things that typically are really important to make our students successful. And then admission opportunities in terms of articulation agreements with our tribal colleges and community colleges. And again, financial aid and scholarship is so important to how we retain and also graduate students. So how does ASU collaborate with tribal nations? This is really something that you'll find plastered all over the university is our design aspirations, our 8 design aspirations for the university, mainly social embeddedness, fusing intellectual disciplines for a multidisciplinary institution that, combines or expects, that we're covering students have the opportunity to get a degree in economics, but also include American Indian Studies or social sciences. And so certainly a broad way that we approach the work at ASU. The one thing that I think is important for me, having worked for the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community and working with a number of tribes over the years before coming to the university, is this understanding that tribes, they have their priorities that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, from governance, including law enforcement or the courts, education, health and human services, natural resources, economic development. And our goal is to flip the script in terms of university's expectation of, we got a grant, can you partner with us, versus what are your priorities and how does the university fit in? So these are just some examples of some of the work that we're doing with Navajo currently, is, some funding around, supporting with the transition of the closure of the Navajo generating station, COVID monitoring, through wastewater epidemiology, water station implementation, which is the work that Marcus Dale is doing. And I'm just going to cover these really quickly. So under construction in Indian country, again, this was an institution that Dr. Zaw had a significant role in establishing, and that their work is really directly involved with Indian country in terms of technical assistance, but also around mentoring and raising scholarship money to get more of our Indigenous students, Dene students, into engineering and construction services. So this particular project that Marcus is involved in is water loading stations at the chapter house level. This was work that grew out of the COVID pandemic and working with your multi-agency effort to ensure that there's potable water available to every corner of the Navajo Nation. Under Indian legal, we have currently 5 Dene women that are in law school. Their scholarship is covered by an agreement between Navajo and ASU, where we split the cost of tuition and then also additional support, scholarship support. And again, they just shared that they held a presidential candidate forum last week and also are looking at doing another one on October 21st and 22nd that includes a Navajo Nation Law CLE. And then again, under the Native Vote, they do some significant work in terms of monitoring voting stations. And so their hope is to continue that work with Navajo as well. We also have a doctoral cohort, a PhD that just started this last year with Dene College. We have currently 6 students that are working toward a PhD through the Center for Indian Education that's in collaboration with Dene College and also with ANSFA. The wastewater epidemiology continues, as we see numbers continue to increase again with a new variant. We have been monitoring at the chapter house level in about 4 or 5 communities, and that information goes directly to the Navajo epidemiology folks. Again, this is a collaboration where we provide some of the funding and the resources, and also one that we're working with NTU in training students in environmental science as well. So I tried to get through these relatively quickly, and this is the end of my presentation, but know that as we talked about these different areas that the tribal nations, Navajo in particular, are engaged in, that we have ongoing work at any given time in any of these areas around, social work or health management or food sovereignty. Obviously, there's a lot happening right now around potential proposals from the U.S. Department of Education, energy, around hydrogen hub, direct air capture hub. I'm sure that you all are aware of those, and that certainly ASU is also engaged in these proposals in terms of the technology as well. And so we look forward to the opportunity to sometime in the future having a follow-up meeting with you. And again, our work is there to support the long-term sustainability of tribal nations and communities, both through workforce development, but also supporting, the Navajo Nation as a whole. So I will stop there. And again, Masapa, thank you for the opportunity to present, and look forward to hopefully a future presentation as well.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, Ms. Bowen, and Mr. Danette Dale, thank you very much from the Arizona State University for your presentation this morning. Speaker Damon is very appreciative of your involvement and participation with the Navajo students from all 3 universities. At one time, I do know that he quoted Mr. John Dewey himself saying, education is not a preparation for life, but education is life itself. And I think we can all agree that we never stop learning. So at this time, we do have about 4 minutes before we have to close this portion of the meeting and we begin summer session. But I'm going to open it up to our delegates. Maybe Mr. Vice Chair Slater or Madam Chair Crotty, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thanks, Shania. This is Delegate Crotty. I would like, and I appreciate all of the presentations. One of the initiatives in the last administration was to identify land or areas where Navajo Nation can invest in either purchasing land and building or housing for families or for students. The initial attempt was a pilot project at UNM. I would like to request on behalf of my office is looking at what are possibilities to help students with their housing concerns. And I appreciate that some of the universities do not use or look at tribal funding to hurt the student in terms of what aid is provided. but housing, especially in the areas where your universities are located, create a huge burden for the families. And it's something that I think collectively we could look at. And I know in the Phoenix area, we've looked at, like, let's say Native Connections and how they've built their family housing for wraparound services, because we don't want to just see like mainstream dorm living. We want an inclusive space where the students can thrive, and it also gives them an opportunity to transition into their profession or transition as they leave the university and then are looking for their future careers. Thank you. That's my question. I know we don't have enough time, but if you could submit that information to the office of the speaker. The Navajo Nation does have a land acquisition fund. There's millions of dollars in that funding, and it's time to invest in opportunities for our students and families who are returning back to higher education. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, Shadeja, thank you very much for that comment. We do have members of the HES committee, which is the Health, Education and Human Science, excuse me, Health, Education and Human. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting words right now, but our HES committee members are on board. We do have Charlene So and Delegate Carl Slater as well. We have RDC members and the members from the Budget and Finance Committee as well. Well, with that said, we'll go ahead and conclude here. I want to thank especially President Cruz Rivera and your team, along with Mr. Young, Executive Director with Office of Scholarship and Financial Aid from the University of Arizona, and then Mr. Moore, Associate Vice President of Tribal Relations, and your team from Arizona State University. This was truly an insightful presentation and a great way to start our morning. So with that said, we will conclude this. For our delegates, we will use the same line, so you do not have to hang up. We will continue summer session day 2 right here. So again, thank you. Yeah, and Sago, have a great day and take care of one another.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Vice Chair, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How have you been? Good morning, Delegate Begay calling in. Hello.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Yate Ben, Delegate Begay
Yes.
and Chair Nez. This is Donovan. We're waiting. Speaker Damon is on his way in the chambers now, so we'll begin here shortly.
All right, sounds good.
Good morning, staff. This is Edmund Yazzie checking in.
Yate Delegate Yazi. Good morning.
Good morning, Delegate Freeland's on the call.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. We will get started here momentarily.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Yell here. I'm on the line for the record. Morning.
Yati, good morning. This is Delegate Amber Kiddes Bakrati. Is Miss Barbara on the line with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling in. Ms. Bobroff is around campus, so I'm certain she is not on the line yet.
Okay. Let me, please check with Miss Barbara is on the line. Thank you.
I will. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Then. Good morning, everyone. Yate. Bene. Let's go ahead and get things started this morning. We're waiting for a quorum. Again, coming out of yesterday's recess. Get my paperwork here. We did adjourn last night, July 18th at 8:40 p.m. We are coming back in as we have an approved agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. The time now is 11 a.m. and today's date is July 19th, 2022. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. There's a via teleconference. For the record, I have Honorable Vince James, Honorable Keon Begay, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Paul Begay, and Madam Chair Charles Newton here in the chambers with us as well. I know I've seen also as well Honorable Vice Chair Walker. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Presiding is myself, Seth Amon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and get a roll call this morning as we come back out of recess and move into our second day of our Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Snowtown.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty.
Yate Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kinesba Crotty. I'm on the line. Good morning.
Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Hino is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, cosas que, who?
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Gracias, Penny. Good morning. Don't get yellow hair is present. Good morning, everybody.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call via text. Speaker, you have 23 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we have 23 members present this morning. Great. Moving on down. Again, yesterday we had an invocation for the week that was conducted by Honorable Otto So. So thank you, Honorable Otto So, for that prayer for the entire week of the Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Colleagues, we're moving on down. Yesterday, July 18th, we did amend the agenda before going into recess. And now we are on because that amendment did pass to the agenda. We are moving on down to item number 6, oral reports, 6A exactly. An update. Oh, actually, no, item number 5, sorry, which is receiving a financial report from the controller. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and turn over the floor to the Office of the Controller this morning. Office of the Madam Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. For the record, my name is Elizabeth Piguet, Acting Controller. Also here with me is Jimmy. He's our financial analyst and also the delegated manager for the investment section, as well as Rob Willie, our general accounting manager. We issued our third quarter report for this council's summer session dated July 15, 2022. I would like to go over the highlights of that report. The first item is the CARES Act Fund. And right now we are working on closing out the CARES Act Fund. The closeout date is September 30th, 2022. And overall for the hardship assistance checks, we issued 319,403 checks to adults and minors Also, we issued supplemental assistance checks to 48,227 Navajo elders aged 60 and over. In total, CARES Act hardship assistance through the first, the second, and the supplemental elders hardship checks amounted to $361,910,293. And we provided Exhibit A-1 that lists the financial status of each business unit that was established to account for the CARES Act fund expenditures per approved Navajo Nation Council resolutions. Next item is the Arpa Fund. As of July 15, 2022, the Office of the Controller has issued 333,431 ARPA hardship assistance checks to adults and minors for a total amount of $553,329,400. And we provided Exhibit A-2 that lists the budget status of the 43 business units that were established to account for the ARPA expenditures. Next item is the Sihasin Fund. The current balance is $283,624,719 as of the end of June. And we listed the 3 resolutions that were approved for this quarter, namely CAP 18-22 in the amount of $53,787,500, and that's for water resources, water connection projects. Next item is CAP 2022, and that's for Navajo Land Nursing Home in the amount of $29,216,453. And the last one, CAP 22-22, and that's for the Rama Navajo School Board in the amount of $3,600,000. For the next item, that's the financial information for the Controller's Office. For the payroll section, we issued gross wages amounting to $28,547,260 for this third quarter. And of course, we continually encourage employees to do direct deposits instead of the manual checks. For accounts payable section, we paid a total amount of $256,969,317. And for the general fund financial data, the general fund recurring revenue, and we attach Exhibit B, was $171,832,900, and we deducted the set asides totaling $45,900,735. So the net revenue for the general fund was $125,932,165. And this is 91.78% of the projected revenue for fiscal year 2022. So we're ahead, basically, in our collection. And the average price of oil per barrel for the quarter was $108.41. And we listed the oil and gas revenue for the quarter totaling $12,154,913. And the other significant revenue source is the tax revenue for the general fund. And for the third quarter, we collected $24,068,258. For the expenditures by branch, we attach Exhibit C. So for the legislative branch, the remaining budget unexpended as of the end of the third quarter, $7,927,789. For executive branch, remaining unexpended budget, $69,345,994. Judicial branch, the unexpended budget, $8,563,519. For the fixed costs, the remaining budget unexpended, $14,277,330. So for the general funding fixed costs, had a remaining budget of $100,114,632. For the UUFB, as of July 1st, 2022, there's available $15,966,288. And this is net of the $20 million that the council reserved back in 2021 in anticipation of the shortfall in our projected general fund revenue because of the closing of our coal plants. But we did not use it in FY22 because of the $40 million added to the general fund revenue from the permanent trust fund income. So that remained a reserve. And for FY 2023, we're also not using this $20 million reserve from UUFB for our projected general fund revenue because we have sufficient revenue for 2023 that we projected. Actually, there was an increase in our projected revenue for 2023 in comparison to FY 2022. So these $20 million remain a reserve in our UUFB. Also, there's a reserve amount of $11 million. That's for the minimum fund balance that we are required to maintain to cover the general fund operating budget in the event of any shortfall in our projected revenue for 2023. So the $15,966,288 is net of those amounts. For the contract and grant information, we attach Exhibit E. Basically identified that there's a budget of $2,219,051,255. Actual expenses of $1,354,394,989. Encumbrance of $99,465,062, and a remaining budget of $765,191,204. And that's as of May 31st, 2022. For the active state funds, that's on Exhibit F, there's a remaining budget of $87,418,154. And Exhibit G lists the BIA IHS fund report. And there's a remaining budget of $518,398,054. Under the investment section, we have the master trust with a market value of $4.108 billion. And the master trust had a negative return for the third quarter and quarter to date negative return of 5.41%. So overall, for the fiscal year to date, there was a negative return of 6.37%. And most of the downturn comes from unrealized losses in the fixed income asset class. And our investment managers have reported strategies for shorter term positions to hold to maturity. So this means that the unrealized losses will never be realized. And these positions are primarily used for interest income generation if we hold our fixed income investment up to maturity. For the equity asset classes, the market experienced volatility that is trending into a bear market due to recession fears. And the market anticipate that we are already in recession, but some stated that we will be in recession. So overall, the market is down. Even the international equity asset class, they're experiencing foreign exchange conversion losses, meaning the dollar is valued at a very high, and that resulted in all these emerging markets or developing countries that had a huge debt because of the COVID pandemic. Now they are suffering because their currencies were devalued. For the defined benefits plan or the retirement plan, the market value had an ending amount of $1.13 billion as of May 31st. And similar to the master trust, it had a negative return for the third quarter, as well as the fiscal year to date return of a negative 5.8%. For the Arpa Fund, the Arpa experienced the same pain as the master trust and the defined benefit plan portfolio. The Arpa had an ending market value of $1.31 billion as of May 31st, 2022. And to date had an overall negative return of 0.65%. For the in-house investments, as of June 30th, 2022, the in-house portfolio invested with Wells Fargo had a principal amount of $1.8 billion. And the in-house investment portfolio that the investment section manages for the Navajo Nation comprised of the grant funds, the general funds, and the Arpa Fund. And we attach Exhibit H, shows the master trust and the retirement plan investment portfolio. So that's our report for the controller's activities for this third quarter of fiscal year 2022. And the next report, Mr. Speaker, is pertaining to the Veterans Trust Fund fiscal year 2023 recommended budget. Do you want us to move on to that report, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. You have 3 more minutes. If you need additional time, please let me know, man control.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Navajo.
Mr. Speaker? This is Delegate Otto Sell. Just like to say that I'm in the queue. Thank you. Put me in the queue.
Thank you. Madam Controller, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we move on to our report on the FY 2023 recommended budget for the Veterans Trust Fund, consisting of the program and the home. Before I start with that, first, I would like to provide a background information to support the memorandum that we issued to the Executive Director of the Veterans Trust Veterans Program, dated July 7, 2022. In May of 2022, our office issued the Veterans Administration Trust Fund recommended budget for the program and the home, with a budget of, for the program, the initial recommended budget back in May was 4.8 million, and for the veterans home of approximately 4.3 million. After the initial amount was released to the Veterans Administration, the Controller's Office was informed that the FY 2023 recommended budget may need to be revised because of the amendments that were approved by the Navajo Nation Council. Namely, that's the resolution CJY 4621 that was approved in August of 2021. After receiving the notification, my financial analyst, Mr. Jeremy Jimmy, scheduled several meetings with DOJ attorneys, Ms. Adjoa Danzo, and Chris Snyder, and of course with Mr. James Swerline, regarding the calculation on the FY 2023 recommended budget. Based on those meetings, they determined that we need to revise the FY 2023 recommended budget. Instead of the 4.8 million for the program, the recalculated budget should be $2,041,370. And for the home, instead of the 4.3 million, it's came out to almost the same, $4,331,607. So as a result of the recalculated amount for the FY 2023, the budget for the program was reduced if we compare it to the FY 22 budget, which was stated in that memorandum that was released from our office dated July 7th. The Veterans Programs budget decreased by 2.2 million. To be exact, it's $2,239,359. And the purpose of that CJY 4621, the intent was to,
Madam Controller,
yeah,
that time is up here, 20 minutes. Colleagues, is there's any opposition at this time to give the controller additional 10 minutes? If there's no opposition.
Speaker, Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Yes, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, let's honor to give us additional 10 minutes because the next report is expenditures or revenue. That's important. 10 minutes.
Right.
Speaker.
That Madam Controller, you have an additional 10 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was informed that the intent of the 2021 amendment was for the Veterans Trust Fund principal to grow. So basically, there was no lost revenue. It's just that the recommended revenue, instead of going to the program, it went to the Veterans Trust Fund principal in order for that trust fund to grow, to basically to benefit future veterans. Because right now, the Veterans Trust Fund had a fund balance of $248,949,211. And if I may, I would like to include Mr. Jeremy Jimmy in the report because he was mainly responsible in recalculating the FY 2023 recommended budget with the assistance of DOJ attorneys. Mr. Speaker. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Just state your name for the record.
This is Jeremy Jimmy. I am the financial analyst, acting investment supervisor for the investment section within the office of the controller. If you allow me, I would like to go through the calculations for the what we're calling it the new interpretation, if that's okay. Okay. I believe DOJ submitted this as a report to Navi, so I'm not sure if everyone has that report in hand. On page 3 of 3, the calculation. Okay. So as we go through it, start with the projected revenue first for FY23, which on the worksheet is the bullet E, which was projected at 213,803,000. And then according to section 1171 of the Title 12 code, 2% was to be set aside for the housing program of that projected revenue. And the other 2% is to be set aside for the Veterans Trust Fund. So if we go back to the worksheet, that was done in the bullet F and G. Those were the two set aside calculations, which is the 2% of the 213,803,000. According to the code from 1176A, I'm sorry, let me back up real quick. From 1175A, this was considered to be a contribution to the fund principal. Therefore, the set aside that was directed towards the Veterans Trust Fund went to the principal as reinvestment. Next, we go to 1176A of the code, which was amended by CJA-02-18, which looks at the investment income. For FY20 audit statement, the investment income reads, and you can follow along on the worksheet from bullet A, B, and C. The investment income, direct investment income from the gaming was $233,743. The interest that was generated from the investment accounts was $1,800,137, and the investment income derived from dividends was $1,114,676. So when we added together, the total investment income came out to bullet B, which is $3,148,557. According to 1176A, we need to take 75% of the total income earned plus. But before we do that, we jump down to 1177, subsection 1177 of the code, which states that we take the expenses out of the investment income before we start allocating. So that's where we get to bullet B and H. B is the investment income brought down. We take out the projected manager fees for FY23, which was $371,183. So we get the net investment income in line I, which is $2,777,000.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
What a good Mr. Jimmy, can you hold on, please? And Madam Controller, there is a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charleston. Good morning, Madam Chair Charleston. What is your point of privilege this morning?
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going through my email. Granted, I just got connected to the internet, but Mr. Rico printed me out the controller's report, and I was keeping up with what the controller was talking about. But when Mr. Jimmy came on, I don't know which document he's referring to because he said I, and I don't know if it's Exhibit I, but we only have up to Exhibit G. And then nothing in here is listed as I. So I'm trying to figure out what document he's reading from, Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy, are you reading off an external report that was actually outside of the Navajo Nation Controller's formal report that's been given to the council today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that document?
It was sent out in Navi
July 15th.
from the Department of Justice.
Do you have it?
The one Rob Willie sent me this morning.
No, July 13th.
He's fine.
Oh, Mr. Rico is getting that. Hold on. Mr. Jimmy, are you referring to the memo that's dated that was sent on July 13th, but is dated July 7th.
Give me 1 second, speaker. I'm trying to look for my memo. June 23rd, speaker. That's the date that was on the DOJ attachment.
June 23rd was the date of the document that was sent out on July 13th.
Mr. Willie said that he'll be able to send that to you.
Mr. Billy, can you state that again? I mean, Mr. Jimmy.
Oh yeah, thank you, speaker. Mr. Rob Willie said that he'll be able to send that attachment over to council.
What date does it say on the bottom?
Page 3, I believe this is what he was referencing. 3 of 3.
Oh, you?
Okay,
Okay, well, Mr. Rob Willie's sending it out right now. Okay, colleagues, as we're waiting for Mr. Willie to send out that, can you turn on your microphone?
Is it the Veterans Trust calculations? Yeah. Did you get it? I just got it just now.
From Mr. Willie?
Yes.
Okay, with that, colleagues, it seems like staff has received it. Does it say it was sent out to the 24th Nomination Council?
No, it was just to me and Daniel. I'll forward it.
Okay, we're supporting that out to members of the 24th Nomination Council at this time. CC, Peggy, Manny, Julissa.
I sent it.
They were. Colleagues, did you receive it? Document from.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We're not. Mr. Jimmy, floor is yours. Continue on.
Thank you, Speaker. So what I'm going over is the worksheet from that attachment. I believe it's on page 3 of 3. Those are the worksheet that I'm going over right now. So right now, I believe I left off on bullet point I on the worksheet. So this is coming from the code, Title 12, Section 1176A, which is where we take 75% of the total income earned plus the current projected set aside. However, given that in 1171, that set aside went to the Veterans Trust Fund principal as reinvestment, there is no set aside to be added, just only the investment income. And that's what we're looking at right now. After investment income after management fees have been taken out. And so that's where we're at with I. We're at the net investment income of $2,777,374. And so and then according to 1176A as well, within that same paragraph, we were supposed to exclude 2% for the housing program. So this is where the housing program gets 2 more funding sources, one from the set aside, and now we're giving them 2% from the investment income. And what's remaining after we exclude the 2% is bullet K, which is $2,721,827. This is where we're go back to 1176A, where we get to separate 75% and 25%, where 75% goes into the veterans program. And so when we take 75% of line K, we get $2,041,370, and 25% of that, the difference of $680,457, goes back as reinvestment. So once we add up all the lines, we go to the veterans program, and they were in line M. So the veterans program gets that $2,041,370. The veterans housing program gets the set aside plus the investment income as well. So from line F and J, we add those two to give the total budget for the veterans housing program of $4,331,607. And so for the reinvestment, we add lines G and L, and that becomes the reinvested portion of the money of $4,956,517. And so that's how we came up with a new calculation sum. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council, that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Controller. And Mr. Jimmy, thank you very much for that report. That colleagues, item number 5, receiving financial report from the Office of the Controller. Is there a motion? Motion, Honorable Brown.
Second Eugene Salt.
No, hold on. That, colleagues, any comments, questions at this time? Honorable Otto So.
Second model, so.
Honorable Otto So, you're in the queue. You're up.
Okay. I'm sorry. So, see that with the report, looks like the Veteran Trust Fund monies was discussed, reported, and the trust fund dollars reported, or the overall Navajo Nation budget. Alcohol, one particular area, Madam Controller, we talked about the investment income and or the investments. Not too long ago, the Navajo Hope and Land Commission set up the Relocated Trust Fund, and it will be in a short time frame of a couple of months, which Navajo citizens that were affected directly by the Navajo Hope and Land Settlement Act to start applying for those funding and for the disbursement of those dollars. And I understand in prior communication with the controller, past controller, that those dollars was included in the Navajo Nation investments. I'm curious of the amount of funds that we have inside the Never Relocated Trust Fund and the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. What are the interests that we have has those funds gained? Thank you. I'll go on mute. Take care. Turn the floor back over to you. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Otto So, reserve time at 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Moving on down. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Going twice.
Speaker, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak, sir.
Chairman Rick Nez, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a brief question. Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Madam Controller, we certainly appreciate your report, and also just would like for you to know that there are still concerns from our constituents. They haven't got paid. I had emailed your office as well as yourself and Mr. Willie. And the people that I had submitted names for still are texting me, emailing me, wondering why. It's been over a month since I started emailing since your last report that they have still have not gotten their hardship assistance check. And yesterday I had a few more text messages coming in, and I'm just wondering what do they need to do now? They're very concerned that they're not going to get paid. That's my only question. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Good morning, colleagues. This is Chairwoman Charles Newton. Speaker has asked me to help the system. He just got pulled into something very quickly, so I will be taking over at this time. Thank you for that question, Chair Nez. Committee or colleagues, are there any other questions or comments at this time to be made to the controller and the report that she's provided here to us today?
There's a delegate.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick.
Point of privilege, I believe, has been called by Chair Rick Nez. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Chair Nez, did you call a point of privilege?
Yes, I was asked, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I was asking about my reserve time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Nez, you have 3 minutes and 51 seconds of reserve time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, put me in the queue.
Next in the queue, we do have Chairwoman Amber Canespa-Crotty. And then after her, we have Chair Henyo, and then Delegate Eugene. So with that, Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Charles. Thank you for the floor. Acting Controller, thank you for your report and with your staff. In looking at report page number 4, there is a chronic issue, systemic issue with Navajo Nation. We sit on millions and millions of dollars. And so it looks like areas that people are asking the Navajo Nation to provide support, like for the Department of Social Services. There's millions of dollars that are in their coffers. The Department of Health, there's there's close to, I would say, almost $1 billion that we're sitting on. What are the issues in terms of how OOC tracks this funding, and what recommendations are being made to the program to spend those federal and state dollars as they continue to request for Navajo Nation dollars, but are not using the state and federal dollars that are coming down the pipeline? And how is OOC then modernizing your system, not only the challenges with hardship, but looking at page or your section for ARPA, there really has been no drawdowns of that funding that has been provided to executives to implement the ARPA projects. If this was Navajo Nation dollars at a committee meeting, we would start transferring out those dollars because there are other needs. And this was approved by council last year. So how are you modernizing your system? And in reading the report with the veterans, it looks like there's a legal interpretation of the 2018 and 2021 resolutions, and both of those resolutions were signed by President Nez. And so, work your office. How do we remedy this issue for our veterans? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Reserve time at 2:37. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over now at this time to Chair Henyo for his questions. Chair Henyo, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Shananta. Pro Tem Speaker, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the question for the controller is along the same lines as Chairman Rick Nescudo. I had emailed, requested for a listing of constituents within the 3 communities I represent of the pending checks and when the expectations would be. But then to this date, I understand she did respond and assigned another staff member to work with me, but I have never received no other response from from there on. So I still would like that information because I'm still getting inquiries when I'm at the chapter house asking where we haven't gotten paid, what's going on, where's it at, and so forth. And so I'd like to have that response. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 58 seconds, Chair Henyo. We'll go ahead and go to Delegate Eugene So, and then after Delegate Eugene So, we'll go ahead and go back to the presenter. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours. To add Delegate Eugene So, you might have to do *6. The floor is yours. Delegate Eugene So, this is your last and final call. The floor is yours. I believe that Delegate Eugene So may have dropped off the call, so we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the presenter at this time. Acting Controller Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. First question from Delegate Otto So. The Rehabilitation Trust Fund that is currently invested in-house by our investment section. There's a total value of $10,701,196. That's for the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. For the settlement account, I'll have Rob Willie answer that question. Rob?
Thank you, Madam Controller. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager for Office of the Controller under the General Accounting section for the record. The resolution CJA 13-12 was or 21 that was, I'm sorry, the DNA Relocating Fund was set up in April. And to my knowledge, it's supposed to house the deposits from the new lands area and any other allocations. There have currently been no deposits into that account. Once there are deposits into the account, then I'm sure that it'll be invested. But at this point in time, the accounts have been set up, but there's been no deposits in that account. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that. So the next question from Chair Rick Ness about concern of recipients, CARES recipients that have not received their ARPA hardship assistance. We already expended over 90% or 95% of the 557 million that was initially allocated by the council for the ARPA hardship assistance program. But of course, thank you for the council for allocating another 120 million for ARPA hardship assistance program. So we have enough, more than enough money to assist all enrolled Navajos with the ARPA hardship assistance. We anticipate we will be able to assist 410,000 Navajos with this total, with this new allocation. So based on the new allocation of 120 million and the 557 initial allocation, we now have 677 million allocated for ARPA hardship assistance program, and that represents 33% of the 2 billion that we received from the US government. And with that concern that we're not getting back to those recipients that are waiting for their checks, we have supervisors and team leaders that respond to all the emails. I'll have to make sure that they respond. I will personally look into this issue of no response. And right now, we assisted most of the CARES recipients, except for those that have issues with CIBs. We identified over 3,000 Navajos that are sharing CIBs, meaning they were issued the same CIB as another individual, and we're working on that with the vital records. And we're also working with our consultant in our accounting system. We can address that, because right now our accounting system will not issue another check if that particular CIB number is already taken or paid. So that's the issue we're encountering. But we're working on resolving this issue. We need to help those over 3,000 Navajos that are sharing CIB. But as far as the funding is concerned, we have enough money to cover all the 410,000 enrolled Navajos. And for the question from Delegate Crotty about the issue of external funds not being expended, yeah, that's a main concern. Actually, for FY 2023, our IDC indirect costs revenue went down by 2 million because external funded programs are not expending their money. And to help monitor the expenditures, we're upgrading our accounting system. We have several IT projects that's ongoing right now. For example, there's the document management system that we're in the process of purchasing the software to help us better track the financial transactions, the documents submitted to OOC. There's also the procure to pay to fast track the processing of the payments. As far as the ARPA funding is concerned, that's part of Exhibit A2. There were 43 business units established to account for the ARPA budgets. And based on that, the defunded CARES projects, only NTUA showed expenditures as well as encumbrance. So they're already 100% committed or expended. And then for DED, there's the 29 million that was posted as disbursed to DED for the small business grants. For the central support, most of the programs that were funded have not expended their budget. And as well as the regulatory support programs, they're just at 5% expenditures of their budget. So we are working with the FRF office under Tom Platero's shop to keep track of these expenditures, as well as to alert the programs that have been budgeted under ARPA to start expanding their budget. And for that provision amending the Veterans Trust Fund back in 2018, as well as in 2021. So there's a proposal to amend again the Veterans Trust Fund to put more money back to the program instead of to the principal of the Veterans Trust Fund. So that's in the works to address this decrease in the Veterans Trust Fund program budget. But of course, as President Ness stated yesterday, he planned to propose the shortfall, if you wish, on their budget to be covered by the 27 million available money from the excess permanent trust fund income. So for this upcoming FY 2023 fiscal year, there will be no decrease in the Veterans Trust Fund program, although part of the money went to the Veterans Trust Fund principal. It will be covered by that excess permanent trust fund income. And Chair Hino's concern as well about the pending checks for the three communities that he represents. Again, I will follow up with the supervisors and the team leaders of the hardship team, the status of that, and we will get back to the list, Mr. Chair Hino, on that, on the communities that have pending checks, hardship checks. Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker.
Does that conclude the answering of the questions that have been posed to you by my colleagues, Acting Controller Begay?
Yes, Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that. So next in the queue, we do have Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, the floor is yours. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yate,
floor is yours.
Senator Pro Tem Yate, Senator Chairwoman, good morning. Okay, I'll go back on the worksheet right now. So I had a questions about this report, it CARES project listing. And there is a looking at this worksheet on the bottom of the page as under CS-7420. And there is a page number 201520 U.S. Treasury Hardship Fund. The budget says $345,529,054. And okay, looks like this is looking at this one right here. Says expenditure says $345,655.697, and then your budget balance or over expenditures by $126,642. And I don't know if this calculation is right. It's in the red. And looks like this is okay. I'm going to go check my calculation later. But I have a question to a acting controller. About 2 months ago, maybe in February, there was identical numbers on CRP numbers, which was I brought this to your attention at the time that you wrote it to Mr. Ron Duncan to correct the numbers of CRP identical numbers. It's on an email, and that has not been correct yet. So one person lives and seen it, so he can get paid with that if as soon as correct. Just like Mr. Honorable Chairman, Mr. Honorable Rick Naz, he brought up to this issues and the same similar to this. I would like to send this information back to you, an email, so we can follow up, so this person can get paid. And also, there should be a list from your office that we don't have the list. Your list of the people works on it. You don't have this information with you. Also, your workers, the county manager, they don't have it. Your employer have these numbers listed. They've been sent to them, and they should have a list who are not been paid. You're not telling us, acting controller. You're not upfront with how you use your county manager. They don't know about this issue. What Mr. Honorable Rick Naz bring this to your attention. I wish you bring one of these other staff to bring up with the what list has not been paid. You need to bring the right proper employees who can tell us the truth. You're not doing that, but you use your county manager. They don't have the full information. It's just that's my concern. Acting controller, I'd like to reserve my time, Madam Chair. Am I here?
Delegate Yellow here, your time is 50 seconds. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments before I go back to reserve time? Do we have anybody else in the queue for? Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. We have Delegate Otto So with 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Vice Chair Otto So.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Controller, thank you for your response, and we're looking forward for the information that is needed pertaining to the Unrelocated Trust Fund and to the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Funds. To what I understand, those dollars are invested in the nation's master trust, and we know that payments are going into those accounts. Like, for instance, the Twin Arrow leasing payments go into a certain account, and dollars aren't being expended, but it's being invested in the Navajo Nation's investments. So the interest that had been built up over the years is the information that we need to know, because every time we ask the controller's office for information, they don't have the information pertaining to those certain accounts. So I look forward for that discussion on this at this time. Also, I do have a lot of constituents that have issues with their hardship check, just like many or all the delegates who get calls and text messages and so forth from their constituents asking, how come this, how come that? And I always say that if the constituents are reaching out to the delegates, there's something wrong, something going on with the program. They're not providing the information to the constituency out there, where to call and so forth. And a lot of them indicate that those numbers are not working. Maybe an alternative way to reach out to them. I know that your office indicated that there's only a few left. If there's only a few left that needs to be paid out, maybe have them meet with them one-on-one or something. I know you guys are doing that like at Twin Arrows and so forth, but we are getting these calls, and your program is supposed to be operating with the direct services to provide that. And I just want to make sure that you do understand that you guys need to get that message out there to the Navajo people that your office is out there issuing those checks, and how can you ease the tension from the community member to the tribal offices. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 24 seconds. We'll go ahead and go down to the next person on the reserve time. Chair Rick Nez, you have 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Charles Noon. And thank you, Madam Controller Begay. Thank you for responding. And I believe what my colleague is saying also, I would like to reiterate that statement as far as making sure that there's proper information sent to the chapter so they can post it on their doors, and numbers to call, emails, whomever they can email so they can get paid. I did send names in with their census numbers, and some of them even had CIBs and also phone numbers and addresses and emails, and hopefully they get a response sometime soon. So thank you very much. I would like to reserve my time. Yeah.
Chair Naz, your reserve time is at 2 minutes and 58 seconds. We'll go ahead and go down to the next person in the reserve time lineup. Delegate Crotty, you have 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yes, thank you. So back to the controller's report on page 5 regarding the master trust and investment information. Acting controller, we would need to make sure that our people get some basic information on how the trust is being invested, and what does this mean when trending into a bear market due to recession fears. During COVID, that first part of COVID, the market, we lost millions of dollars in the market, millions. If you could let the council know how many millions we had lost in the market, and then we were able to regain, but that is the chance that we take in continuing to invest our money in a system we have no control. And in reviewing the investment managers, they do not invest in the Southwest, where we invest in all these different areas, and there's no direct investment to support our communities here at home. So with these challenges and looking at recession fears for the future, what are some direct investments that we can make for our people, for our communities, so that we could help and hopefully get a rate of return? And what is the impact of gaming continuing to not be able to pay their loan And then what does that mean for our investments? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, reserve time at 59 seconds. We still have in the lineup Chair Hanyo, Honorable Eugene So, and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. But before I go any further, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over at this time to the presenter, Acting Controller Begay, to answer the questions that have been posed to you by my colleagues. Acting Controller Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Temp. First question from Delegate Yellowhair regarding the CARES project listing under A-1. So there was an over expenditures from the Hardship 1 and Hardship 2, but that was a wash when that hardship for the seniors. So overall, there was a budget balance of $118,761. And this budget balance is because of the deceased individuals that we have to revert their checks back to the Navajo Nation books, and as well as the interest income that we generated from investing the CARES fund. According to the U.S. Treasury, we should not report the interest income as part of the revenue. So we have to reduce the interest income by the expenditures that we incurred from the hardship. So it reduced the total expenditures for the hardship assistance program because they were covered by the interest income that we generated for investing the CARES fund. Regarding the CIB, right now we identified over 3,000 Navajos sharing CIBs, and the list was shared with the Budget and Finance Committee. And of course, there's this list of who were paid to date, who were not paid because of the CIB issue, or there's an issue about allegation of fraud committed. So those are being shared to all the hardship team leaders as well as supervisors. But in order to avoid this miscommunication, we are now sharing that information to all hardship team employees. Right now, there's 25 hardship employees working under the hardship program. So instead of just providing the information to the team and the supervisors, we are all providing that information to all the employees of the hardship team, especially the sharing CIB. So they know why this particular individual have not received their ARPA benefits, because they were sharing CIBs with another individuals. So to avoid this miscommunication, we're trying to avoid all that. And the question for Delegate So about again, the direct services we are providing to the Navajo people on the hardship. We understand that, and we trying to emphasize to all the hardship employees to be more responsive in answering the calls, in answering the emails, and we are still hiring temporary workers to help in answering the calls and responding to the emails. And now that we're basically last leg of this hardship assistance program, since we already assisted over 300,000 Navajos, they should be able to manage all the calls and be more responsive because of the reduced calls that we receive from constituents asking for the status of their checks. So we'll make sure we're following up with the hardship team that they need to be more responsive to the hardship applicants. And of course, the same question from Chair Rick Ness on getting back to all these people that have not received their hardship assistance check. We will try our best to be more responsive to them. For Delegate Crotty's question on page 5 regarding the investments, because of the volatility in the market and the stock market was really hit hard this past quarter because of the war in Ukraine, the increase in crude oil prices, the inflation, and all that. We did register a loss in our investment portfolio. How much was the loss? According to Mr. Jeremy Jimmy, it's approximately the last meeting we had with our investment consultant. It's approximately 100 million on our master trust. But of course, nobody recommended for us to liquidate our investment. They advise us to write it out, and there's a forecast that the market will recover in 2023. And if we liquidate our investment, then we will incur a loss. So that's the advice from our money managers and our financial advisor. With regards to direct investment, we tried to reach out with the Division of Economic Development, but we have yet to schedule a meeting with the division director and the economist for possible direct investment on the reservation. So we do not have any study research done that was provided to us on direct investment. And I believe that we answered all the questions, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So we do have a new player in the queue, and that's Honorable Vince James. So before I go back to reserve time, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Honorable Vince James. Sinala, the floor is yours.
Sinala, Ado Pro Tem, Kodo, Mahandlando, Sinant Ahna Feniki, Bishmasana, Sto, Shat Kahasniko, Kodo, Nikitnasan, Madam Controller, Quenza the whole just there, not the kitten Beniki. Ashin Kodo Bilagana Catchito Leslico. So what Arta Shat Hodo Nashashin. So with that, my first question would be, when will you forward the name listing for the special and hazard duty pay? According to the Navajo Times, 15 Navajo Nation employees received a dollar amount from $20,000 to $31,248. When will I be receiving that listing? Thank you. reserve my time.
Pro Temp Chair would put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Shinala, you have 4 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. So we'll go ahead and go to new player again. Delegate Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, our speaker. Good morning, 24th Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening on board. And thank you for the report, Acting Controller Ms. Begay and your staff there. My questions are basically the Master Trust Fund talks about the 4.108 billion as of May 31st, 2022. A trust return of 4.53%, and the third quarter was at 5.41%. Return with all overall FYTD return of 6.37%. I guess my question is, that seems to be an increase. That's what's happening. But the concern that I have is the unrealized losses in the fixed income asset classes. What does that mean? Does that mean they will never be realized? That means we'll never recover? Is that what that's talking about? And these positions are primarily used for interest income generation. Due to the trending bear market and recession fears. The other question I have is the Arpa Fund. The Arpa portfolio has experienced the same pain as the Master Trust Fund. The Arpa has an ending market value of 1.31 billion as of May 31, 2022. We just passed a bill with 1.7 billion for the ARPA funds to be utilized out there. So if this is in the market value, is this going to continue to grow? I know that we're not going to use the whole 1.7 immediately. We're not going to draw down on it. So does that mean there's going to be that principal will be generating interest, and that interest will be accumulating? Because right now I'm looking at the market value of 1.31 billion, and we just passed a legislation for 1.7 billion. So there's millions of dollars that are still available through the market value of this investment, I guess you could say. The other question I have is the in-house investment. We talk about the Wells Fargo principal account amount of 1.8 billion, and there's a grant fund of 20.8%, and general fund is at 47.9%, and the ARPA fund is at 8.46%. Can you explain how that works on that? Because ARPA caught my eye on that, and we seem to be putting dollars and figures in different locations, and we'd like to utilize all that funding. The federal government gave us this dollars for ARPA to utilize. Now we have it in the portfolio. Those are my questions. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1:21. Do you have anybody new in the queue? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. We do have Chair Hanyo. Chair Hanyo, you do have 3 minutes and 58 seconds.
Speaker Pro Tem, for guiding us through this meeting here. Just a comment I want to make is regarding the market, and we've been following this since COVID started. And what how it became volatile. And March of 2020, when it took a steep nosedive. But then it picked up in July of 2020, and slowly moving back up and reaching limits that we were beyond our expectations. But then again, because of the vaccine, it really did started going up further. And so, but currently, because of the war in Ukraine, and then also the different variants, the price of fuel, and the climate change has something to do with that too. And so right now, it had took a steep nosedive. But then again, as I've been noticing that within the past 2 or 3 weeks, it's been steady, and it's slowly been coming back up again. But then again, it'll take another dive. That's because of different issues. It's like the jobs report, the inflation report, then also the Federal Reserve wanting to increase the interest rate just to bring the inflation down, and then the looming recession, and all these, they have a big play in it. So again, following the advice of our money managers is not to realize those losses and to keep it as unrealized losses. And that way we can keep moving forward, because that is how investments are made, is that you weather the storm, and then as you weather that storm, then it starts going back up again. So I just wanted to make that comment, reserve my time.
Chair Hanyo, your reserved time is 1 minute and 48 seconds. We'll go ahead and go back to reserved time. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 50 seconds.
Madam Chair, Madam Presiding Pro Tem, Delegate Daniel, so put me in the queue.
Madam Chair,
Madam
Chair, I'd like to reserve my time. I think I'll use it later. Thank you, Madam Chair. Reserve my time. Yeah.
Reserve time at 46 seconds. We'll go ahead and go back to the presenter at this time, and then we'll start back up with Chair Daniel So after the presenter has answered the question. Acting Controller Brigade, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. First question from Delegate Vince James regarding the hazard special duty pay. I just want to clarify that information provided on social media, they're all fake. They're all misinformation. And I would like to suggest the government need to take action against those who continue to spread disinformation on social media platforms. It's detrimental to public discourse, all this fake news. And I can assure you that none of the division directors received those amounts that were posted on that social media. And I hope the Auditor General, they're doing the audits now, that they will clear that up. What we did is we compiled the payments, but we did not verify the supporting documentation and all that. But I trust the Auditor General will make the report more detailed. And I want to reiterate that the division directors did not receive those amounts that were posted on that social media. It's all fake news. And for Vice Chair Smith question about the investments, yeah, the Master Trust has a market value of $4.108 billion as of May 31st, 2022. And for this past quarter, had a negative return. And to clarify what it means when we stated unrealized losses will not be realized for those money invested under the fixed income. If we do not liquidate them and we wait until the maturity date, then we will not incur any losses. So right now it shows in the books as unrealized losses because of the negative return. But if we keep it invested until maturity, then we will not incur any losses on those investments in fixed income, meaning the bonds. And for the ARPA investment, right now, there's 1.31 billion investment with the money managers. And in addition to that, there's an amount invested in-house with Wells Fargo. And I'll have Mr. Jimmy explain the total amount invested with Wells Fargo. Go ahead, sir.
Point privilege, Delegate James.
Point of privilege, Delegate Vince James.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, Speaker Shanala, all members of the council, the audience. My question was not answered, and my question wasn't a direct question regarding the division director. It was more of a question of when will the name listing for the special and hazard duty pay name listing will be forwarded to me. Thank you.
Okay, Shanala. So with the acting controller, Begay, the question is when will the names of those directors who did receive special duty pay and hazard pay be released to the public? Acting Controller Begay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. With regards to the report we issued, we just compiled them and we did not validate them. That's why I'm relying on the Auditor General to validate first the amount, and then it will be up to the Auditor General's decision if it becomes public information. But as far as the Office of the Controller, what we did is we compiled them. That's why we cannot release them until it's validated by the Auditor General's office. So we're working on that with the Auditor General's office. We provided what we have here that we use in that report that we issued, and then it's up to that office to verify, validate, and make sure that what their report is all audited, meaning it's all verified. And then it's up to her office or with the Navajo Nation government, the decision if all the names can be public information. I hope I answered the question, Pro Tem Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller BA. Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, I'd like to ask our Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbroff, if she's on the line. Ms. Barbroff, Acting Controller has raised a concern regarding social media, but my concern is actually how the controller's office is being managed and the amount of hardship checks that's still the type of service they've been providing. What role can council in terms of directing or mandating that the acting controller reach out to all of those constituents who are still waiting for their checks that have the duplication or those issues? What action can we take as a council if acting controller is under contract by the office of the president and vice president? Thank you.
Thank you. This is Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff. Good morning. I apologize.
Go ahead, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I didn't mean to overstep that. Delegate Crotty and Navajo Nation Council. That is not a question that Office of Legislative Council wants to respond to without researching it. So we will provide you a written response about that, and we'll try to do it sometime today. So thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
Staff will be. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for that, Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff. Delegate Crotty, Ms. Bobroff will be researching that, the answer to your question. So with that, point of privilege was called by Honorable Vince James, and it was answered by Acting Controller Begay. Point of privilege was called by Delegate Crotty, and the information will be provided here hopefully shortly. So we'll go ahead and go back to the presenter. Acting Controller Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. So with regards to Vice Chair Smith's question about the Arpa Fund, the in-house investments, I'll have Mr. Jimmy respond to that.
Hi, good afternoon. To speak about the in-house investment, we treat the in-house investment as a short-term investment as part of our cash management. So right now, the most liquid asset is the money market. It can be liquidated within 24 hours. So when we see an expense, let's say $100, then we quickly liquidate $100 from the money market to cover that expenditure before that check is written as part of our cash management plan. So right now we have $76,926,864.59 in the money market for all the programs that were allocated money from the Arpa funds to cover any of those expenditures that come up. And then we also brought back another 75 million, and we invested that in a short-term investment. Reason why is part of our job is to anticipate the timing as part of our cash management plan of when the money will be needed. And so when we're reading through CJY 4121, which we created the ARPA funds originally, part of it was that the 75 million was supposed to be given back to, I believe it's the UUFB, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. And so we thought that was going to be done quickly. So that's why we left 75 million in the short-term investment in the in-house. And then once we inquired about it, we realized that it was going to take a little bit more time So to not let it just sit there in the money market, we put it into a short-term investment that will yield higher returns until whenever that process is going to be set up. So altogether, we have $151,872,583 sitting in the Wells Fargo in-house investment, and that's why you're seeing two different things. The 1.3 billion that's sitting at the Northern account with our money managers, and we have 151 million over here at Wells Fargo in our in-house for short-term investments, and also to cover any expenses that come up from any of the projects that were allocated ARPA funds. Thank you.
Just to add, the Pro Tem Speaker, we're trying to maximize the return on our investment. And right now, the short-term investment in the money market account, it's yielding a higher interest rate than before. So we're doing the best on managing the cash for the ARPA to maximize the return. And of course, Chair Hino made a clarification on the investments. Thank you for that. So bottom line is that our money managers advise us just to write it out, and the market will recover hopefully by next year. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Villegas. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We are now at, I believe it is Jimmy Yellowhair. Do we have Eugene So back on the line?
Oh, it's later. I'm out back on now.
All right, Sajad, the floor is yours. Sajad, Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Okay. What is
Oh, what did you say?
Okay, thanks for bearing down and hanging on. I got bucked up across a little ways back in the mountains. So I'm now here and going towards the chambers. So my concern is the people. Even one thing I want to ask the controller is to have some kind of an open door policy for us council delegates and our LGA. Maybe I can schedule a meeting with her sometimes next week or this week, just a few minutes, maybe 20 to 30 minutes. My say so, not that much. I don't really speak Oriental, so I lost all those language back in my younger days. I'm 70 years old since Saturday. And also I was kind of tickled when you said fake news. Thought about my former President Trump. So anyway, that was the case, and I think what we really did as council delegates, when we went with the first hardship checks and the second and then the third, we seemed to like have make that fake news to the people, saying that before the president even signed or the day he signed, that checks are going to be ready for all that 400,000 people out there. Without realizing we had to set up the whole situation before anything would start coming out. And that's why people are kept calling hundreds, how many thousand a day. So it is our fake news, not the Navajo Nation Council. And he they start running around and running around. And then they go to the post office every day, even though it's in bad weather, etc. So I think we should really understand, Council Black and Assembly. So try to really don't tell them this and that. Let the things come by itself. Let them know that it's going to be in the works maybe the end of the year, not yesterday. But I know how long I thought hospital to the Navajo is not all. Since the president signed it, but I won't go over there and sign up right now. I should get my check next week. So these are some of the issues that we're really up against on the heat and consultation. So part of it, maybe 85% of it is our doing. So credit over at this thing, so because I do consider our government as a government. I wanted to make the people know out there that are listening, we have a good government instead of putting it down. Idiot, I'll be at this thing, so in front of the whole other Indian tribes across the United States and even the BIA government. They might think our government's not working and they're going to step back in. More about that, sure that they actually know on the air. Thank you, Madam Chair. Consult us, I will request Mr. Gay regards to that. Maybe I can request a meeting with her and to discuss my concerns and my issues. Thank you. Shehe. Reserve my time.
We have 1 minute and 29 seconds. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Chair Daniel So, who is next in the queue. Chair So.
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, our colleagues, and all the relatives on the call. Miss Acting Controller, Miss Elizabeth Begay, and your staff. At TESS, we had asked for a general fund budget for the Executive Director, Division of Social Services. And the general funds that kept getting carried forward for that position went back as far as 2019. And the number we were initially given was 10 million. And then at the next report, it was remaining 9.6 million. And I had asked for a report to cover every one of the executive director positions within each of the offices. And I'm wondering if we can get that as part of the controller's report. The other is, my concern is this report that you presented. Some of the spreadsheets end on May 31. Some end on June 22nd, and then there's one that says July 1. We could get them all on one date. That would certainly be helpful. The part that I really am concerned about is part of the fact that there seems to be the old Baker Tilly data that basically interferes with the present data and causing for duplicate checks or no checks. And is there anybody double checking the old data with the new data? I have several constituents that basically said, I got the CARES Act and I'm being denied ARPA hardship. And so those are some things that are really troublesome. And rather than taking you to task, I'm wondering, is the Department of Justice following up on those aspects? Because that contract was paid. there's deficiencies in what they presented. There was a demand for payment. Pay us or else we won't turn over our data. And I'm wondering if that was ever corrected. The other, Ms. Begay, I appreciate the aspects of, could you send us those positions that are taken by our investment managers? Give us an idea of when those positions would expire regarding the investments with the and all investment advisors stay with it for the long haul. But again, there may be some positions that are expiring soon, and then perhaps we could take a more moderate position so that the losses would be minimized. Those are some thoughts as we go forward. But I appreciate the report. And the one thing, colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, regarding the document that Mr. Jimmy reviewed. Yesterday, President basically says we're going to need to put $2.7 million into the Veteran Services Program. But in Mr. Jimmy's presentation, Mr. Jimmy is saying 3.1 million, and there is that difference.
Sir, so your time
Thank you.
has run.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. Do we have anybody else in the queue? We'll go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Otto So, 24 seconds.
Madam Chair, I will reserve my time.
You have 24 seconds, Vice Chair. We'll go ahead and go down to Chair Rick Nez. You have 2 minutes and 58 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Charles Newton. Pro Tem Speaker, sorry. Patterson, I believe I got all the answers that I needed from the Controller's Office, but I'd like to give my time over to Shanai, Honorable Chairman Daniel So. I'm very interested in what he would like to finish saying. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate, or Chair Naz. Chair Daniel So. Chair Naz has given you 2 minutes and 35 seconds of his time. Do you accept?
Yes.
Chair So, you have 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The floor is yours.
Okay. That's like running 800 yards. Thank you. Chairman Rick Nez. Yes, yesterday President relayed that we'll need to replenish 2.7 million back into the Veteran Services Program. But in the report that's furnished by Mr. Jimmy, the new calculations show 3.1 million. And that, I feel like, is the more accurate dollar amount. And again, having to, what we find is the 2018 legislation and the 2021 legislations, that's where it really caused perhaps conflicting legislations. And I must remind the committee or the council that it was the Veterans Advisory Council that basically says, do this particular legislation. And Brother Raymond Smith presented it to the council, and we adopted it. And so it took months from August 21 to just last month for the Department of Justice, Taxation, and Revenue Unit to discover those conflicts. And so in that aspect, we have to be careful. And so the end result is we're going to have to find some general fund monies in the amount of $3.1 million to replenish so that going into FY 2023, we will basically fund veteran services adequately. And that's the part that we have. We as delegates, we weren't apprised and we didn't catch it. But this is the corrective action that we would have to do. With that, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, that would be the extent of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. So your time has run. So we have had questions from Honorable Eugene So, Chair Daniel So, Chair Rick Nez turned over his time to Chair Daniel. So we'll go ahead and get one more question in before I turn the floor back over to the controller. Delegate Crotty, you have 59 seconds. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Controller. I'd like to hear more about the veterans' budget and their concerns, and also what are the steps that we need to take to have a transparent financial system. Can the public access the FMIS system to review and keep programs, council, president, judicial, everyone accountable for the people's money? What needs to take place, and how can we create those sunshine laws? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 26 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the presenter, Acting Controller Begay. The floor is yours to answer the questions that have been posed by my colleagues. Controller Begay.
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp Speaker. First question from Delegate Eugene So about our policy here at OOC. We do have an open door policy, so I can meet with the Delegate So in his LDA whenever he's available to meet, and that's applicable to all the money managers. The open door policy for the Office of the Controller. And Chair Daniel So's question first about the positions that our money managers provided to us about our investments to write it out. Those recommendations were provided to us during our investment committee meetings. In addition, they provide us with the flash report weekly and monthly, basically providing us with information on how the market is doing, what the projection is. Of course, nobody has a crystal ball to predict what will really happen to the market, but based on that report, that's mainly the recommendation to write it out if you don't need the money, because the market will pick up in the future. And with regards to the dates on the report that I provided, the master trust information, investment information, they're not available until 45 days after the quarter ends. So the quarter ended June 30th, 2022. It will not be available 45 days after that. That's why the most recent information that we can compile was dated May 31st, 2022. And it's the same with the external grants. They don't close the books and have the available report ready until 45 days after the month end. That's why there's discrepancy in some of the dates in the data that we provided. With regards to the Baker-Tilly issue, DOJ is still helping us in resolving the issue. And we have assigned individuals that verify the data that were carried over from the Baker-Tilly information to our data now. Before we issue the checks for the ARPA, we make sure that those that were assisted under Baker-Tilly, even though they have same CIB number, we're not able to assist them because our accounting system will reject it. Once a particular CIB is posted as paid, then another individual having the same CIB will not get paid. That's why we came up with a list of individuals sharing CIB, and we're working with Vital Records to resolve this issue. And for those that receive more than one checks under the CARES, we also detected that, and we put their ARPA assistance on hold until we resolve this issue, because under the CARES, you can only get one assistance, and under the ARPA, you get one assistance. But if you receive two assistance under CARES, then that's the issue, if they're still entitled for the ARPA assistance. And with regards to the 2.7 million and the 3.1 million difference in the amount that were reported, the 2.7 million came about when we initially issued that projected recommended revenue for the Veterans Trust Program. So if we compare that to the revised projected revenue that we issued July, there's the 2.7 million difference. And for the 3.1 million, that difference that was reported by Mr. Jimmy, it came about on the issue of the management fee. So we'll stick with the 2.7 million that the President Ness committed to fund the Veterans Trust Fund, given that part of their projected 2023 revenue went to the federal or the Veterans Trust Fund principal. So that was already committed, of course, with the approval of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that,
Madam
we'll go ahead and
Pro
proceed.
Tem,
Yes.
yeah, may I, there's a question from Delegate Crotty about how to be more transparent. Sorry, I forgot that. So to answer that, Madam Crotty, the transparent financial statement, that's in the works. So we have IT projects that we are working now. And of course, part of that is the Arpa platform software to make sure all the expenditures under the Arpa is posted on our website. So that's in the works to make everything more transparent. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, we do have a new player in the queue, Delegate Kealan Begay. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Oh, I will do that.
Kudo speaker, other person speakers, and other kudo mandat Navajo Nation Council. Madam Pro Tem Speaker, I want to say this in a professional manner way. Is it possible for the Controller's Office to provide a good detailed situation regarding the veterans funding in Navajo? Padon kita net o yuta is ato to josin sa kita isa, especially our veterans, especially. Pado yag Japan veterans. Ako the queen the main chief of Oko people has no epa on. Ako ila ay isipin na ako sa to at ahito hit out and not na hakipin na anishiki sila hipay ko to. It is the last time Dimki, so maybe some chapter officials or commanders, I think that is last chapter has jo the veterans the last time Dimki has jo you not the me. That is the Kokota so jo the Hanna Ido so Akoko. I'm hoping and I want to know if the Controller is able to, have someone from the office to provide the situation regarding the veterans shortfall in Navajo so that our Navajo veterans and the Navajo people would understand the situation there. So ede kodo papa na iskando leto pa by kedo leta Madam Chair I kodo fasit leto reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. This is I think it is a valid request. Controller Begay, you provided the information to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, both yourself and also Mr. Jeremy Jimmy, who provided information on the veterans. The request at this time is that someone from your office provide the veteran memo and the veteran shortfall in the Navajo language. Can you find someone in the Controller's office who can do that? Controller Begay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. We will find one. Mr. Jeremy Jimmy does not speak Navajo, so we can find one and meet with the veterans organization so we can explain it in Navajo. Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, can you tell us, can you provide us a timeline on how long you think it'll be before maybe you can find somebody within the controller's office who can translate that portion of your report?
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, Delegate Alan Begay, do you want it now, or can we schedule that presentation to the Veterans Organization sometime in the future? Because that person still needs to read that report and figure out how to translate it. But I just want, if it's now or sometime in the future, the date where we can present it. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller VA. So I understand that the report does have to be provided to those who are listening in, so we can get that today. But I'm going to go ahead and verify with Delegate Kialan Begay.
Commissioner Privilege?
Delegate Kialan.
Cheers.
Oh. I think I heard Delegate Raymond Smith. Did you call a point of privilege?
Yes, I did. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay. What is your point of privilege?
My point of privilege is in Adana no Klinigi, and Hisha, Hishmas, and the Klinigi. I'd make it so aided veterans educated at Inigi, but that we didn't go not kindle. And without you, they that. Ako, invaded controller, which is told Ato. A Hashit out, Ashinan Dada no Klinigi, and Hisha, Hishmas, and the Klinigi. Lady veterans, night kito without egi is without without atigi elanansen without. That's my point of privilege, Nanda. Thank you.
Point of privilege was raised by Delegate Raymond Smith. I don't. I'm going to go ahead and allow Delegate Kialan Begay to answer the question that was posed by Acting Controller Begay, which is, does that have to be provided today or can we do it at a later time? Delegate Kialan Begay, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Speaker, I can be the interpreter and provide the information. I don't have a problem with that. My point is to allow the office, any office, to relay the messages directly from them, because yeah, we can turn around and tell our community and our local veterans organization. Just the fact that this is a report being provided by the controller's office, and that it is being recorded, and that we need to provide updated information to our veterans and to the public, I believe it's appropriate for them of my request. So the NPS the NETI aja be out the be national addition. Ako shapa kono station no community. Could end could request recommendation that's scheduled Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Speak at is kind of that his count in Anko. Jo a 8 yeah. But Jinchana had Mr. has not be told that Ada Jo Ada the next chair with the Don Nico got that for Ada. do into the last one deniki baby chahato to baby ishane to ni the joba chahato ni akoko johot ago will inform the public and the veterans of the updated current situation of the Veterans Trust Fund on radio with the coordination by the Speaker's Office and the Controller's Office, so that we have sufficient time to make that information laid out to the public and the local commanders and the veterans of the Navajo Nation. Request Madam Chair, Madam Pro Temp Speaker. And again, Ms. Begay, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or any of that nature. That's not my intent, but it's just a matter of the fact that a lot of our Navajo people are listening, and I believe that accurate information needs to be provided from your office. And then anything that we receive and the document that we receive, yes, we surely will relay those information back to our chapter, which I've done already, and I will post this on my Facebook as we're speaking. So that's what I'm trying to say. Madam Chair Speaker, reserve time if I have any.
Delegate Kalambigay, no time was taken from you during that time to verify or to answer the question that was posed by Acting Controller Begay. So with that, there has been a request to have this information translated to Navajo from the Controller's Office. Acting Controller Begay, can you find someone in your office who can translate this information to those who are listening in?
Yes, Madam Pro Temp Speaker, we'll go look for that individual as we speak. It's lunchtime, but we'll try to find someone right away. If you can just give us time to find that particular person. Thank you.
We will give you the time to find that particular person, Acting Controller Begay. And just out of fairness, the previous controller was also requested several times by delegates to also relay the information in Navajo, which she did. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to Delegate Kalambigay. They will try to find someone to translate that information. We'll go ahead and go back to our reserve time. We have reserve time. Delegate Vince James, 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Shanale Pro Temp, Madam Chair, Speaker. Ado nana kodo shanat ahlinigi shelkaha sinko. Ado nana kodo dan Controller Begay. Thank you for the response of my question. In regards to the comment that was made on fake news, I think this is putting the cart before the horse, due to the fact that you indicated that an audit has not been completed. And so on what circumstance are you indicating that this is fake news when documents were forwarded over to Auditor General and that hasn't been completed? Number two is, on another note, if we cannot retrieve the documents that was forwarded to Auditor General, there must be some sort of a non-allowable issue that has occurred with the funding for it to be sent over to the Auditor General's office. And pro tem speaker, I would also like to make a directive to possibly receive a name listing, maybe going through the U.S. Treasury Office, of what documents were sent back to their office by the controller's office, due to the fact that we are not being shared the information when we are the governing body of the Navajo Nation. And if legal counsel can assist us in providing that request that I'm making here. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 52 seconds. Delegate Vince James, we can do a directive after the vote has been taken to either accept or not accept the report that has been provided to us here by the Controller's Office. So if you can go ahead and work with Dana, send her an email and let her know the language of the directive, and she'll be able to best advise you on how to proceed forward. Again, Delegate Vince James, you have 1 minute and 52 seconds. Going back to reserve time, we have Delegate Raymond Smith, 1 minute and 21 seconds. Delegate Smith, the floor is yours.
Reserve time, stay.
Delegate Smith, you have reserved time of 1 minute and 20 seconds. We'll go ahead and go to Chair Henyo, 1 minute and 48 seconds.
Madam Chair, Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to hear the response from Madam Controller, so I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 41 seconds. We'll go ahead and go back to the Controller at this time to answer the questions that have been posed to you here by our by my colleague. Acting Controller Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Regarding the question from Delegate Vince James on the hazard duty and special duty pay report, just to provide a background information, during the Navajo Nation Council summer session last year, July 2021, I was asked to provide a report on the special duty and hazard duty pay to Navajo Nation employees. And I complied with that request based on that report that we issued January 2022. And on that report, we just compiled the data based on our accounting system. And that report was referred to the Office of the Auditor General for them to validate the amounts that were provided on that report. And once the information is considered audited information, that's when it becomes public record. But of course, it's up to the Auditor General with the legal counsel advice if the names of the employees can be made public. And as far as that report, not all monies paid were from the CARES. So there's several sources of funding that were used to pay the special duty, hazard duty pay for the employees, includes external grants as well as general fund. So that's the report that were provided to the council was not in detail because, of course, it's just a compilation of amounts. And I rely on the Auditor General to validate it, audit the information, and then it can be public information, but with the assistance of the legal counsel. So that's my response to that, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, committee members, we are going back. Do we have anybody else in the queue? No new players.
Point of privilege by
Vince
Delegate
James,
James.
I'm sorry. Point of privilege. Point of privilege called by Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Yeah, another pro temp speaker. Donana, members of the council, and then audience. Koto, my question in regards to how you indicate it's fake news, and then at the same time, the document has not been completed by the auditors. Can you answer that question? Thank you. And that was answered during my first initial question.
Acting Controller Begay, you heard the question posed by Delegate Vince James. I'm turning the floor back over to you.
Yes, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, it's fake news because we compiled the data and I reviewed it, and none of the division directors that were posted on that social media, Facebook, the amounts, they're all misinformation. So that's why I said it's fake news. It's totally misinformation. So, but of course, since we compiled it, I know it's misinformation because it's not true. So that's why I said it's fake news. Thank you.
Acting Controller Begay, does that conclude your answering of the question that was posed by Delegate Vince James?
Yes, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Acting Controller Begay. Delegate Vince James, was your point of privilege answered? Delegate Vince James, was your point of privilege answered?
Shanalis, pro tem speaker, members of the council, audience. My question is, how is it fake news when the audit has not been completed? Thank you, Shanalis, speaker.
Acting Controller Begay, the question has been posed to you. I don't believe the point of privilege that Delegate Vince James raised has been answered. Can you answer the question, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. It's fake news because we compile the data. We are the source. Our accounting system is the source of the amounts, and the amounts posted on that social media does not reconcile with our accounting system that we compiled. So the source of the
Pro Tem, Madam Chair, good afternoon. Could I ask this all this shit? I have only probably 43 seconds. I'd like to say thanks to Acting Controller Begay. First of all, I'd like to cover revenue projection for 2022. Looks like we're going to make this a collection of $167 million and 298,000 was collected. Projection was 178 million. So we'll still need to collect 11,272,000. Looks like we can collect that one. Out of care funds, there will be 118,761 will be returned back to United States Treasurer. So I think this is code. This is expenditure report for executive branch. This is June 30, 22. I was going to say, make it shorter because I only got a few seconds. The executive branch.
Delegate Yellen, your time is up.
I need some time. Thank you.
So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. We do have Eugene So at 1 minute and 29 seconds. Delegate Eugene So.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate McKay. Going to queue.
That's two.
Oh, Abigail is asked.
Una question. Ayo, está Llegit and Soreto Ayota. I heard two things I kind of dislike. Ayo, saying that we would like the other controller than this one. I don't feel what. I showed her. Let's go forward, and I'm going to give my time to Otto So, whatever I have left. Otto Chanel.
Vice Chair Otto So, you have 1 minute and 3 seconds to accept your time, since this was time that was given to you. So
okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. Madam Controller, a lot of what I was speaking about pertaining to the trust funds, to the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund and the Never Relocated Trust Fund that has been enacted by Council in January of this year, and in May this year, the Budget Finance Committee has moved forward to create that trust fund. So what I'm getting to is that on the Never Relocated Trust Fund, policies are in place at this time. Has the Office of the Controller start the process to maneuver the funds that are supposed to be put into that particular trust fund? And what I'm getting to is that for over many years, all of the funds have been deposited into the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, we move on to the next delegate who has reserved time, and that is Otto So, 24 seconds. Vice Chair Otto So.
Thank you very much again, Madam Chair. And moving forward on the question there, the funds were commingled in the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. Since the Council and Budget and Finance has enacted the Rehabilitation Trust Fund, has the Controller began the process to separate the dollars pertaining to the funds that should be going into that particular trust fund, such as the lease payment from Twin Arrows Casino,
Vice Chair Otto So, your time is up.
Arizona portion of the settlement. Thank you.
So with that, we move forward to the next delegate with reserved time. Delegate Amber Crotty, you have 26 seconds.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Madam or Acting Controller, in terms of transparency, what I'm looking for is how can we have access to the FMIS so that we could track the expenditures and beyond what the ARPA office is doing in regards to the federal funds. We need to have access to that information, like why our senior centers do not have access to food, why public safety, needed PPEs during COVID. What is the process to get access to that information? Thank you. But I would like that question answered. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. We have a few questions that have been asked. Controller Begay, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Delegate Yellow here, he asked about the revenue collected to date is much higher than what was projected because of the increase in the crude oil. As of the end of the third quarter of FY22, we're ahead in our collections. We already collected 91.78% of the projected general fund revenue for FY22 as a result of the increase in oil and gas price. And with regards to the unexpended or available budget for the CARES, the 118,761, the interest income that we earned from investing the CARES fund offset some of the hardship disbursements that we did. So based on using the interest income instead of the money allocated out of the 362 million that was allocated for the hardship, we expended our interest income that resulted in a positive budget balance of 118,000. And of course, we're still voiding some of the checks that were issued to deceased individuals. So these may go higher. We identified over 1,000 Navajos deceased that received CARES hardship assistance that now we're voiding and putting the money back under the CARES fund. So there's a possibility when we fully close the fund that there will be a higher amount of unexpended money. And for Delegate Otto's question about the Dine Relocation Trust Fund, I'll have Mr. Willie respond to that. But before that, I would like to respond to Delegate Crotty's question about access to the FMIS. We have a section under OOC, our IT section that manages that. And we need to get the legal advice from our attorneys if we can open it up to our elected officials to have access to our accounting system. So we'll get back to Delegate Crotty once we get that legal advice. And the reason for that is for more transparency. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. This is Robert Worley, Office Controller, County Manager, once again. As far as the Dene Relocating Fund, I believe that all the lands that were purchased, it states the new lands in the resolution, and the fund management plan states that also, and it becomes effective once it's signed. So I know Honorable Delegate Otto did indicate that the Twin Arrows would have to go in there. So we'd have to research that one. But as far as the new lands area, I don't think there's any revenue coming in from that particular area. We can double check that, but currently there's no deposits which are being made into that account from that particular area. But the Twin Arrows question, we'll have to get some legal advice on that one. Thank you.
So that, I believe we answered all the questions, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Controller Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We do have in reserve time. Well, let me ask, do we have any new delegates? We do have Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. Janella, Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours. Last and final call for Delegate Elmer Begay. Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go to the next person in the queue, new player, Delegate Pernell Halona. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Charles Newton, Pro Tem Speaker, thank you. And members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon. And good afternoon to Madam Pro Tem Controller. I just wanted to let you know that I know that office has been real busy for the past few weeks, and also actually for the past few months. And now we're going to get started rolling again. And I had a lot of problems with people calling me and telling me that they're having trouble getting paid, especially some of the people that are getting, I can't remember the words now, excuse me. But the consultants that we have out there that were having trouble getting paid, that's what I was referring to. I just wanted to bring that up as well. And I know there's other contractors out there who are also having trouble with their payments as well. And I just wanted to get with you on that, just to let you know that we're getting a lot of calls about that happening. And I just want your office to know that. And we're trying to let everybody know that the office is working as hard as they can and that everybody's trying to get paid. And so there's a lot of processes that it has to go through. And so I just wanted to say, please jump on that situation if you can. I appreciate it. With that, thank you, Controller. And I'd like to give my time, move my time over to Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Pernell Halona has given you 3 minutes and 20 seconds of his time. Do you accept?
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's not us, it's not us, Lena, but it's not us. Koroi not on Bahatis, Kodo, Bahasti, Art King or Yahasti. I want to say thanks again to Acting Controller Begay. My most interest is revenue projection for FY23 beyond Hati Taki Nahot. Kodoye Ego Bahol, this FY23, a Koita Craggy revenue projection, Elia 178,500,000. A co actual could hold this ain't on Yohanati 169 million as a housing hold this la Nijonia la Honahot peso halon or litla yat eba here not on a car peso on auto care like manito 8 out of queer for 115,000 that's a housing or 110,000 back to United States Treasury that's a good egg. That's pretty good too. Now I'm going to executive branch expenditure of FY 3022. The person holidays at the FY22. Executive branch has 182,033,000, but it got equal to hold this actual expenditure 100,149, encumbered 12,538. So that means leaving the balance available 69,345 which means by the end of the quarter fiscal year in my projection, they're going to have 17,336,000 savings. Non-judicial branch be 18 million by the budget. Out of actual area, 9,324,000 sales in June 30. Encumbered 183,000. Auto peso 8,583,000. Kwatika peso chito in area 25% now peso nila. They're going to save 2,145,000. Legislative branch 19,006,000 by that. Actual expenditure year to date 10,002,000. Encumbered 1,005,000. So budget available 7,009,000. Kohana Etika could 40% to your 25% to the Koha Ecuador 1,009,000 or 1 or 2 million at the north. Kodida that physical year ending FY22. My projection is going to be like $21 million savings. Kunoktan, Hitona, there's a halon, or like that, FY23. Thank you. Yeah, also said no. But here saying she's now Honorable Halona, God bless. Then Johnny, by Henson. Now, here, pro temp, Madam Chair, yeah, by Henson, Honsorole.
Thank you. You have no more time left, Delegate Yellow Hair. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go on to reserve time. Delegate Kialan Bigay, you have 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Could request Slagi? It's not been acknowledged yet. My request is to have the speaker, the office, and the staff to coordinate to have an evening radio forum to discuss the Veterans Trust Fund situation in both English and Navajo for the public and the veterans to know about the situation. Koko Ecuador request through your leadership to the office of the speaker. So that's my request, Madam Chair, Pro Temp Speaker. Reserve my time.
Thank you for that, Delegate Kialan Bigay. To reserve his time. What does he have? 1 minute and 45 seconds for reserve time, Delegate Kialan Bigay. We'll go ahead and move. We do have a new player, Delegate Carl Slater. The floor is yours.
Elmer Begay.
Delegate Elmer Begay, we did try calling you. I called you 3 times, but I'll go ahead and put you back in the queue after Delegate Carl Slater. Delegate Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Madam Controller, for the report. I want to follow up on a couple items, but I'll start off with a new one. And that is the Navajo Nation in the past has allocated funding from the Permanent Trust Fund, from CIHSN, and from general funds for water delivery projects under the IHS sanitation deficiency system. Presently, all of those projects should be funded by the IHS with the funding that came in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Can your office develop an accounting of all of those that have been allocated and not drawn down upon by IHS? Because I know of examples within my district where the council and the communities made funding available, but IHS has not drawn down except for a nominal, say, $50,000 in planning funding when, say, $2 million or, about $2 million is made available in each instance. And instead, I believe that that funding should be made available for the community to invest in other sorts of projects that will benefit our people. And, it's a discussion that we need to have as a nation, as a council, because IHS is going to cover those costs. I had put in a legislation request to recoup that funding, recapture it, because the federal government is obligated to pay for it and has finally funded those obligations so that we can invest our funding in our people. Second, and so I'd ask that you put that report together and then send it to RDC, our committee, which has oversight over IHS and health on Navajo, the Office of the Speaker, and then the Office of Legislative Counsel, in addition to the Department of Justice. Second, I want to follow up on some of the line of questioning that Delegate Crotty has been asking about with respect to investments made by the nation. And I understand, trying to maximize the return and also the safety for our permanent trust fund, for all the investments that we have for our people's money. That said, yesterday I asked the president and the vice president to evaluate how we can make direct investments as a nation in our people and our businesses. And we have an incredible opportunity coming up with SSBCI funding, with the $60 million that was made available in the bill that I sponsored last summer for our small business and artisans. But we don't have, I'd say, a clear picture coming from the investment committee and the controller's office on how we can set aside some funding to stand up businesses on Navajo. And I think a critical component of that is looking at the banking situation. The Office of the Controller oversees those banking operations, and we're paying tons and tons of money to Wells Fargo to do our check processing. I think the nation could stand up its own bank, take care of those items. We couldn't lend to enterprises. We could potentially lend to our people, but there's some regulations there. But how can we increase bank services and use some of the income from, say, check processing if we do it ourselves and are paying ourselves instead of paying Wells Fargo and that profit leaving the reservation? I think the controller's office is probably the best positioned entity to look at some of these questions. And I would ask that you pursue this in your time in office. So those are two items right there. And I will reserve my time at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 8 seconds. We also have Delegate Elmer Begay, new player. Delegate Begay, the floor is yours.
I don't know, Speaker. To Controller, Marvin Controller Begay. I have a question. I know that I'm not sure if it was answered before, but there was a $633 million last year was given to the departments and programs, which was under the that wasn't a Arpa funding, was given to some programs, and there wasn't Arpa funding. But right now we gave some funding to departments again. So can you provide that expenditure report to the council on the $633 million that was given to the programs? So reserve my time. And maybe you can give us an update on it to see how they're being used right now. I know that it's part of that was for the mitigation of COVID-19. So, if you could give us an update, we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Speaker, reserve my time, sir.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We do have I'm going to go ahead and go back to Controller at this time to answer the questions. We had some new players. Controller Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. First question from Delegate Halona regarding his concern that consultants not getting paid. We do have a goal in accounts payable that once they receive the package, the full package, no missing information, then they have 30 days to make the payment. And there's an aging report that is being produced if they're not complying with that goal or that timeline. And based on what we reviewed, they are indeed complying, paying the vendors, the consultants, contractors within 30 days once they receive the full package without any missing documentation. So the issue is that if there's missing documentation, they don't process the payment. But we'll work with the program to timely inform the program if we're missing documentation, so there's no misunderstanding on that. With the Delegate Yellow Hair question about the exhibit C of the report, wherein we compare the expenditures from the three branches against their actual expenses or the original revised budget versus their actual expenses. Yes, Delegate Yellow Hair is correct. There will be some savings. There will be money that will lapse because most of the programs, or they're just expending it at 40%. For example, legislative branch, only 40% of their budget was expended, and we're already in the third quarter of the fiscal year. Executive as well, 38%. Judicial is at 47%. So there will be money that will be lapsing at the end of the fiscal year 2022 that will be available for fiscal year 2023. And Delegate Key Allen Begay's request, we approached so many employees here within OOC, and they refused because they could not translate the money portion into Navajo. So we agree with the Delegate Begay if the speaker can do a press release or they can just do a report in Navajo as well as English for the benefit of the veterans to understand the FY23 recommended budget. And Delegate Slater's question about the Permanent Trust Fund, the Sea Housing Fund, and other funds that were allocated for the water delivery system that IHS is now funding. Yes, we can develop an accounting of that, but we need to work with water resources because they have the detailed information and we can provide that report to RDC. And the question from, I believe that's, let me see, the question on the investment, the direct investment to the Navajo people out of the Navajo Nation investment portfolio. Yes, we try to meet with the Division of Economic Development to identify any possible viable investment on the Navajo Nation, and we're still working on that with regards to the banking situation. If we can establish our owned bank. That's been discussed with the President Nez. Actually, President Nez has a plan on that, but it's still in the planning stage. So that was being looked at as well. And for Delegate Elmer Bigay's question about the 632 million given to programs, we will research on that. We need more detailed information so we can provide an update on that. That answers the questions that were posed, Madam Pro Temp Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead and move back to reserved time. We have Delegate Vince James with 1 minute and 52 seconds. Delegate James, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. Again, thank you for the response, Controller Begay. I really would like to find information and get information from you in regards to my first question regarding the special and hazard duty pay. According to the Navajo Times, it was indicated that 15 Navajo Nation employees received a pay of $20,000 to $31,000, which was on June 16, 2022. In that report, you indicated that individual amounts for the special duty pay was $22,000 for one exempt employee, $31,000 for a non-exempt employee. In regards to that, are you saying that this information that was provided to Navajo Times is fake news? Number two is in regards to the listing. As a Navajo Nation governing body, I don't know why we cannot receive that name listing, but all of a sudden we can provide a name listing regarding hardship checks to Gallup independence. But as a Navajo Nation governing body, we can't receive a updated name listing. Number three is I'd like to hear from the Auditor General, Madam Chair Speaker, on what's the time frame regarding the audit on the special and hazard duty pay. Number four is what is the plan for the duplicated CIB? If we could hear from Census Office of what the plan is. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 17 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with reserve time. We have Delegate Raymond Smith with 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, Nana, Pro Temp Speaker, in your report on page 5, Madam Controller, Acting Controller, is number 5 says investment information. Third quarter of that fiscal year has been rocky. Of course, we know that. And then it says also because Navajo Gaming Enterprise has been on forbearance for their outstanding gaming loan, the various Navajo Nation portfolios have viewed the negative holding period return. How does it affect our general fund? How does that affect everything that we are investing in? Could you answer that too? Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 41 seconds. We'll go ahead and keep going on reserve time. Chair Henyo, 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, and Fourth Nation Council, one request I would like to make to the staff and Speaker's office is at the next Nabikia committee meeting, we'd like to have the Navajo Nation economist come before the committee to give an outlook from her office as far as what the how the inflation and interest rate hikes, and gas prices, the war in Ukraine, everything that's happening that's moving the financial world around in circles, and what type of outlook is the Navajo Nation have when it comes to our investments and especially our economy here on the nation itself. So I'd like to make that request, reserve my time.
Reserve time at 41 seconds. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to the controller at this time. There are 3 delegates that have posed questions to you, Controller Begay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. First question from Delegate James regarding the special hazard duty pay. The report was correct. There were exempt employees that got paid more than $20,000, but they're not the division directors. They're exempt because they're in the management supervisory positions, but not the division directors level. And I can ask legal advice if we can publish the names of the employees. I can do that, and I'll CC you on the request for a legal advice. And the rest are for the attorney or auditor general and for the vital records on the duplicated CIB. And for Delegate or Vice Chair Smith question about the gaming enterprise not paying their anticipated payments on their outstanding loans because they're on forbearance agreement with the Navajo Nation. Yeah, it has a negative impact on our return on our investment because instead of the master trust getting paid, then there's no money coming in. And that's considered return on investment. The loan that we provided to the gaming enterprise, so they're in forbearance agreement, so they're not paying. And Mr. Jimmy is checking. They usually pay us an amount of what?
The amount is it changes. The principal is fixed at $1,734,000.
So they usually pay us $1,734,909 for the principal, and of course the interest is variable, and that's monthly. So that's quarterly. That's a negative impact on the investment return because of that lost revenue from the payment that should be coming from the gaming enterprises. And of course, Chair Hinio is directive for DED. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead. Are there any new players in the queue? No new players, so we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. We have Delegate Kealan Begay at 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Reserve time.
One minute and 44 seconds. Delegate Carl Slater, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Delegate Carl Slater, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Last call, Delegate Carl Slater, 1 minute and 8 seconds. I believe Delegate Carl Slater's call was lost, so we'll go ahead and move forward. We have Delegate Elmer Begay at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is another. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for that. I have another question now. So, if we don't have the amount for the expenditure plan for the $633 million for this non-ARPA funding, is there other, like, I know that all the departments and programs, they receive the CARES funding too. So, how soon do you think you can gather all the expenditure for all the programs, Navajo Nation programs that receive the CARES funding, and then also from the non-ARPA fundings, and then with this ARPA funding that was being released to them too. Is there a way that we can get updates on how much the Navajo Nation programs and departments receive those kind of monies for the people and for maybe the mitigation for COVID-19 that we have? So that'd be my question, Speaker, Interim Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and keep going with reserve time. Delegate Vince James, 17 seconds.
Thank you. Controller Begay, Acting Controller Begay, is Navajo Times information fake news? Reserve my time.
11 seconds. We'll go forward with Delegate Raymond Smith, 41 seconds.
Yeah, no, not dad, no Senegi, Fish, my son, hello, the Snow Sagi. They always should be did it, did it gaming. Yalbata seen the dog, she down the why aren't they paying her, and it's affecting our Navajo Nation proceeds? That's my question. How do we get out of that? Reserve my time.
19 seconds, reserve time. Chair Henyo, 41 seconds.
Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 40 seconds. Delegate Carl Slater, I'm going to come back to you. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Are you back on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
You have 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be following up on the items that I brought forward. I want to reiterate the request that I had made to the Speaker's office at the Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting where we covered the Veterans Trust Fund issues. And that was for the Speaker's office to organize translation and the delivery of the information that's been conveyed from the Department of Justice and the Controller for our people. And I know that Delegate Kiel and Begay has mentioned this, but if we can't get the assistance out of the executive programs, we have the ability to provide that information ourselves. And again, I think
the best way to tackle this issue is to take the 3.1 that's currently being reinvested into the Veterans Trust Fund and it's not available for program and housing funding, and take that out of the UUFB and include it in the annual fiscal year budget. So I'd ask that the Office of Legislative Counsel consider that when they're developing the budgets for the comprehensive budget. And it just seems like the lowest hanging fruit in order to rectify this issue. And then within the next few months, we can work on a permanent solution with the funding and any amendments that need to be made to the Veterans Trust Fund. Thank you, Speaker.
So with that, Controller Begay, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to answer the questions that have been posed to you by my colleague, Controller Begay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. Regarding the question by Delegate Elmer Begay, yeah, we could provide the detailed breakdown of all the programs that receive CARES funding. And as a matter of fact, my previous report to the council, I provided a detailed breakdown of all the vendors that were paid under the CARES funding, but not the program. I can reissue that exhibit on the vendors, and then we can compile the payment based on the programs for the CARES. And for the rest, the ARPA and the non-ARPA funding, we can provide all that detailed information based on program. And Delegate Vince James' question, Navajo Times, they're not, it's not fake news. It was copied from my report that was issued to the council. The fake news is the one that was published in the social media. The Navajo Times report did not identify the names of the employees. And as I said, none of the division directors received that payment of $20,000 and above. But of course, there's, as reported, exempt employees did get that money, but not the division directors. But we can ask our legal counsel to give an advice just to clear up this issue about division directors getting special duty, hazard duty pay, if we can report it publicly. But we'll ask legal advice from our attorneys on that. So Vice Chair Smith question about the gaming enterprise, they stopped paying beginning July 2020 because of course the pandemic, they were locked down, they were closed, and they were not generating revenue because of that. So they can't afford to pay the loan that we gave them. And today they're still recovering. They're still 75%. They're not fully 100% open. And that's why we have to extend the forbearance agreement because they have not fully recovered because of the pandemic that they suffered, or everybody suffered in 2020 and 2021. And Delegate Slater question about the Veterans Trust Fund. If the intent of the veterans is to put back the money that is intended to go to the Veterans Trust Fund principal to make the principal grow or the fund grow for future veterans, then I recommend amending that provision of Title 12, Section 1172 and 71, I believe, but because right now we have the excess permanent trust fund income to cover the veterans program budget comparable to the FY22 budget or the same as what we initially projected back in May of 2022. But in the future, that money may not be available because the calculation on the permanent fund trust income is that 40 million goes to the general fund revenue. And if there's any excess, then it's available for unmet needs budget. So for FY 2023, we calculated 67 million. So there's this 27 million available for unmet needs budget. And that's the funding that President Ness recommended to give to the Veterans Trust Fund program to make their budget whole instead of, in addition, that they're also putting money in their Veterans Trust Fund principal. I believe we answered the question, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you for the Acting Controller Begay. So with that, are there any nobody new to the queue? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. We have Delegate Kealan Begay at 1 minute and 44 seconds. But before I turn the floor over to Delegate Kealan Begay, Controller Begay, I'd like to ask you if you were able to find someone within the Controller's office to translate the veterans budget into Navajo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. There's one individual that is willing because the rest, they told us they could not translate the money portion into Navajo, but we found one individual and we're trying to get him now. Just give us a sec.
If you are just joining us, we just received a report from the Acting Controller for the Navajo Nation, Controller Begay. There were 2 reports that were provided to the 24th Navajo Nation Council on the second day of council. It is a report, the Controller's Report, Summer Session, July 2022. We have had several delegates ask questions. There was a request from the 24th Navajo Nation Council to have the information regarding the Veterans Trust Fund calculations translated into Navajo for those who are listening in and only understand Navajo. And we are waiting now for the Controller to find someone within the Controller's office to translate the information.
A point of privilege, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker.
Point of privilege. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem Madam Chair. and council and audience. I did request for a quick report update regarding the audit of the special and hazard duty pay from Auditor General, Ms. Brown, and then what is the plan for the duplicate CIB? And my question is, has those two offices been identified to provide us a brief update? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Vince James. Chief of Staff, if we can get to the Auditor General, Ms. Brown, on the line, if she's not already on the line, and then also Mr. Ronald Duncan with the vital statistics for Navajo Nation. We can get them on the line regarding the ARPA hardship. I believe several delegates have asked a question regarding the duplicate CIB numbers and the issuance of hardship checks being stalled as a result of the duplications. Controller Begay, are you back on the line? Acting Controller Elizabeth Begay, are you back on the line?
Yes, Madam Speaker Pro Temp, I'm here. Sorry, we're trying to find that person that can translate money into Navajo. We're just having a hard time. What's going on now? Herman? Oh, Herman's coming? Herman? Okay. What?
He's finishing up one more entry.
Just press it on.
I'm trying to find an easier definition.
Controller Begay, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time for the delegates who are currently in the lineup for reserve time. And if you could tell us when your translator is ready to convey the information, then we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you. So with that, we do have, going back to reserve time, Delegate Kealan Begay at 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, the other area that I want to say thank you to the controller. I know I've been sending endless emails as well to your office regarding constituent asking for update on their hardship check, and some quick response is appreciated, and some have been resolved and some are still in that needs to be a good response back to our constituent. So I just want to say thank you, Ms. Begay and your staff for doing what they could and can to help our Navajo people. And then the other area that I want to say, and I want to request for your office to schedule a session in the region where I'm from, maybe in the Cottonwood or the Pinon area, because a lot of our Navajo people in the remote area don't have the I guess the hard time to travel long distance, whereas like the last time you guys had the session over at Twin Arrow. So I'm sure more people are spending more money just to get update or just to get their situation situated But I just want to say thank you very much. And again, Quinn would be the best date, the time, and the location if you could provide me that information, and I can help secure the location. Maybe a 1 day, if not a 2 day session in the central part of the Navajo Nation with additional. Okay, I thank you. I'll just go ahead and send an email, Ms. Begay. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh, I'm not on the phone.
Budget? Yeah.
Madam Pro Tem Chair, may I?
Point of privilege, this is Henio.
Point of privilege, Delegate Henyo.
Yes, Shananta, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Just one thing I'd like to offer, if I'm in order, is that I'm in contact with Mr. Marty Ashley, and he's listening in, and he's, of course, has been with the Navajo Nation Finances and Tax for a very long time, and he's offered to assist with the interpretation of the veterans issue into so I don't know if that's allowable, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, but I'll leave that to your discretion. If we can allow that, then allow him to help with the interpretation. Okay, Allah.
The memo, right?
Yeah, and the numbers.
Chair Henyo for being in contact with Mr. Marty Ashley and also getting that information. I'm going to go ahead and ask at this time, Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice, if there are any concerns with allowing former employee Mr. Marty Ashley to come in and translate the Veterans Trust Fund issues that the controller has reported on. I'll go ahead and start with Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Barbara.
Madam Chair, or Madam Pro Tem Speaker, may I? This is Elizabeth.
Oh, Acting Controller Begay, did you need to say something?
You. Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. We found one, Herman Begay, one of our employees here at Cashier's section. He is willing to translate the report into Navajo. If we can transfer the floor to him.
Okay, so with that, Chair Henyo, they were able to find someone. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Mr. Herman Begay to translate the information that has been provided regarding the Veterans Trust Fund. Mr. Herman Begay, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, there's action and Sheila. Here, Kurosha, not Anisa, those Liquena, so fast, not Ani, and that's last 4 years at the Hagi Bichiliala, no Kurosha, not Ani, a busy Kai, Laro, Ehi, Asa. Yeah, it's just so that dark huskies that are a deep quepeta in the city peso, the net, Tehiki Anahagi, nothing Hagi, Hanana Hagi, be it paid that on the ski babe, but baby, Hahwa, Yala, a person done Tehiki, to who want the beta or Nishaningi. Old town. Peso the net, they think yes, Ata in the stop peso. Yakin Tegi, Peda in the Sigi Edo, Ado, such a peso papa, Hayaniki, Ado Nana Satan, nothing for that in this space, Yahan Tegi, and he not so go beginning in the Laquenal sauce. Koi ado andasto. Kod eda na dina chigi chabi sabeno hodet ala. Need the milo It's last thought I initiative. Pani nila ko pani nila the milam kinena tinam sebet the mil yaje top so nila tinam anast ko budget la court era tik at nada it not the khanana khagi bi nada on nisige babjana na liala na kedemil sotom this tino da the mil years to so khane tino so a ko papa ja papa ha ko liala o a ko pedo nel court era do kadihagi pedo nea oto lesiki na kedemil na kedemil sotom ana kedemil to khatinas the mil years to khane tino anas peso a ko ebo o papa ha ko liala a do na last so we baga to ni ko eta hani te ko era beta in say gaat de mail sotom sos net in no gaat de mail jaze to din net in gaat in ko pani ne ko era na tina ki ha ado khate to papa hena ho diage yati de mail to the mail sotom khane na tino ashat mil years to khane tino sos peso a ko ek pabik hena ho diala a kopini te gi आज papini te ho be pata to ni papini te gi eya stadne tino sebe tino stad mil years to I need that so the copa penite la could have a cut in the north so square. Era could pay his dot after get could the shit need the big or tiny killer. Out of last night of the scene so it's not us. Could you could on our list, you can also help us up in the every hour.
Push.
Oh, it's for Aro had a night of kid the car, but another car had a night kidnap for our way. It smart on Elizabeth Ebbets now of the place for her never car. Aro Ebbets that the Yagi don't have all a person chuck away. So I read Tony 8 not on next door. So I didn't get legislative deadline, so can you not say I did not on Sherman Yard, don't be Baba Kali. A quack I would be on our list. Night of Kiroshin, so I couldn't kill her.
I have Mr. Herman Begay, Acting Controller Begay. Does that conclude your report?
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, that memorandum that Mr. Herman Begay just read, it was resent to Manuel Rico and Sherilyn Yavi, as well as the attachment, the initial projected or recommended FY23 budget for the Veterans Fund that was released in May of 2022. And of course, the revised one that was released in July of 2022. And Mr. Begay can go over that as well. Go ahead, comment. The May. Yeah, the May first.
Okay, na sosbukani jada so na dino yos kasenta aj that's so peso banan te hiki na dina ki khahata kwagi ko kunet lawn kanto ni patan khap pe dai ni so le to ni ko kwagi ada initiative ada in the mil sotom na kineza tenam tebe tino ana sosteneza tino ana tina e kunet e pa Peta to nispeto ni ko aro hazono ne e saona na zada e na tin khagi bi penara to nisiki e na tin mil sotom a te pi ne da tio ana pi ha de mil ya to mas tio an to set ko e ya ni hab ik ho dia do nispeto ni da Ado Hong beta do Nishichi Aj Cat Milum Nezatinum Tistinum Scat Mil Yazuto King Nezatinum Satin ko beta o Nishpito Nidneko Ada Natina Kira Fire Cook Adigi ya Natina Hagi Bigone ya tin mil sotoba Natineza Tino and Sositino and Scat Mil Yadom in Pesco a co en Hanto Nidla. I could have beginning Jala 8 Absona Natino was Casena. Ne edien hot zada it ought so doyos ja is just so doyos kaseta zona liada akodita pedato nishigi leda peda nishigi hot akod liaya hot en akod en kanana khai penada o nishigi Quite a hot zala in a kid the milk sotom this dino and asha the meal yazidom and carne that dino and sustain a co a beta or nispito nidla. Aro home beta or nihe co terang a hot a had the minimum and sustain has had the media on the dino and 13. Ko e ko beta inishne ko khatnat natina kha na khagi aj ya papini le need the mil sotobo khane zatino khatino asha the mil yaz to khane no to ko ko nhab ko dia to ni la na so ni la
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, that's the translation to Navajo. And just to answer Delegate Key Allen Begay's question, if we can provide a session in his area about the hardship. Yeah, where we can accommodate that. We can schedule to be over at his area, Cottonwood, and other many farms and other chapters within his area. We can schedule that, then I can give him the dates once I confirm with the hardship team. And thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Acting Controller Begay. So with that, committee members, do we have any new people added to the queue? So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to reserved time. We have Elmer Begay at 2 minutes. Delegate Begay, the floor is yours. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have 2 minutes. Last and final call, Delegate Elmer Begay, 2 minutes. Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and move on to Delegate Vince James with 11 seconds.
Reserve my time.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Vince James, you have 10 seconds on the clock. Delegate Crotty, point of privilege.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Question for Acting Controller, if she could provide in layman's terms for our veterans. They are asking for a breakdown of their Veterans Trust Fund and how, what percentage or what amount was part of the direct investment into gaming, and how do they benefit from that gaming loan if gaming is currently on, is it deferment, or there's a term used where, I don't want to say defaulted. There's another term. We just need to know for the veterans who are asking about how the Veterans Trust Fund was invested into gaming. Thank you.
Point of privilege was called by Delegate Crotty. Acting Controller Begay, can you break down the Veterans Trust Fund account information using layman's terms, and then also provide information regarding gaming? Acting Controller Begay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Temp Speaker. We have to calculate it and break it down by the different trust funds that contributed to that gaming loan. It's not readily available, but we will provide that as soon as we do the breakdown. But what happened is that, let me see, here we go. So we originally lent out 208 million to the gaming enterprise, and oh, okay, now we got the amount. 5,288,000 came from the Veterans Trust Fund. So the interest rate right now, it's at 6.22%.
The veterans is 2.54 of that loan.
So that the veterans share is 2.54% of the 200 million. So what we can do is we can calculate how much was interest income to date, and how much interest from that veterans share portion of the loan have not been received since the gaming enterprise went into a forbearance agreement with the Navajo Nation. So that we're gonna calculate from July of 2020 to date, how much should go back to the Veterans Trust Fund. So we can provide that information as soon as we complete the calculation. Delegate Crotty. And that answers the question posed by Delegate Crotty, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you. Acting Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, colleagues, and all the folks on the call. This is Delegate Daniel. So I've been asked by Madam Chair Virginia Charles Newton to preside over this particular aspect of the report, as she has to go take her medications. So with that, who do we have with reserve time or is in the queue? Okay. Let's go to Brother Raymond Smith Jr. You have 19 seconds remaining on your reserve time.
Okay, I'll reserve my time, Ashwata. Thank you.
Okay. Reserve time, 19 seconds. 40 seconds. We go to Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo with 40 seconds on reserve time. Chair Jamie Henyo.
Che, Speaker Pro Tem, let me reserve my time for now.
Okay. Yes, your time is reserved. You ready to take back over?
No, I haven't. I just ran up because I realized I forgot to give you the list.
Okay. Okay. Then we have Jamie Henyo. You have a reserve time of 35 seconds. Ado Shajah, Honorable Elmer Begay, you have 2 minutes reserve time. Do you want to use it now? Honorable Elmer Begay. Going once. Twice. 3 times. We'll come back to him.
15, 10.
Otto Sache, Honorable Vince James, 10 seconds.
Reserve my time.
Tokushila, 9 seconds reserved. Okay. Unless there's some other new delegate that wants to get on the queue, we rotate through the reserved time again.
Point of privilege, Delegate
Okay,
James.
let's say, point of privilege, what is your point, Honorable Vince James?
Thank you very much, Chair, Pro Temp, Chair, Speaker. Members of council, audience, I did make a request to hear a brief report from Auditor General Helen Brown, and then also from Nation Vital Records regarding the plan of duplicate CIBs. That would be from Mr.
Ronald Duncan. Trey, thank you.
Priscilla, point of privilege, do we have Auditor General designee Ms. Helen Brown on the call, as well as Mr. Ron Duncan with the Office of Vital Records, aka Census Office, regarding duplicate census numbers. Ms. Helen Brown, are you on the call? The way I understand it is when there's a question of privilege, we cannot move forward until those questions of privilege are answered. Ms. Helen Brown or Mr. Ron Duncan.
Speaker Pro Tem, Ron Duncan here from Vital Records.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Duncan, we certainly appreciate you getting on the call. We have a question of privilege placed by Honorable Vince James. Rather than paraphrasing what he's requesting, to say Honorable Vince James, place your question of privilege again to Mr. Duncan.
I can have Pro Temp Speaker Shache. Thank you very much. And then members of council.
My request was in regards to what is the plan that is in place regarding the duplicate census numbers that controller brought to our attention regarding of not issuing out hardship checks. And we have Navajo individuals out there awaiting for their hardship check, and we don't have a explanation or a plan of how that's going to be taken care of. So if you can share the plan of how the duplicate census numbers is going to be taken care of. Thank you.
Mr. Duncan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, members of the 24th Council, Honorable Council Delegate James, and again, Ron Duncan for Vital Records. Regarding the plan for duplicate entries for enrollment numbers, before I really get into it, let me provide you a bit of history. I don't want to take too much time, but to give you the history of these duplicates of enrollment numbers, okay? When the original plan for hardship had come up, okay, we were working with the former controller, with the former vendor, okay? We provided an export data report to the vendor, okay, to be incorporated to create the first hardship portal, okay? In their review of the information we provided, there were some duplicates, okay? Duplicates were created because of the nature of the way people go about using other names, which we call aliases, okay? But in those cases, duplicates weren't shared between two different people. The duplicates were always with one person, okay? And so at that time, the former vendor was able to deal with it. How that happened, we don't know here at Vital Records. Okay. Now, as time went on, when the portal first came open and when people had to apply, they had to apply knowing their enrollment number. Okay. One aspect of our enrollment database called Progeny, not everyone is inside the enrollment database. Okay. So that's why we had people who do know their enrollment number, who have their CIBs, trying to get through the portal but couldn't get through. We didn't know that was going to be a criteria when you first had seen the portal for hardship. If we had known, we would have recommended something different. But in any case, we had to come up with a solution to make sure that we included more enrollment numbers. And the way we had done that was to provide our paper enrollment sheets to the former vendor, which they scanned and incorporated into the portal. Okay. The second instance where there may have been duplicates entered at that time was when they had done the scanning of the paper enrollment sheets through an OCR process, the optical character recognition process. It may not have read some entries correctly, creating some duplicates. Okay. The third point of duplicates is the second round of hardship with the paper application. Okay. At that time, the controller's office, the hardship people received tons of applications for hardship, and they had to be manually inputted into a spreadsheet, into what they were working with their portal. And of course, when you have to enter information through a manual process, there's the chance of information being transposed, things like that. Okay. The fourth point of error would be on Vital Records. Okay. The way we produce CIBs, we read it off the information from our enrollment database or from our paper records, and we manually create a CIB. Okay. And again, just similar to what had happened with hardship staff, Vital Records staff will transpose numbers or get the enrollment number wrong. Okay, so that's another point of error. And lastly, and this is something that may not be a big factor, but when people have to self-report the enrollment number, they just don't know it. And they kind of guess at what their enrollment number is, and that somehow ends up on the application or through the in the portal. Okay, but with that said, the plan is, and the approach has been updating the portal information. Okay, that would be, and we've had discussions with the folks from the controller's office of how to go about doing that. And I know we had a meeting several weeks back about a possible vendor coming and helping us clean up data. And actually, I do need to catch up with them on how that's going. One thing, in the meantime, the folks from the controller's office from hardship, they provided a spreadsheet to us of all the duplicates, the shared numbers, and we're slowly trying to update that information to get back to them of what the correct enrollment numbers are. Okay, and to that end, some hardship staff, they do have access to our enrollment database. Okay, so when they, in those cases where they see duplicates, they can go into our enrollment database and find out what the correct number is. And so they do have access, which is something that helps them figure out whose enrollment number belongs to who. Okay, and lastly, we're just doing it one by one, and that's been very, very slow. Okay. In addition, trying to clear up these duplicates, our office, we're trying to enroll all these different folks, and we've got over 1,000 pending enrollments that we need to do. Okay, and that's in addition to what we have to do, our other duties, making sure that students get their CIBs for their scholarships, and we also have to make sure that we are compliant with ICWA cases where children who aren't enrolled may be adopted out we need to make sure that they're enrolled prior to that happening. And of course, if Che gets flown out to a hospital and the hospital needs documentation of his enrollment status, of course, we'll deal with those issues first, okay? But for the most part, that's my my report. We just need to update the portal information and hopefully work with the vendor that OOC's looking to work with, complete that spreadsheet that we received.
I don't have any minutes of that.
All right. Cordet.
Hakushila. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Let me give the pro temp speaker chair back to Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Iaga, you're back to the big chair.
Thank you for that, Chair Sell, for assisting me. Can you just okay, so we are now on Chair Hanyo with 35 seconds. The floor is yours. Chair Jamie Hanyo, you have 19 seconds. I'm sorry, 35 seconds. Last and final call, Chair Hanyo, 35 seconds.
I'll reserve my time. I'm sorry.
34 seconds left on the clock. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and do we have a new player? Yes, we have a new player, Delegate Paul Begay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, the members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, so thank you for the report. Really do want to express my appreciation for all the hard work that you and your staff are doing, Acting Controller Elizabeth McGay. I know that when it comes to numbers, just even looking at a spreadsheet of numbers is is enough to it's a very hard job to do. I understand that. Hopefully, our people also understand that. A while ago, there was mention of fake news. Something appeared on Facebook. I did also saw a post on Facebook. Had a listing of names. Names of those people who have checks waiting or needed to be picked up or something of that nature. I want to hear from you if that is also fake news or if that is legit. Because a lot of our people have seen that, and I do get calls telling me that their names are not on the list. And so that kind of made me think, I wonder if that listing was legit or just another fake news. Again, I just really wanted to express my appreciation for all the hard work that you've done so far and continue to do. I know that there's a lot of frustration of people out there trying to get their checks. And sure you're doing your part to try to satisfy getting the checks to them. So it sounds like there's a lot more people out there that are waiting for checks. And I also heard, which I like, is they have enough money to cover all the Navajo enrollment. So in due time, those that have not received their checks, hopefully will get them soon. I've also emailed you before and trying to help some of my constituents, and their response was good, and I do appreciate that. So, I know that it's a lot of hard work, and every now and then we need a little uplift and a little good words that can go a long ways for all the people that work hard for our nation. I'll consolidate this to save my time. I'm Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute and 24 seconds. Delegate Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead and move back on to reserve time. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have 2 minutes.
Chair, Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Delegate Begay. Floor is yours.
Okay, so now, I thought, back to my question. Madam Controller, thanks for your response. I believe that I'm not sure. I haven't received the update. $10 million.
Delegate Elmer Begay, we can't hear you.
Okay, John, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
It's not down. Madam Controller, yeah, your response. But I think I'm more interested in the 17 million that the controller, Office of Controller received that and see any expenditure that was made, and then also maybe terms that these fundings. I'm very interested in it, see how much were spent and how much was spent recorded. And another thing that I'm very interested in is maybe what will be the plan regarding if there's unexpenditure plans, if these not yet. Is there a plan that's in place? How are they going to spend it? It'll be directly going to the people for direct services, and also people are in need of fundings. And if you think that there's some funding that's going to be unspent, you know that if you share, there's some people like police and other not they're really interested and they're ready to spend money. So is there, if you look at all your fundings, the way they're spending, is there a way that you can look at it?
Begay, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to Delegate Vince James with 9 seconds. Delegate James.
Okay, Shanelle, Madam Chair, members of council and audience. My last question would be, what are your plans to open up the email and the phone lines regarding hardship checks when we have individuals calling in? Thank you.
Delegate James, you have no more time. We'll go ahead and move forward to Delegate Raymond Smith. You have 19 seconds. Delegate Smith. Delegate Raymond Smith, you have 19 seconds. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I've heard enough on behalf of the report, and I just want to ask one last question. On the ARPA funds, are we authorized to invest that? I just want to make sure. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. You have no more time. Chair Henyo, you have 34 seconds.
Okay, Speaker Pro Tem. Just want to express gratitude to the Madam Controller, Elizabeth Gay, and her staff for doing all the work that they can, what they can do for the people here when it comes to the hardship checks, and that they're for everything. And so keep up the good work and hang in there. Thank you for your service to the people here. Thank you. If I'm in order, I'd like to motion to cease debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. We do have one delegate who does have time left over, and that's Delegate Paul Begay, who does have 1 minute and 24 seconds. Delegate Paul Begay, did you have any further questions, or do you agree to have this report, the debate, ceased at this time?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. I do agree we had a lot of good discussions. And with that, I'd like to second Brother Henyo's motion to cease debate. Thank you. Now, I'll let go of the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Delegate Begay. So with that, colleagues, a motion to cease debate has been made under Rule 12 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. We can proceed forward to the ceased debate. However, if a colleague feels that they want to challenge this decision to cease debate, you can call a point of order. Not hearing anything, just as a reminder, we will need 2/3 of the delegates casting votes to vote in favor of seizing this debate. So a motion has been made to seize debate. Motion made by Chair.
Delegate Yellowhair requested a point of order.
Point of order called by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, what is your point of order?
My point of order, I ran out of my minutes. I have very important issues I'd like to bring. I'd like to borrow anybody have minutes. I have not called in. If I may request through my colleagues, if you have one, give me at least maybe 2 minutes. That's my point of order. If I'm in order, Pro Tem Chairwoman Shad.
Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair. So point of order is Rule 25. If a motion, procedure, remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise a point of order. A point of order motion shall not be used to engage in additional debate. A point of order in this case for a cease debate can be used to challenge the speaker's decision to cease debate. In this case, there was no challenge. So a motion has been made to cease debate. The motion is made by Chair Jamie Henio. We need a second. Second by Delegate Paul Begay. So with that again, colleagues, it will require 2/3 of the delegates casting a vote in order to seize this debate. So with that, staff, can I get assistance with a roll call vote, please?
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Vince James. Delegate James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Temp Speaker, and then members of the council audience. I did make a request to hear from Auditor General, Ms. Helen Brown.
Delegate Vince James, are you done talking, making your point of privilege?
Yes, my point of privilege is Ms. Helen Brown from Auditor General on the line.
Point of privilege was raised by Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James did ask this question. Ms. Helen Brown is on the line. I'm going to go ahead and recognize that point of privilege. Well, we are getting ready to vote for the cease debate. Because this point of privilege was raised prior to the motion made for the cease debate, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over now to Ms. Helen Brown. After she provides her information, we will then proceed forward to the roll call vote to cease debate. Ms. Helen Brown.
Madam Pro Tem Chair, can I call a point of order? Delegate Freeland.
Point of order by Delegate Freeland. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. Just a question, maybe to Office of Ledge Counsel. If this request is made to have the Auditor General come online, would we have to amend the agenda for this accommodation? Thank you.
Delegate Freeland, just as a recap, Delegate Vince James did call a point of order asking that that we get information from the Auditor General regarding the hardship report that was provided. I'm sorry, not the hardship report. It was the report on the special duty pay and the hazard pay. There was also, in that same line of questioning regarding the point of privilege, there was also a request for the duplications of the CID, where we did call Mr. Ronald Duncan to answer that question. Again, this all relates back to the Office of the Controller's report regarding the hardship fund. Part of that hardship fund reporting was special duty pay and hazard pay. I can go ahead and turn the floor over to Ms. Dana Bobroff regarding your question, Delegate Freeland, but I just wanted to recap that there was a point of privilege that was called by Delegate Vince James requesting this information prior to the motion to cease debate. Ms. Bobroff, are you on the line?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I am on the line, and because the question is specifically comes out of the Controller's report, it should be fine to have the Auditor General present an answer to that question. I don't think you have to amend the agenda to schedule a different report. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbara. So with that, the point of order has been raised and that point of order has been answered. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over now to the Auditor General to give us some information. Ms. Brown,
Yeah.
point of order raised by Chair Henyo.
Yes, Shananta. You did call for the question and to move forward with the vote, and we're right in the middle of voting. So Legislative Council, is it in order to stop the voting to allow for more debate? Because the motion to cease debate has already been called in a second, and as Speaker Pro Tem, you did call for the question and ask the staff to begin the voting process when the point of privilege was asked. So I'd just like to get that clarified because we need to get back in order.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. Rule 16, point of privilege. Rule 16C does state that the council delegate raising the point of privilege may interrupt a speaker and a vote in progress. The speaker shall immediately address the point of privilege raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. Point of privilege, Rule 16B does state any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in any additional debate. In this case, as I stated, Delegate Vince James did raise a point of privilege requesting information from the Auditor General. He also requested some more information regarding the duplications of CIB from Mr. Ronald Duncan. Mr. Ronald Duncan did provide some information, but per the rules of order for the Navajo Nation Council, Rule 16 does state that a point of privilege can be raised when there is a vote in progress. And I believe that my ruling is that since Delegate Vince James had requested this information from the Auditor General prior to the motion to cease debate, I did make the decision that in this case that the Auditor General can provide information, and upon the completion of her report, we can go ahead and proceed forward with our vote to cease debate. Ms. Barbara, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. I'm just explaining my reasoning for allowing Ms. Brown to continue with her report and also reading Rule 16, point of privilege. Ms. Barbara? Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara.
My apologies. I was on mute. I did not, Madam Chair, I did not realize that you had already started the vote. I think that if it was just documents that were being requested, I think that would be fine. Now you're requesting, now Mr. James, I guess, Delegate James is requesting a report that is somewhat different. If you read Rule 16B, it says any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsors. So this is a little awkward because there's not necessarily a sponsor of a report. They're just put on there. So I think that since I don't have since there's nothing to dispute your ruling, Madam Chair, I think it can stand and it can, of course, be challenged. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dana. So with that, my ruling in this case, there's no such thing as question of privilege. There's a point of privilege and there's a point of order. Point of privilege.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you
What?
identify yourself?
This is Delegate Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay, point of privilege.
Yeah, my point of privilege. We were just recited the rule saying that point of order cannot be used to engage in further debate. Now it seems like the ruling is kind of contradictory. Can you help me understand that? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Begay. Rule 16, page 9 of 14 in our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order states that the council delegate raising the point of privilege may interrupt a speaker in a vote in progress. In this case, there was a motion and a second to cease debate. That is a vote in progress. Delegate Vince James calls a point of privilege, asking if he can get the final report from the Auditor General regarding his point of privilege that he had made prior to the motion that was made on the seized debate. Delegate Vince James had requested information regarding an audit that was mentioned by Controller Elizabeth Begay. In that same point of privilege, Delegate Vince James also requested the plan regarding the duplication of the census or the CIB numbers for the hardship. That was also covered in the Controller's report. That was done prior to the motion to cease debate. Just as I called the motion and the second to cease debate, and prior to the actual voting taking place, Delegate Vince James called a point of privilege. Again, per Rule 16C, it does state that he can do that when there's a vote in progress. And you are correct that he cannot do this to engage in additional debate, which is why I said that Auditor General Brown can answer Delegate Vince James's question, and then from there we will proceed forward to the vote on the seized debate. That way there's no additional debate that will be taking place.
Madam Chair, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
A question to Dana. The point of privilege now for the James is that the what I need the Picaho. The call about what the request is allowed. But my question is like a motion to recess or motion to table or motion to adjourn or a motion to cease debate. Any motion either debate what within there those motions. I do understand if we were voting on the legislation, etc., or something, a voting starts, maybe eyes at the debate what and so on. Because what takes precedence over any other point of order or whatever, point of privilege, etc. Hey, I just want to know what takes precedence. This cease debate, is that or not? Is it or not? The Dana,
Thank you, Delegate. So I think that's an excellent question. Dana, does a motion to cease debate or a point of privilege take precedence?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Delegate So. The Rule 16 does not make a distinction about whether it is vote on a legislation or vote on a motion. And so because it doesn't make a distinction, I think the point, the ability to raise the point of privilege to interrupt a speaker or a vote in progress, I do believe that's allowable for a motion to cease debate. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Dana. So just so I'm clear, the point of privilege can be raised even when there's a motion to cease debate. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that the challenge here is that instead of asking for additional documents, you're asking, actually, as I'm understanding it, you're asking the Auditor General to come make a report. So with her making a report, if she comes in and she makes a report and nobody questions it, then I think you're fine. If people start asking questions and such, you're going to start moving into additional debate. As many of your rules, they don't address every single situation. But in short, I think it's okay to ask for additional information. I think that the point of privilege can interrupt a vote in progress on a motion to cease debate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So with that, Auditor General, you will give us your report, and delegates, we cannot engage in no further debate. You will answer the question that was raised by a point of privilege raised by Delegate Vince James, and then we'll proceed forward at that point with the roll call vote. Auditor Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, and to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Helen Brown. I'm the Delegated Auditor General. First, I do want to apologize. I was on the call earlier. I just wasn't able to unmute myself. So, but I am here to answer Delegate Vince James's question. To make sure I am going to answer the question correctly, can I have that question repeated for me, if you don't mind, Madam Pro Tem Speaker? Thank you.
Delegate Vince James, in a clear, concise manner, can you repeat the question that you raised regarding the audit that was mentioned by the Office of the Controller? Delegate Vince James?
Another Pro Tem Speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, audience, other Ms. Helen Brown, thank you for getting on the line. My question was in regards to the report that was provided by our acting controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, indicating that the compile was done and provided to your office. In return, my question was the time frame. It was indicated from your office, quote, that you would have the audit report completed within the month of May or June, and we are in the month of July. And so when will we have a completed audit report regarding the special and hazard duty pay? Thank you.
Auditor General Brown, the floor is yours to answer.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, and also Delegate Vince James. Yes, I can confirm the Office of the Auditor General is currently conducting a special review of the special duty and hazard pay that were paid to Navajo Nation employees. The period for our audit is beginning October 2019 to September 2021. I have two auditors assigned to this engagement. Unfortunately, our office is going through some vacancies. I have 6 vacancies in our office, so I only have 2 auditors that are currently assigned to this project. As Mr. James had indicated, I did indicate to the Navajo Times reporter a timeline that we had in mind to complete this engagement. Unfortunately, we're still going through with the audit. It's in the quality review stages. Based on our audit standards that we use when we conduct our audits, audit standards that we have to comply with, all of the audit work that's performed by our auditors have to go through quality review, meaning that everything that they are compiling while doing the audit, while they are verifying, examining, validating, like the controller had indicated, all of their work has to be reviewed by someone other than the team to make sure that the information they collected is all accurate and it's sufficient and appropriate to support any findings that we're going to indicate in our report. So we are currently going through that phase right now. I anticipate that to be completed by the end of this month. We are working with an outside individual to provide that quality review because of limited staffing right now within the Auditor General's office. The other issue that I have right now is the 2 members of the audit team are currently addressing family emergencies. They are out of the office this week and likely going into next week. One is because of COVID-related matters, and the other one is a urgent family emergency. Unfortunately, these are things that I have no control over, but it's important for my staff to be there with their families during these emergencies. So right now, the team is not available to address the audit, but as soon as they return to the office, they will be taking care of the project. So with that in mind, we're looking at likely August, going into August to address the report. They are drafting the report. There is a lot of information that they had to compile. As Acting Controller Begay had indicated, the special duty hazard pay, those are 2 different types of payments that were made. Right now, for the 2-year period that we looked at, that total over $17 million. And those are across the CARES Act funds, the general funds, and the federal funds, the K accounts. And these are involving exempt and non-exempt individuals. And we're looking at payments that were made across the 3 branches, the executive branch, judicial, and legislative branch. And all of that $17 million came up to over 17,000 transactions. Our audit's not going to look at 100% of that, but we're looking at least about 1,100 transactions. And that's a lot of transactions that the 2 auditors had to look into in terms of documentation. There's documentation that is over at the warehouse in Fort Defiance. There's documentation at the controller's office. They have to be going back and forth. So they spend about 2 months trying to track down records, trying to verify some of this information. So it's been a very time-consuming process, but they have completed that phase, and now their work is going through quality review, and we're drafting their report. So that is the latest update that I have for Delegate Vince James and members of the council. And the other issue I remember hearing about is whether our report is going to be disclosing information about the employees. Our audit standards requires us to confer with our legal department on that matter. Typically, our audit reports, we don't put names of individuals or personal information in there. I know this is of interest to not only to members of the council, but also to the media, but we have to be very cautious in terms of how that information will be shared with the public. So I will be needing to confer with the legal department, and I need to ensure that I am complying with the Navajo Nation Privacy Act. I need to determine whether this employee information should be handled as confidential information, because these employees, they have employee rights under the Navajo Nation personnel policy. So those are things that we have to all take into consideration, but it's a lot of information that the auditors have to compile, and we want to make sure it's correct information that we're going to be disclosing in our report, because we don't want the information to be misinterpreted. So this has been a very important step for us to make sure somebody comes in and reviews our numbers and reviews all of the work that's being done. It's taking longer than we had anticipated, but we are committed to finishing this audit and issuing a report. And so I'm just respectfully asking the council and the public to be patient with my office as we go through this audit. So that will complete my report. Thank you, Delegate Vince James and members of the council.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And as a reminder, colleagues, a point of privilege shall not be used to engage in any additional debate per Rule 16B of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. I believe the question has been answered by the Auditor General. We were at the motion to cease debate. The motion was made by Chair Hanyo, second by Delegate Paul Begay. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with the roll call vote, and this is to cease debate. Staff, can you assist with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Taylor votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles, oh, I'm sorry, apologies. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati.
This is Delegate Kenneth Bacrati. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman. Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, vote speak red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Speaker Pro Tem, with a vote of 18 in favor, 4 opposed, and Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that. So the motion to cease debate does pass. We will now proceed forward. There was a motion made for the report. Motion was made by, did you receive the financial report from the Controller's Office? Motion made by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Delegate Pernell Colonna. This vote, colleagues, is to approve the report, the financial report provided from the Controller's Office. Staff, can you help me with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kinners-Valcrotti. I'll vote red on the report. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, please, so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Thank you. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, pro temp speaker, with the vote of 18 in favor, 3 opposed, and pro temp speaker not voting.
Thank you for that. With a vote of 18 in favor, the report from the controller is hereby accepted. Thank you, Controller Begay, for your time. You are hereby excused from providing or finishing the report. So with that, we move down to the next item on the agenda. We are still on oral report. We are on oral report 6B, Indian Health Services. Do we have someone from Indian Health Services on the line?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Rosalind So. I am on the line. I'm the area director. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O, for being on the line. Colleague, I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel back to Speaker Damon
Madam Chair?
at this time.
Oh, she got it. She doesn't bring out, but did you?
I'm sorry. Was that Rico? Was that you?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for helping assist too. As I had to jump on another call. Thank you for being, as always, Madam Chair, for your assistance. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. And good afternoon, everyone. The time now is 3:26 p.m. We are on day 2, July 19th of our summer session. We are here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Great Navajo Nation. Presiding again is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We just got done receiving a financial report from the Office of the Controller. And thank you, Madam Chair, for presiding over the report there. We're moving on down to item number 6, oral reports. There was a recommendation. It seems like there was a combined report between the financial report. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, but and then there was an oral report, item number 6A, update report from the Office of Controller, Office of Management Budget, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding that memo dated July 7th, 2022, addressed to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director regarding the 2023 recommended budget regarding the Veterans Trust Fund program and the Veterans Trust Fund home. So with that, colleagues, is there a motion on that report? Motion by Honorable Halona. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Bench James. Colleagues, this is an oral report, and again, it seems like there was a combination of both the fiscal, the controller's report, and then also an update on the Veterans Trust Fund. So, is there any other further questions at this time? So either the Office of Management and Budget, Office of the Controller, or Department of Justice regarding the Veterans Administration budget.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. I do have a question.
Okay. With that, again, Madam Chair or staff, correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a report that was given by OMB earlier? How about Department of Justice? No?
Speaker, from the information, we did get the report from the Controller's office, and there was also the coverage on the Veterans Trust Fund from the Controller's office. However, Speaker, there was not an official report given by the Department of Justice regarding that memorandum. There was just the memorandum that was alluded to by Mr. Jimmy from the Controller's office. So the Department of Justice did not provide the report, and then we also did not get the report from the OMB.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Speaker.
So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the Department of Justice at this time, as Department of Justice is standing by for a report. So Department of Justice, 20 minutes combined with the Office of Management and Budget. I think it's Ajwa and I think Peggy had it set up earlier. It's not Kai. Anybody on from the Department of Justice?
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. This is
Delegate
Ajwa.
James.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Point of privilege, Honorable Mr. Ajwa, can you hold on real quick from the Department of Justice? Good afternoon, Honorable Bench James. What's your point of privilege?
Good afternoon, Speaker, members of council and audience. In regards to oral report on a first item update report by Office of the Controller, and we've already voted on the Controller's report. And so, for instance, for like me, I have no more minutes. So does my new minute start for this new particular item under oral report as a?
There's a whole new motion. You got 5 minutes. It's a whole new motion. With that, we go back to the floor. Ajwa.
Point of order.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hino. Is it point of order?
Oh, Speaker Damon. You called for a motion in a second before we could actually hear the report. So if you can ask a motion party in a second to withdraw their motion, then we can be back in order. That's my point of order.
Yes, it's been done both ways, but collectively, in order for us to go ahead and hear a motion for any action item, the report is given for, or the motion or second, but on reports, item number 5, honorable, the report that was given right before this, we received a motion from Honorable Nathaniel Brown and a second by Honorable Halona prior to hearing the Controller's report. Correct? Yes. And that's the same way I just did this. Honorable Halona got the motion, Honorable Bench James got the second. Now I'm going to the floor. So with that, I'm going to continue on down. Ajwa, back to you, back to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Good afternoon, Speaker, members of council. While I will be given a portion of the report, the other portion will be given by my colleague, Mr. Chris Schneider, who works with the Human Services and Government Unit of DOJ. And so I would like to, with your permission, Speaker, turn it over to Mr. Schneider first for the first portion of DOJ's report.
Great, go ahead.
Speaker, this is Adjo. I apologize. I'm not sure if Mr. Schneider is having connectivity issues. I know that he was traveling also to deal with some child welfare issues, cases and hearings. So I will go ahead and get started. My portion of the report is to reiterate what Mr. Jeremy Jimmy reported earlier this morning about the effect of having the 2018 and the 2021 amendments in terms of how and why OOC needed to recalculate the projected available budget amount for fiscal year 23 coming from the Veterans Trust Fund. So in essence, I'm sorry, delegates, let me say that the information that I am about to go over is in the report that was referenced earlier by Mr. Jimmy on pages 1 and 2. In essence, OOC has to determine the projected fiscal revenue for the Navajo Nation each year, and then from there are directives in the statute on how the monies that have been calculated are to be allocated. And so currently with the 2018 amendment in force and the 2021 amendment in force, when you put the directives from both of those amendments together, that is the reason that there is a new calculation. And so OOC followed through on the directives that are in the statute per the amendments. And that's how OOC came up with their new calculation. I would like to point out that prior to the Office of the Controller and the Acting Controller issuing the revised projected budget schedule for the Veterans Trust Fund, that I, along with Mr. Jimmy, my colleague, Mr. Schneider, and Director Zwerlein met several times and went through the amendments and what we each understood was being directed. Basically, what was the effect of having both the 2018 amendment and the 2021 amendment. That really is the extent of my portion of the report. I work in the Tax and Finance Unit, so for me, my association with this has been about what OOC understands when reading the statute and how OOC does the calculations. Again, if my colleague, Mr. Schneider, is on the line, I will let him speak to the rest of the issues. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ajwa. With that, Mr. Chris Snyder, are you on the line?
I am on the line now, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, great. Floor is yours.
Thank you. The Navajo Trust Fund was established by CJY 4698 and is codified at 12 NNC 1176 at SEC. The intended purpose of the trust fund is to provide ongoing funding for veterans programs, projects, services, and activities. There was an initial $6 million appropriation. The code required a portion of the projected revenue for the upcoming fiscal year to be transferred to the trust fund. The monies in the trust fund are invested according to the Navajo Nation investment guidelines. The code directed use of the income generated for investing in the trust fund, assuming a 4% annual return on the investment. However, market fluctuations meant that the income available per year did not always reach the assumed 4% level. The Council Resolution CS 1813 directed that the nation budget a sum equal to at least 4% of any and all projected revenues of the Navajo Nation to be added to the annual return on investment of the trust fund to yield income for use by the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. There were amendments done in 2018 and 2021. The 2018 amendments, the Council in Resolution CJA 0218 amended the expenditure of the Veterans Trust Fund. Essentially, this legislation changed the measure of the amount of funds to be expended by changing the formula / percentage of the distribution of the VTF related funds so that funds were to be reinvested to help ensure principal growth. Some funds were earmarked for veterans housing, and the remainder of the funds were to be used for tribal grants and administrative needs. That was the amendments in 2018. In 2021, after the establishment of the Veterans Housing Program, the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council recommended that 12 NNC Section 1171 be amended to incorporate the creation of the housing program. Council Resolution CJY 46-21 amended 12 NNC Section 1171 by again changing the formula of distribution of VTF related funds, specifically the amount to be earmarked for the Veterans Housing Program, which was to come from at least 4% of all projected revenues of the Navajo Nation. I think that at this point, my colleague Aja was going to explain our interpretation of the 2018 and 2021 amendments and how there's a little conflict between both of the amendments. It's not that either of the legislation is bad, it's just they're both operating at the same time, and due to that, it's reducing the amount of funds that are available for veterans. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Ajwa.
Speaker, if I may.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Snyder. Ajwa, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, delegates, to sum up what Mr. Snyder has just gone over, the effect was that in 2018, the amendment was made that directed the way the money should be allocated. And then in 2021, the amendment was made that directed where the money should be allocated. And as Mr. Schneider pointed out, they're both in force. And so now when you read the statute from the beginning, section 1171, and you go in order, what we end up with is by the time you get to the language that was amended in 2018, which is at section 1176, the directive there is that OOC should take money which has now been moved into principal and use it for assistance under this statute. Unfortunately, if you look at a different section 1175 of the statute, it's clear that principal cannot be touched without a referendum that's adopted by 2/3 of all registered Navajo voters. So that once money gets characterized as principal, it is no longer available as part of the the annual division for the budget in terms of what's available to go to the different parts of veterans assistance programs. And so that's, in a nutshell, how OOC has ended up with revised numbers that show a much lower total that is going to certain areas of veterans assistance than has been done in years prior. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation at this time?
Yes, Speaker, it concludes DOJ's portion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. That, colleagues, you did hear earlier from the Office of the Controller. I know the Office Controller is still on the line. I don't know if Office of the Controller has anything else to add on that was possibly maybe wasn't reiterated earlier discussion underneath the Controller's report, or if there's any additional information you'd like to add on at this time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. We do not have any additional report to provide. We already provided all the information that we have earlier in our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. With that, let me go ahead and go to Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Dominic Bial, are you on the line, you and your team members?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I am here. This is Dominic Bial.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Bial, the floor is yours if you'd like to add on to the discussion.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and members of the council, and everybody that's listening to the meeting. First of all, I would say that my office, OMB, we concur with the reports as provided by the Office of the Controller and the Department of Justice. Our primary role, OMB, in this particular matter is simply when the fund balance, when the fund allocation is determined by the Office of the Controller for all special revenue, fiduciary, and proprietary funds. We simply use that balance to work with the respective program division or branch in preparing their budget or budgets in plural. So that's the extent of our role in this. So when the budgets come, we just check like we do any other budget to ensure that the calculations are correct, that the proper rates, schedules, amounts, and so forth are being used pursuant to the latest budget instructions manual, and so forth. So the discussion, the primary discussion up to this point is the prior legislations that have already been explained by OOC and and DOJ, and how the discrepancy was found, resulting in a change in the fund balances. So our office, OMB, again, we were not involved in those meetings and those discussions. And we simply work, as I said, with the fund balance that results from those determinations. Mr. Speaker, members of the council, that's OMB's participation in this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. That concludes the report. That, colleagues, there is a motion and a second. Let me go ahead and go to the floor at this time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good afternoon. Any comments or questions?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the report. My quick question is, so the 50-50 formula that has been used for years by veterans is illegal. Is that correct? I reserve my time.
4 minutes and 50. 50? 52. 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Reserve time. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, appreciate the report. In reviewing the Office of the Controller, the Department of Justice report that we received, I'm looking at CJA 0218 with the summary, and also looking at CJ, gosh, where's that other one? The one that was passed last year for the 2021. Oh, I'm sorry, CJY 4621. And so I'm pulling it off of DIBS, and I'll need help from staff. And Speaker, I'm not sure, I'm trying to remember, was the 2018 resolution, was the intent, I'm asking you, Speaker, because were you the sponsor of that legislation? And was the intent to give the veterans an increase in their supplemental funding? And if I could get a brief summary from DOJ about CJY 4621. I'm not sure who drafted that legislation. I just want to make sure if the intent, or if there's language in there that the intent is to reduce the supplemental funding for the veterans. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
What is it? 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Reserve your time. With that, let me go back to Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Adjoa, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ajwa.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good. Sorry.
Thank you. Delegates, first to Delegate Charles Newton's question about the 50-50 formula, I will defer that to my colleague, Mr. Schneider, because he works particularly with NNVA, and to Delegate Crotty's question about whether the intent of the 2018 resolution was to give veterans an increase in their supplemental funding. I also cannot answer that because I did not work on that legislation at the time. What I can say about both the 2018 resolution and the 2021 resolution is that OOC and in conjunction TFU, the Tax and Finance Unit's reading is just that it seems to have been just a duplication of directives. And so I can't speak to intent, but the effect is just to basically have more money that ends up in the principal pot that ends up being reinvested for the future. So in that sense, it seems like the desire perhaps was to ensure the continual growth of the fund. As to how much was to be made available each fiscal year to NNVA, specifically to individual veterans, that I just can't speak to because I did not work on either of these legislations, nor do I work with NNVA. So Speaker, if I may, I will turn it over to Mr. Schneider to answer any of the remaining questions.
A point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Ottawa. That point of privilege, Madam Chair, Evercrotty, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Yes, for my point of privilege, if I could ask staff to send out the CJY 46-21. I'm reading the memo by the president, and
You have that?
it really counters what we're hearing now from the administration. Thank you, Speaker.
It's with the president's memo on there.
Over in the queue, Chair.
Thank you. That, Mr. Schneider, anything else to add on? Mr. Schneider from the Department of Justice. Not. Madam Controller, any other response?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we do not have any additional information except for that, as Adjoa stated, we base our calculation on increasing the contribution to the principal of the Veterans Trust Fund. And is based on that 2021 amendments. So the extra money that we calculated instead of going to the Veterans Trust Fund program, it went to the Veterans Trust Fund principal as intended in 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back then to the floor. Any other comments or questions at this time?
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Özone kore samet siyasatta. Nes kaziye kore. So, yeah.
Go to our room.
Ask a question to Dana. And maybe the DOJ can also listen on it. I've been a councilman for 3.5 years. As I understand, with the legislation becomes a resolution when it goes across the office of the president and vice president when he signs it. Then it goes wherever it's going to go, where the legislation requires the division or others. Maybe there has any lagi based on any nasa or nasa in president. Are egg and usually hagi and ocean are I don't debate in this. They had a senior division that the Haitian veteran officer, a year now in this. The Shea Council delegate a Hadilia. They put out the need. So, President Abiyat go, oh, I should have said this is actually that becomes a law, a resolution. From then on, it becomes a pursuit, layman's term, where the division can say pursuant to this section, etc. I'm requesting for this fund right here, or I'm doing this job right here. If that's right, Dana, I always wondered why we question our own legislation that we took across to the president and signs it, becomes a law, and the division or any other departments will start working with it as a pursuit to that section of what we approve as a council delegate. And it's mainly those discussions that we have on the floor constantly. Every time we have every time we people asking for our funds. Now, save my minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. So 2 minutes and 44 seconds. On reserve time. Any other comments or questions before I go back?
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Point of privilege. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Charles. What is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is per the document that was given to us by the Controller's Office. Can you or somebody like pinpoint the page and also the part that covers the Veterans Trust Fund and then also the Housing Trust Fund for Veterans? I don't know if that was reported in here, and I'm not used to getting the I guess the auditor's report. So I apologize, Speaker. I'm trying to find that in the report that she just provided. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair Charles Newton, the report that you just now showed me, is that the report is that the controller's report that was given out today?
Yes, Speaker, it is.
And you're trying to look for the veterans information in there?
Yes, Speaker, I am.
That was that document that was sent out earlier by Mr. Rob Willie that was sent to Ms. Yazzie. And what time did you send that out, or Mr. Rico? That's it. Is there another one? Oh, that's a 3-page report. Yeah, this is one I got. Is that what you're looking for, Madam Chair Charles Newton?
No, Speaker, I see the 3-page report that was given to us, but it doesn't give us like the actual balance of what we have in the trust fund. That's why I'm like trying to look at the controller's report.
You're trying to look for the actual balance of the Veterans Trust Fund?
Yes, in the controller's report.
Madam Chair, okay, with that, I'm gonna turn back over. There's a question of privilege. Madam Controller?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I did not include the balance of the Veterans Trust Fund. I can email it right now as soon as I find it. But as I stated earlier, there's 248 million right now at the Veterans Trust Fund. But I'll find it and I'll email it to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As that information will be sent out as soon as they get that over to either Mr. Rico, Madam Controller, if you could send that to Mr. Rico or Chief of Staff, Mr. Shirley Yazzie. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Let me go ahead and go back to answer Honorable Eugene So's question back to Ms. Barbara, Officer of the City Council.
Thank you. This is Dana Barbara, Chief Legislative Counsel, and thank you for the question, Delegate So. I think that I think Delegate So's question was if Council approves the resolution or a legislation, it does go across the street. If the President signs it, it does become law. It becomes the responsibility of divisions, etc., divisions programs to comply with it. President Nez did sign CJY 4621 into law. I do not know who the president has reviewed legislations as far as his staff goes. I don't know if division directors are involved, etc., before he signs them into law. But this one, CJY 4621, was signed into law by the president. The one thing that I will add is it sounds to me like the Controller's Office and the Department of Justice misunderstood the purpose of CJY 4621. As it said in the legislation summary, when it was first heard by the council, the legislation summary says that this legislation, if approved, will amend the Navajo Nation Trust Fund to restructure the distribution provisions to the Navajo Veterans Housing Program. This legislation was sponsored by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. He might expand further on the purpose, but it was my understanding when the legislation was requested and drafted, the goal was to increase funding for veterans housing, and that funding was to come out of what was allocated to the Veterans Administration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Okay, colleagues, let me go ahead. Any other comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newman, 4 minutes and 52 seconds.
To reserve my time.
Reserve time. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair Amber Crowdy, good afternoon. 3 minutes and 33 seconds on reserve time.
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to ask Office of the Controller and Department of Justice to respond to the insight that Ms. Barbara provided regarding the 2021 legislation, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
3 minutes and 20 seconds. Going back to going on down. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 44 seconds on reserve time.
Come on, yes, sir.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 42 seconds. With that, let me go back to Nomination Department of Justice.
Yes, Speaker, this is Adra.
Yes, Audra, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, to your question about asking DOJ to respond to the insight provided by Ms. Bobroff, at least for the Tax and Finance Unit and in our discussions with OOC, yes, the 2021 amendment did increase the amount of money that was specifically going to Navajo, to the Navajo Veterans Housing Program at Section 1171 of the statute. The way that the Tax and Finance Unit and the Office of the Controller read what is happening in CJA 0218, however, is that resolution amended a different portion of the statute. And so our reading is that both the amended language that took effect in 2018 and the amended language that took effect in 2021 are in effect, because each resolution, CJA 0218 and CJY 4621, amended different parts of that statute. And Speaker, I would like to add that my colleague, Mr. Schneider, was having difficulty unmuting himself on the phone. And so I'm not sure if he is on now and has anything to add from his perspective. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, just a point of order. I didn't hear all of Adjua's response. The audio got muddied on my side. I just need to know if that also happened on your side. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. There's a point of order. I came in pretty perfect over here on my side. Ajwa, I don't know if you want to respond again.
Sure.
And then I can go back to if Mr. Snyder is available.
Yes, Speaker, I can do that. Thank you. Delegate Crotty, I was in essence agreeing with Ms. Barbroff, or at least as I understood Ms. Barbroff's comment, that the 2021 amendment increased the amount of money that specifically went to the Navajo Veterans Housing Program. I, however, pointed out that the 2018 amendment, or excuse me, let me say that the 2021 amendment specifically dealt with Section 1171 of the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund part of the statute, but the 2018 amendment made changes to Section 1176 of that part of the statute. And so they, from the Tax and Finance and OOC's reading, both the changes are in effect. And that is why, in essence, that's why OOC issued a revised statement on available monies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? before I go back to reserve time? Not Madam Chair Charleston, and I'll come back to you on reserve time. 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So I guess my question is, if we currently have, as of March 31st, 2022, in the trust fund, $248,841,958, we are missing an additional $2 million. Is that correct? I'm trying to figure out how there's a shortage with the Veterans Trust Fund. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that reserve time at 4 minutes and 21 seconds, 26 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Chair, or actually Madam Controller first, because there might be some other questions resolving off what you state. With that, let me go to Madam Controller. Response at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair Charles, question. Let me defer that response to Mr. Jeremy Jimmy. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm sorry about that, Speaker. Can I get the question again, please? I was trying to look up something while you guys were talking.
Without taking away from your time, Madam Chair Charleston, could you please reiterate your question?
Yes. So my question is, we just received the Navajo Trust Fund report, and there's $248,841,958. The fund balance as of March 31st, 2022. The president reported yesterday that there was a shortage for the Veterans Trust Fund, and he did say that they would be looking for additional funds to help cover that shortage. And part of that was that the 50-50 formula couldn't be used anymore. So now my question is, with the $248 million currently as the fund balance, how much are we short for the veterans, for veterans this year? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you. So that 248 million, that's a blend of investment income and principal. Now, according to the code, we can't touch the principal without a 2/3 vote from the Navajo population. So what we look at is, when we look at the budget, is a two funding source that I went over earlier, which is the investment income generated from the assets, and also the projected revenue for the upcoming year. So FY23, the projection. So at that time, when we did the calculations, I'm not sure, it's kind of easier to refer back to my worksheet if you guys can bring that up. The one that was included with DOJ's report on page 3 of 3. So if I was to add up the interest income plus the projected revenue, it's 11 million that's available for the Veterans Program. If we go through the line by line of the law, that money gets directed into three pots, either the veterans program, the veterans home program, or back into the principal to be reinvested. So when he's talking about the shortfall, it's when we first calculated and what we're now calculating with the new interpretation, because it never took money away from this year's allocation. All it did was moved it to a different pot of money. So a lot of it came from the veterans program, and it moved it into the reinvestment. So the reinvestment ended up increasing a lot more from the veterans program. But altogether, it nets to zero. There's no change in it. It's just the amounts were directed differently.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that's the response to Madam Charles Newton's question about the shortfall. So actually, there's no shortfall. It's just the money was redirected to the fund principal. As a result, the recommended FY 2023 budget for the Veterans Trust Fund program got decreased because additional money went to the fund principal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then at this time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I pulled up the resolution from 2018 and looking at the sponsors, Speaker, you were the sponsor and we have a few sitting delegates who are co-sponsor. So if I could ask Department of Justice on this page, help me understand where you're reading that this funding will be redirected back into the reinvestment. So for example, the presumed 4.9 million. I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm getting clear on what's going on here.
Okay, with that, let me go back to Madam Controller. Reserve time at 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Speaker, if I may, this is Jeremy Jimmy.
Yes, go ahead.
Back earlier when I was walking through the calculations, it's really reading it line by line, the total veteran code from 1171 onward. So the definition of fund principal in section 1175 subsection A, that fits the definition of the 2% set aside back into the Veterans Trust Fund that was in 1171. That was amended by the CJY 4621. So when it talks about that 2% set aside into the Veterans Trust Fund, that fits the definition of principal. Therefore, that's where the interpretation is that it goes back into reinvestment for that 2% set aside from the general fund projected revenue. Thank you.
A question and privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. What's your question on privilege?
Speaker, it just may be on my end. I'm kind of having trouble hearing clearly. Did Mr. Jimmy, did he say section 1175 or section 1176?
With that, Mr. Jimmy?
The two codes I was referring to is 1175 subsection A and section 1171. Section 1171 of the code talks about the 2% set aside. That fits the definition of 1175A, which talks about the definition of the fund principal. Thank you.
Privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Crotty, are you asking a question?
Yes, I'm looking at the DOJ memo, Speaker, and
Madam Chair,
I don't have 1175. Do you have a copy of that, Speaker?
Of 1175?
I heard Mr. Jimmy say Title 12, Section 1175. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yes.
Okay, my DOJ memo, it's referring to Section 1171 and Section 1176. I would need a copy of that Section 1175, or where in this memo it addresses Section 1175. Thank you, Speaker.
Going back to Mr. Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, where are you referring to 1175 in the memo?
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Mr. Jimmy. That point of privilege, let me go over to Honorable Delegate James. Good afternoon, Honorable Delegate James. What is your point of privilege at this time?
Thank you, Shanale. Speaker, I don't know what happened there, but thank you for getting me back on. Shananda, the audience, the presenters from Kliniki. Can you repeat the three different categories of how the funding is broken down? Thank you.
With that, Mr. Jimmy? Somebody muted me.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So throughout the codes, the Veterans Codes in Title 12, it ends up in three pots of money, either into the Veterans Program, the Veterans Housing Program, or back into principal as reinvestment. As far as Delegate Crotty's question, I would like to defer that to DOJ Ajwa, if I may.
Okay, thank you with that. Is there any other further response from Department of Justice at this time, or Office Legislative Counsel?
Speaker, this is Ajwa from DOJ, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, to your question, if you are looking at the 3-page report that was previously prepared for HES committee and sent earlier today, to all delegates, I would refer you particularly to section 4 of that report, which is on page 2, where we put together a shorthand of our interpretation of what the effect is of having the 2018 amendment and having the 2021 amendment. So if you look at Romanet 1, it begins with OOC determines the projected fiscal revenue for the Navajo Nation. And then once OOC has that number, it's supposed to take 4% of that projected fiscal revenue. And then the code goes on, or this part of the code, goes on to say what is to happen to that 4% is to be divided in half. And so what is to happen to each half? Our understanding is that half of the 4% is to be placed in the trust fund as principal, essentially. And that is coming from, that's where Mr. Jimmy refers to section 1175 of the code, even though that was never amended in either 2018 or 2021. When we were working through to try and understand the way OOC was supposed to calculate the available amount of money, we looked to section 1175 of this portion of the code, which defines principal and income. And so that's the reference that Mr. Jimmy is making, that at 12 NNC 1175A, trust fund principal is defined as consisting of all Navajo Nation Council appropriations made pursuant to the tribal appropriation processes and procedures, semicolon, and any contributions made by any parties or entities. Excuse me. So if I could refer you back to that section 4 in the 3-page report. So after OOC determines the projected fiscal revenue for the Navajo Nation, and it determines what 4% of that projected fiscal revenue is, our understanding is that half of that 4% goes back into the trust fund as principal, and then the other half of that 4% goes specifically to the Veterans Housing Program. After that, then OOC determines the income that was earned, pays administrative fees, and then the Romanet 4 and 5 are really the 2018 amendments that talk about what is supposed to happen with the income earned. However, if you look at Romanet 5, it talks about using a remainder of the income earned and adding it to the projected set aside. As you'll see in brackets, we are understanding that to mean that the projected set aside is referring to that 4% that was in Romanet 2. But the 2021 amendment has already spoken for that sum of money and has put it towards, as we understand it again, towards principal. And so that's where, if you look at page 3 of the report, which has Mr. Jimmy's calculations, as he noted, or excuse me, I'm sorry, I believe it was Acting Controller Begay who noted that at the end of it, there is no difference in the amount of money, the total amount of money that is being considered. It's just that the original calculation didn't take into account the effect of the 2018 amendment plus the 2021 amendment. And so now there is more money that is going to the reinvestment pot, which means that there is less money that is available in the General Veterans Assistance Program pot. I hope that was clear. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments or questions? Going back to the floor before I go back to reserve time. Oh, good afternoon. Honorable Keelan Begay.
Good afternoon, Speaker, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The question that I have, maybe this could be probably a factor in this particular discussion. The current situation, because a lot of these fundings are investment category. So how much of this does affect the current market roller coaster at New York Wall Street? Peso New York the quick machine based on the investor if you follow the market on a daily basis, it's always that it's 500 in the red or something like that. Today it's over 700 non. So it is a factor based on the project area. Now that's the other area, speaker projection. There's no solid figure when the Veterans Trust Funds are being, any other funding. It's just a matter of a projection. Even the current fiscal year 2023, it's a projection. What happens if there is a shortfall? If not, if the projection was lower but the real income is higher? I don't know if DOJ or whoever could be able to answer that two question right there. Although there's also another factor because one person could make a projection of a figure than another person. We have an acting controller. No, what that's a project in the that's a banana speaker those three questions. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Two minutes and 27 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Controller and Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that question, Delegate Kialan Pigay. On the projection, let me just explain on the FY 2023 projection on the general fund revenue. We projected the crude oil at $92 per barrel. At the time when we were doing the projection, crude oil was at $110. So based on meetings we had with the Rowena Jeremiah, the Director for Minerals Department, we agreed on settling at $92 per barrel of crude oil projection on the general fund recurring revenue. That's lower than the price at that time for the crude oil, which was $110. And at the time, they're projecting the crude oil to go as high as $150 per barrel. But now the oil price went down. It's floating around $100. We're still okay because our projection was $92. But when recession hit, the market was talking about crude oil can go down as low as $60. So now our projection is too high, $92. We may not be able to generate the actual revenue as we projected if the oil price goes down to 60. But again, projection is what is going on in the market. So we're safe to say that $92 projection for the price of oil is realistic, but of course, we do not know what will happen in the future. If it's really gonna go down to 60, or it will still go up to 120 or 150. That's the risk of doing the projection. So with the Veterans Trust Fund, we're checking the market value right now, because the one we have was as of March 31st, 2022. The market value was $248,841,958. So we'll get you the market value as of the end of the quarter. We're checking now with our financial advisors, but the expectation with the volatility in the market this past quarter, it probably went down. So that's our response on the projected revenue for the general fund. Mr. Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Thank you very much. That point of privilege by Honorable Big James. Good afternoon, Honorable Big James. What is your point of privilege?
My point of privilege is on CJY 46-21. It states 4%, but on the third form of the report that we received earlier, Veterans Housing Program, Navajo Veterans Trust Fund, it indicates 2%. Is there a reason of that information not corresponding to CJY 46-21? Thank you.
That Department of Justice or Mr. Jimmy or Madam Controller?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate James, I'll defer the answer to Mr. Jeremy Jimmy.
Thank you for that. CJ1. So it would be in the code 1171, where it talks about the different set asides. I believe it's, if I can get my report. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. So if you're looking at CJY 4621, it'll be on page 2 of 6. It'll be still part of paragraph A, subsection A, from the previous page. About halfway down that paragraph, it talks about it. 1/2 of that 4% shall be transferred to the Navajo Veterans Trust Fund. The remaining 1/2 of that 4% shall be administered by the Department of Navajo Veterans Affairs. And so 1/2 of 4% is the 2%. And so in that worksheet, I just labeled it as 2%. But if you were to use the language from the code, it'll be 1/2 of 4% for the Veterans Housing Program, 1/2 of 4% for the Veterans Trust Fund. And then the market value, I wanted to answer that one because I have that up now. So we always have a lag with our reporting. So June's report just finally came in. And as of June 30th, the Veterans Trust Fund has a ending balance of $173,062,231.77. That's the ending value at the end of June. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was, before we get into the point of privilege, I did get there was further questions we just concluded with a response from Office of the Controller. I didn't know if anybody from both the Office of Legislative Counsel or from Department of Justice had a response to Honorable Keon Begay's question. Additional response.
Speaker, this is Edra from the Department of Justice, Tax and Finance Unit. I did not have anything to add to Madam Acting Controller's response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, then let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have colleagues in the queue.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege by Madam Chair Crotty. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Crotty. What is your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I would need the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund in its entirety because we're looking at different sections. Section 1176, that's the expenditure of the trust fund, but DOJ and OOC are looking at the establishment of the trust fund, section 1171. And I need to know what the original, before any of these amendments, the original Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, to know the intent. And I'm concerned at this point, the way the interpretation is moving forward, it is not the intent of the legislative intent for any of the resolutions. Thank you, Speaker. Is someone on your team working on this? As delegates, we're going to need additional support to understand the different amendments and the outcomes. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty to respond, at least from the Speaker's office, and I can't speak for Office of Legislative Counsel or Office of Legislative Services immediately, but the time frame in order for us to go ahead and gather all that information isn't going to be immediately. If there is going to be an extensive time frame, Madam Chair Crotty, I exactly know what is trying to be explained through these documents, but it's kind of hard to understand if you're not all there within. I wish we were all here within one room. The controller, Department of Justice, to explain this on a big whiteboard to show how we got to this point. And if that's the case, if we need to do that and get us some more time, I don't believe a reporting mechanism is going to get us there to that point today. But what can happen is we can set up a work session where all the players are in one room and we get everybody in there, and might not be here at the chambers, might have to have it at either Fire Rock, or might have to have it at NDOT or somewhere, and when we have a bigger location, in order for the delegates to understand this in the room with the members of the controller's office. That's just a recommendation too as well. But we're going to get the documents that you need, Madam Chair, over to you as quickly as we possibly can. Colleagues, our Office of Legislative Services, just the whole entire Veterans Trust Fund appropriation or everything in the Appropriation Act and all the legislations that have been approved since then. That, colleagues, any comments or questions on the Honorable Vince James? I have you in the queue. No, I don't have you in the queue. Want me to put you in the queue?
Oh,
put you in the queue. This is who I have in the queue right now, colleagues. I have Honorable Carl Slater, Chairman Daniel So, and now Honorable Vince James in the queue. So I'm going to Honorable Carl Slater at this time. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the report from the presenters. So on page 3, where you have the breakdown, which says new interpretation, in the bottom right-hand box, the very bottom right, it says difference $3,100,362. And then the decrease from the veterans program, it says $3,155,910. So we're increasing the investment into the trust fund by 3.1 million, and then that 55,000 or thereabouts is being added into the veterans home program. So I guess in my personal opinion, I think, it's good to increase the amount in the trust fund, and particularly at a time like this when the market is down, because the market will go back up again and these dollars will be worth a lot more in the future. And this would be a good one-time boost into the trust fund. And I think what I want to know is, what does the Controller's Office or the Department of Justice think we should be using for the council to add into the veterans program? It looks like the housing program is getting a plus up by 55,000. That's good. But what we need is to plus up the veterans program to get it in line with a budget that aligns with prior year budgets. And what I can't tell is if 3.1 million makes sense, or if, based off where it says current budget, is that how much of a difference for that 5.2 million is there from last year's veterans program budget? Is the 5.2 similar? Is it an increase or a decrease? I'm just trying to get my head around that, because
lemonade.
Yeah, there's whiskey and then the Arizona too.
Arizona.
Staff, Honorable Slater, hold on. Staff, who's monitoring? Thank you. Continue on, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope my time was not docked for that.
No,
someone talking about pretty inappropriate. Okay, what I'm trying to understand is, in order to get this budget in line with similar, previous year's budgets, I want to know what that amount is. Would 3.1 be appropriate, or is it a higher or lower figure? Because I don't have last year's veterans program budget using this calculation at my fingertips. So that's my main question. My recommendation to the council is that we provide the 3.1 million to be reinvested to the Veterans Trust Fund, because that's going to increase, can earn an interest income for our veterans going forward. And we need to then, after we pass this year's budget, pass a new resolution that removes the duplicative language. And once we do that, then we shouldn't have this issue again in the future where we're taking out more funding to reinvest than we ought to be, because we need to have that funding available each year for our veterans. And I think that's 3.1 million, but I'm trying to get my head around that. So, Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that description. more insight on the, I guess, direction and trying to need to understand further information on what we need to do in order to guide ourselves to possible amendments. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, with reserve time of reserve time 1:59. Let me go back to the controller. Madam Controller or Mr. Jimmy, if you have a response at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Slater, for the question. The memorandum that I issued dated July 7th, 2022 to the Executive Director, Mr. James Swerline, I compared the revised 2023 recommended budget for the Veterans Program and Veterans Home against the FY 2022 budget. So based on that, the decrease for the Veterans Program was 2.2 million. To be exact, it's $2,239,359 on the Veterans Program, and for the Veterans Home or Housing Program, there was an increase of $585,147. So that's a comparison on the revised recommended FY 2023 against the FY 2022 budget. So now there's another calculation in May of 2022, wherein if you compare that recommended FY 2023 budget for the program, Veterans Program, it was calculated then at that time, May 2022, at $4,826,097. So if you compare that amount to the FY 2023 revised recommended budget, there was $2,041,370. There's a difference of 2.7 million for the program. For the home or the housing program, there's a difference, just a slight difference. At that time in May, we calculated the housing program at $4,276,060 compared to the housing program revised calculation for 2023 that was issued July 7th. It was $4,331,607. So there's only a slight increase, 55,000 increase. And now there's a new calculation that was done in June of 2022. And that's the one that was presented by Mr. Jeremy Jimmy. And the calculation at the time was for the Veterans Home, it was $5,197,280. And if you compare that to the new revised 2023 recommended budget of $2,041,370, the difference is $3,155,910. So to be realistic on how much is really the shortfall, we should compare the 2023 recommended budget for the program against the FY 2022 budget. And the decrease is $2,041,370. $239,359. But that's just a recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and continue back to the floor. Good afternoon, Chairman Daniel So. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Otto, and colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My question would go to DOJ, Ajawa, Donzo. Do either of these particular legislations, the 2018 and the 2021 legislation, define how the Veteran Services Program funding would be distributed? The other is because of the overlapping two legislations, the 2018 and 2021, the council will have to find the corrected amount of 2.7 million to bring the Veterans Program back to an amount of $5,197,000 plus dollars. Going, let's say, into FY24, will that situation be the pattern going forward, that veterans programs would be short funded by the two overlapping council legislations? Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
In 16 seconds, Chairman Daniel So on your reserve time. Before I go back to ask for a response, good afternoon, Madam Chair Crotty. What is your point of privilege this afternoon?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is to asking Department of Justice in the President's memo for the 2021 resolution. It states that not only in the memo, but the Navajo Nation Veteran Council at the time in their resolution states that resolution was created by the Navajo Nation Executive Director and Department of Justice. My question is the 2021 resolution, was the intent to defund the veterans from receiving services and to go to the trust fund? What was the intent of the legislation that you drafted? In reading all of the resolutions and now looking at this memo, I think there's a conflict within DOJ, Speaker, as they developed this legislation with the Veterans Director, and now we're getting a different interpretation on how to move forward. I need that answer. Thank you, Speaker.
The guidance here then with that question, I'm going to go to Office Legislative Counsel to decipher and what's a possible recommendation moving forward at this point in regards to asking for the position or how would that go about in getting a response directly from Department of Justice. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I so apologize. I had to step out of the room just for half a second, but can you repeat the question to me, please? Oh, okay.
Well, it's not specifically to the department, to the Office of Legislative Council. Well, I guess in part, so it could be. But I'm trying to get some more further guidance from your office in trying to state how and where the direction of this question is going to lie. And it's probably going to be, if you state as well, directly to the Attorney General to have further information, because I'm not too sure as the Department of Justice attorneys who are on the line right now have stated that they didn't create this document, but and don't know the simple, I guess, the initiatives, but what they're doing is just interpreting what this legislation has and what is doing since its implementation since 2021. So, Madam Chair Crotty, if you could restate that question. So I know that Office of Legislative Council can give us further guidance on trying to, one, if there's needed a formal memo, because I know that the individuals on the line have already stated that they don't know the specific intent of it, and we're probably going to have to ask Madam Attorney General to come on board, and at that point, there's probably going to be a statement saying we're going to have to do further research on this. So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, without
yes, thank you, Speaker. So I'm referring to Resolution CJY-46-21, Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council Resolution, with Chairperson George Toll, Vice Chair Arthur Hardy Jr. And on section, whereas in section 5, second sentence, it says, during this meeting, the Veterans Advisory Council had a lengthy discussion and agrees to amend the Veterans Trust Fund 12 NNC section 1171 code amendment, which is recommended by the Department of Justice and the Executive Director of the Department of Veterans Administration. So my question is, what was the intent of Resolution CJY 4621? Was it to strip the funding for the veterans to get, I'm not sure what you call it, I don't want to say stipends, they're emergency funds, for travel, for winter, for traditional ceremonies? Was that the intent of this resolution as recommended by Department of Justice and the Executive Director? Speaker, that is my question, because that is what now DOJ is saying in their memo. This language or this amendment in CJY 4621 forces them to allocate that funding directly to the Veterans Trust Fund. If I'm reading this correctly, in section 1171 establishment, B1, that's what I heard. Thank you, Speaker. I need clarification. And the role that the Department of Justice plays in these veterans resolutions.
thank you very much with that. And that's the reason why I'm asking for further guidance from Office of Legislative Council at this time. And then I'll go back to that recommendation and go, if need be, to Department of Justice, or well, most likely to the Department of Justice after that. With that, Office of Legislative Council, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I understand the question. And as I stated before, and I actually, it was provided to the council as what Office of Legislative Counsel labels the legislative summary. You get those with each of your legislation, and those state the purpose of the legislation. And as I told you before, the purpose of this legislation, and this was what was included in the legislation summary, and this was the purpose of CJY 4621, and that was, it stated, this resolution, if approved, will amend the Navajo Nation Trust Fund to restructure the distribution provisions to the Navajo Veterans Housing Program. So the purpose of CJY 4621 was to increase the appropriation or the allocation to the housing program. What it did was the amendment, and you have that in front of you, it's page 3 of CJY 4621. It is B2. Prior to CJY 4621, 1/2 of the 4% of the set aside previously went to the Veterans Administration. CJY 4621 changed it so that it went to, specifically went to the housing program within the Navajo Veterans Administration. That's what the resolution did. If you look at the advisory council's legislation or resolution, it's NNVAC-020-20, that supports the housing program. It actually is a little different than the legislation itself, but it does support, we believed that it supported the addition to the housing program. I hope that answers your question, Delegate Crowdy. That's what I know. I do not know who drafts those Veterans Advisory Council resolution, because both the Veterans Administration and the Advisory Council are under the executive branch. We presume they get, both get legal guidance, legal support, legal representation from the Department of Justice. In short, neither the Veterans Administration or the Advisory Council are Office of Legislative Council clients, because they're not in the legislative branch. So we don't provide legal services to them directly. One of the things that I've heard and inquired about and such was that the Department of Justice was going to prepare amendments to the trust fund statute to reconcile the the legislation from 2018 and the legislation from 2021. The Office of Legislative Counsel has heard DOJ is working on those amendments, but we have not received them yet. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. With that, colleagues,
Speaker Damon, point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Bench James, hold on, I'm coming to you. I will get to you. Honorable Madam Chair Crotty, good evening. What is your point of privilege at this time?
Oh, yes, thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege was for the Department of Justice. I appreciate you asked Legislative Council, but my original point of privilege was to Department of Justice in their role in developing the legislation and the resolution, and if the intent was to remove the opportunity for veterans to access those funds that they previously held through the Veterans Trust Fund. Again, I don't know the verbiage, but I know it's like the winter assistance, travel assistance, other assistance that they've been able to have access to in the past. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, I'm moving back over to Department of Justice for a response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ajwa, if I may.
Thank you. Ajwa, go ahead. Where's yours?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Crotty, to answer the first the question that was asked in your first point of privilege, stating that both the President's memo signing the 2021 resolution into law and the Veterans Advisory Council resolution stated that the document was drafted by the NNVA director and by DOJ, and asking whether the intent was to defund veteran services monies, essentially. The NNVA is specifically supported within DOJ by the Human Services and Government Unit. So I cannot speak to, I work with the Tax and Finance Unit. I cannot speak to what the Human Services and Government Unit might have done in terms of helping to draft amendments either in 2018 or in 2021 or at some other time. I do know that my colleague, Mr. Schneider, has just informed me that he's back on the line, so I will leave that to him to answer when I'm done, if that's okay with you, Speaker. Now, Delegate Crotty, to Ms. Bobroff's portion of the response to this whole question, she stated that the legislative intent, as was written to CJY 4621, was to increase the allocation specifically to the Veterans Housing Program. And that is, in fact, the way it was written. And therefore, yes, the way that Tax and Finance Unit has spoken with its client, OOC, in terms of doing the calculation. So as you will see on page 3 of the report that we previously created for HES, Mr. Jimmy's calculations show that there is essentially 55,000, and I apologize, my computer's acting up, so I can't pull up the exact figure, but in the neighborhood of $55,000 extra that is going to the Veterans Housing Program. And that is directly the effect of the 2021 amendment and what it directed OOC to do on top of the 2018 amendment and what it also directed OOC to do. So the final point that I wanted to make in response to this discussion, Ms. Bobroff mentioned that DOJ, or she knows that DOJ has been working on amendments to the Veterans Trust Fund statute. Again, the amendments themselves, the technical language, would have to come from either the Veterans Administration and perhaps supported by the Human Services and Government Unit, because they are the unit that works directly with NNVA. The role that Mr. Jimmy and I would have in this is just trying to go over whatever the new proposed language is to ensure that everyone is on the same page about what the language is directing, so that in future fiscal years, going to Delegate Daniel So's question, that when we're looking at FY24 and beyond, that this pattern doesn't continue where there is basically an overlap of directives, so that not as much money ends up available for veteran services as perhaps was intended. That concludes my response, Speaker, and if possible, I will turn it over to Mr. Schneider if he has anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Honorable Vince James. Floor is yours on the motion to on oral reports, item number 6A. Floor is yours.
Another speaker, member of 24th National Information Council, for presenters. My question is going to be, first one, how many accounts, budget accounts does the veterans have and have to work with? And what is the main account?
Honorable Vince James, I hear you, but we did pause your time.
Speaker.
Yes.
Another speaker.
Go ahead.
And members of the council and presenters. Ako kododam na adishkito lehliki yad account has anje peso the unnishto the peso not loki aje has aniki. My first question, how many accounts, different budget accounts, does the Navajo Nation veterans work with? And what is the main, second question is, what is the main account, the name of that account that veterans utilizes as an overall umbrella? Reserve my time, thank you.
Thank you very much. 4 minutes flat.
Speaker.
Hey, thank you. That colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Speaker.
Yes.
This is Edmund. I'd like to say a few words.
Yes, go ahead, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Speaker. Good afternoon. Good after our evening. Everyone that's online and presenters, appreciate the report talking about all the budgets of the veterans. And I know it's a big concern to us, and we always want to try to do our best to accommodate the veterans' needs. And so I just have a question, maybe to you, Speaker. I mean, if we're asking all these questions about budgets and funding sources, shouldn't Mr. Zorline be on call? And so, I mean, it looks like we're going to start changing the whole budget again. And but the main source is the main person that's in charge of the veterans and the executive department is Mr. Zerline, and maybe he could have a few words. I don't know if he's on call, but we as council are starting to change again the amount and, and what was already set by departments that are experts in this veterans. I know the RU veterans organizations asking, that we table Key Allen Begay's legislation because it needs to be brought back to the veterans. And so maybe this is what we need to do with Mr. Zerline and then back to our veterans and each council, like Eastern Agency Veterans Organization. So that's a recommendation, Speaker. I'll direct my question to you, sir, since you are our speaker and our leader, and maybe you could just make that as a directive and we go forward. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. When the report was approved, it was approved by council to put on the agenda. This wasn't a report that's usually identified in our normal Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. This needed to take a motion, and it was voted on first to get on, and second to be amended to be still put forth. Navajo Nation Council did vote both times, more than 2/3 to have this report before us. This is an update report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Management Budget, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the memorandum dated July 7th, 2022, addressing the Navajo Nation Veterans Executive Director's fiscal year 2023 recommended budget for Veterans Trust Fund program and the Veterans Trust Fund home. So with that, there was 3 recommendations to have Office of the Controller, Office of Management Budget, and Department of Justice to hear a report from them. This is the first time, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, that anybody has asked for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administrative Director to be, or Executive Director to be on the call. But at this time, there's been no questions to the director. So that's the reason why the discussion is going back and forth. If there's any further questions that arise, I can call on the executive director or the president or anybody else that's looking for trying to identify what the direction is. But at this one time, there's only been questions towards the controller and primarily Office of Legislative Services and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any other comments?
Speaker, question of privilege.
Before I go back to reserve time. And with that point of privilege, good evening, Chairman Daniel. So what is your point of privilege this evening?
Yes, my previous questions remain unanswered. Number one, either of these legislations define a distribution to the chapter veterans organization and using what formula. The second one is we're in FY 2023 budget. Controller basically said we're going to have to find 2.7 million because of these 2 overlapping legislations. The question to either DOJ or controller was, is this pattern going to continue in the ensuing years? Those questions were not answered by either controller or DOJ. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to the controller for response, and then I'll go over to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for a response as well to Honorable Chairman Daniel So's questions. Nobody from the Office of Controller, and we'll go to Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Angela, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Delegate Daniel, so to your first question about whether either of the legislations define how the Veteran Services Program funding would be distributed, yes. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, unfortunately, my computer is acting up, and in order to fix the problem, I would have to get off council for a couple of moments. So unfortunately, I can't look directly at the text, but in essence, that the 2018 amendment, yes, did talk about how available funds were to be distributed in terms of Veterans Trust Fund related distributions and needs, so that some of it was to be reinvested, some of it was to go for veterans housing generally, and then the remainder was to be used for tribal grants and administrative needs. And then the 2021 amendment specifically earmarks money for the Veterans Housing Program, which was a difference from the 2018 amendment. And then to the remainder of the Veterans Trust Fund statute, there's language about, paying administrative fees and things like that. Delegate, so to your question about whether this pattern would continue going into FY24 and forward, at least from TFU's perspective and OOC's perspective, in terms of the discussions that I have had with Mr. Jimmy, if the Veterans Trust Fund statute was to remain the way it is at this very moment, then yes, going into FY24 and forward, there would be more money that would go into principal that would be reinvested, as opposed to being generally available for supplemental needs of veterans. Excuse me. If, however, as Ms. Wadroff pointed out, there is an amendment, if the Veterans Administration and or my colleague, Mr. Schneider at HSGU, come up with amended language, and that gets passed at all levels of leadership, then whatever the new amended language is what would come into force. And so just from the Tax and Finance Unit and the OOC perspective is that whatever that new proposed language would be, the recommendation is to touch base with the Tax and Finance Unit and with OOC to ensure that the understanding is clear before it gets passed, so that this issue, in fact, does not continue going into the future of having overlapping amendments and confusion as to where the monies get allocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajwa, for that response. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Again, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? Can you bring that?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Schneider.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm back on the call and apologize. I was driving. I could hear you, but you could not hear me. I do have a couple of answers, if that's permitted at this point.
Yes, go ahead.
I may have misspoke earlier. The 2021 amendments were never intended to fund any programs, and they don't. What the intent of the 21 legislation was to consolidate business units. It didn't mess with the math or any of the numbers. And in some ways, I think there's a duplication of an unintentional duplication of what CJA 02-18 did previously in 2018. As far as the number of accounts, I think housing is one. I think financial assistance, there's 5. I think general funds, there's 1. And maybe that clarifies some things, Mr. Speaker. Oh yeah, I previously sent a memo, I think it was last week, and it explains the position of DOJ, I believe OLC and OOC, that the 50-50 distribution method doesn't work. It's not applicable to the Veterans Trust Fund because those funds are not going and being distributed to chapters. They're actually being distributed to individuals through the chapter veterans organization. So it's not the 50-50 split that we use for distribution. It's actually dependent upon the number of eligible veterans, Navajo veterans that are in the different chapters. So that's dependent upon the office or the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration keeping a head count on how many eligible veterans there are in each chapter. And maybe that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, again, so if there was anybody that was going to ask additional questions coming from the queue, I don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Mr. Speaker, may I? This is Elizabeth.
Yes, Ms. Begay, good evening. Controller, the floor is yours at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the number of business units assigned for the Veterans Program and also for the Veterans Housing Project, according to our accounting system, there's so many business units assigned to the program. Actually, there's 232 business units just assigned for the Veterans Program. And for the home program or housing project, there's 13. We just don't know. We're still identifying the active business units. But if I could defer the response to Mr. Rob Willie, because he's closely working with Mr. James Swerline to consolidate all these business units. If I may, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rob. Are you still linked?
Good afternoon or evening, members of the Navajo Nation Council and Mr. Speaker. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager, again, for the record. As far as the Veterans Trust account, there are 5, or actually there's 6 active business units. There's Fort Defiance Agency, Western Agency, Eastern Agency, Shiprock Agency, and Chinle Agency. There's also it appears to be a administrative account also set up for that one. As far as Veterans Homes, it appears there are 6 also. There's Veterans Trust Homes Eastern, Veterans Trust Homes Fort Defiance, Veterans Trust Homes Chinle, Veterans Trust Homes Western, Veterans Trust Homes Shiprock, and there's an admin account also which is active in that particular account. And those are the two trust funds. I don't have the actual amount of accounts for the general fund, but I can look that up if the council wishes so. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here to help entertain those questions. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker, the baseball son. This dialogue is very important. Thank you for the information from DOJ, Office of Legislative Counsel, and others that were on the line. I don't want to forget the Office of Controllers, and I heard OMB a little earlier too. Speaker, this seems to be something that we really need to, I think you mentioned it earlier, where we get the gist of this. That way we go back to our prospective chapters, our CVOs, and we can articulate this in a manner of how this has evolved from the CJY I don't remember the number 18 and CJY 46-21, and how we understand it and how we need to amend that. And the intent of that was explained by DOJ, Mr. Schneider. I appreciate that, and I thank you for getting back on the line and present that. What I'm trying to say, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, I think we should have a work session that was mentioned by the Speaker, possibly at a bigger area. There's going to be a lot of questions and things that we need to unfold and look at and move in the right direction. I do agree that this principle is going to be a blessing later on. But right now, it looks like we're putting it into the principle. But what Vice Chair Slater had said hit it right on target. We put that investment, and later on, it'll increase in size and magnitude, and it'll be a blessing to the veterans. We know that veterans need housing. We need them to have a comfortable place to lay their head with their family, and that's what we want to see. So, Speaker, I'd like to motion that we go into a work session in the next 30 days to really discuss this and bring this to the table and hammer it out and get a good understanding so that even I can understand it fully and articulate it back to the 5 chapters that I represent, and being able to speak on what is entailing this. So, Speaker, I'd like to do that. I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was every time at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, there is a motion already on the floor right now, so I recognize your motion, but again, it seems like that's one of the direction that the Speaker's office is going to implement after the exception of this report. And that's the reason why we're moving, I think, more in that direction. But I think we're trying to see if we can do it sooner than that, soon as possible, because I know there's, as I've heard many times from a number of colleagues, that the budget session is in process at this time. And for FY 2023, and this is something that's possibly as a further recommendation to have as well, to get ready as so that we can have something viable for the final recommendation before the final budget goes to the Navajo Nation Council at the beginning of the first week in September. So again, colleagues, thank you. Moving on down. Vice Chair
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Point of order by Honorable Eugene So. Good evening, Honorable Eugene So. What is your
Question of privilege. What is your question?
question of privilege, Honorable Eugene So? What is your question of privilege this evening?
I like to question who approved this two legislation that we are questioning tonight. Who did it? Is it a council delegate? I really like to understand that part. Thank you, Speaker Tate.
The two what? The first resolution was 2018. It was approved by former members of the 23rd Council and myself. In 2021, the sponsor of the legislation, what is it? I know, but what was it number? CJY 46-21 was Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues.
Point of privilege again.
Point of privilege. Good evening, Honorable Eugene. So what is your point of privilege?
So why are we questioning? That's my question. My question, why are we questioning our own legislation? I would really like to know. Thank you.
Who are you directing that question to, your point of privilege?
I'm sorry, question of privilege.
Who are you directing your question of privilege to?
I would direct, why are we questioning this legislation if we approved it as a council delegate and taking up all this time, questioning that resolution that we passed ourselves? I would like that to question to go to Dana or DOJ.
Office Legislative Council, question of privilege, and Department of Justice, if anything.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Office of Legislative Counsel. As you pointed out, the first legislation was approved by the 23rd Council in 2018. The second legislation was approved by the 24th Council in 2021. The reason that it is being questioned here is because the Department of Justice, the Office of the Controller, the Veterans Administration, determined that there were some inconsistencies when you started to do the budgeting. So that's why it's being questioned. The Department of Justice, my understanding is this year the Department of Justice sat down with the Office of the Controller and Veterans Administration, walked through the statute with all of the amendments, and determined that it had not been being calculated last year correctly. So they did a recalculation, and the numbers came out differently. That's my understanding why you're questioning it. That's all I can add here, and I will defer to the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Dana. With that, Ms. Barbara, let me go to probably Adra from Department of Justice, or Mr. Schneider.
Speaker, this is Adra. The only thing I would like to add to Ms. Barbara's answer is that specifically my involvement came because Mr. Jimmy reached out to me because he had gotten questions about the budget amounts, and so that's how the issue first came to my attention at Tax and Finance Unit. If there's anything more to be added, I leave that to Mr. Jimmy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
can we add something?
yes, Madam Controller, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated earlier in my report, when we first issued the recommended FY 2023 budget back in May of 2022, we were notified that we need to revisit the calculation because we did not incorporate the amendments to the Veterans Trust Fund. And that's the 2018 amendments and the 2021 amendments. The 2021 amendment, it was approved August 2021. So when we released the FY 22 recommended budget for the veterans, we did not incorporate the 2021 amendment at the time because we released the budget back in May or July before the 2021 amendment took effect. That's why it was not reflected in the FY 22 budget. But now, since the 2023 was released in May, we were notified that we need to revisit the calculation. So we reached out with the DOJ, and based on the meetings that Mr. Jimmy held with DOJ and the Veterans Administration, they determined that need to put more money in the Veterans Trust Fund principal. And that's why we issued this revised 2023 recommended budget in July. And that's when I issued my memorandum dated July 7th, 2022. Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Delegate James.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. With that, good evening again, Honorable Vince James. What is your point of privilege this evening?
My point of privilege is going back to Janella Honorable Raymond Smith's comment, and then your comment earlier as well regarding the work session. Would it be a productive work session to discuss the veterans funds for the upcoming fiscal year 2023? Will we end up having to be able to meet to accommodate the requests that are being made to us, since 2023 fiscal year budget is just around the corner? Thank you.
To your point of privilege, asking me directly, I'll go to Honorable Vice Chair Smith after this, but if there's a recommendation moved forward, and if we have a work session, let's say possibly as early as next week sometime, or let's say next week, Monday, and if there's an orientation of all the information there, And if there's it seems like there is a further recommendation at this time that I'm hearing underneath underneath everything, and that's to do active supplemental appropriation, probably from the UUFB this year, to help offset and mitigate the fund to have it something to the equal balance of FY 2022, our current fiscal year budget. And then what if that was, let's say if that happened, Honorable Vince James, all we would have to do is do an active appropriation to the Veterans Administration so that they can go ahead and, well, we would probably depend on them to create the budget forms, get the legislation dropped, and work simultaneously as you're working the budget, is simultaneously do a UUFB legislation. And by the time we sign everything into law, the Veterans Appropriation would be from the UUFB and from the general funds would be available on October 1st. Of 2022. At some time in that from now till then, it seems that we probably would have to make, as indicated by Department of Justice and as indicated from Office Legislative Counsel, is that there has to be some kind of amendment, Honorable Vince James, to this current recommendation, whether it's an amendment to the 2021 recommendation, or if it's an amendment to the 2018 recommendation, or if it's a blend of a recommendation to help off mitigate some of the excess amount of dollars that's going to be going back into the principal amount on an annual basis. And that's something that we probably would have to work on through the first quarter of this fiscal year, or through by the end, or have something ready by the end of the first quarter, most for sure by the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2023, due to the fact that we would have to make sure that this is something that wouldn't impact the Navajo Nation veterans dollars that go to the chapter via CVOs, chapter veterans organizations, on an annual amount again in 2024. So that's what I'm visioning. That's something that I see that's happening right now, Honorable Vince James, is there is a recommendation underneath, but that's just something I think that would be more unveiled if appropriate time, if we had more time and we had Office of the Controller, we had Office of Department of Justice in the same room to help explain that recommendation. I hope I answered at least some kind of vision and perspective of what might happen in the future in order for us to clarify and help make sure that the veterans are getting appropriate funding on an annual basis without us having to come back and trying to fix this annually so that we can fix it once and for all going forward. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I don't know if you had anything to add on to what your vision is on having a work session.
Thank you, Speaker. Not deducting my time, are you?
No, this is a question to you.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And I think that's the direction we really need to go, exactly what Speaker Damon had spoke on, because we're getting into the budget session, and FY 2022 is going to be closing here shortly. And we need to look into 2023, and I agree with doing a supplemental and looking into the current way that we can address whether more funds go into the principal or where more funds go back to the program services. That'd be up to the council, because we do legislate laws and regulations pertaining to appropriations and funding. So, Speaker, I'd like to make that, move that to a work session within less than 30 days. I hopefully we can get together, and I know that budget hearing is going to be starting next week, right after council session. But this is crunch time, and know that we can make things happen. So Speaker, I appreciate you giving me a little time on that, and that's my thoughts on that. And I think council is apt to hearing this out and getting together and bringing in the true players too, not only just only OMB, OOC, Legislative Council, DOJ. We need the Veterans Director there too, and also the President's office too, because this will affect the three-branch government in helping our veterans and to really understand how we're going to make this work for our veterans out there. They marched, and it was in the heat of the summer, and I'd hate to see them march again in the winter time for something that can be fixed, and then we can go back and let them know that they're also part of the governing body, and they're our boss too. So thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that. And yeah.
Okay, with that, thank you. I'm going to go. Everybody else in queue at this time, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. Colleagues, it looks like we have a possible direction on further recommendations, and there'll be more discussion there will be a work session after this. We're going to put that forth. So, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Honorable Kent, what is it? Jay, did you say something? No, I didn't. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
Minutes and 24 seconds. Madam Chair, McCarty, 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So a lot of questions are not answered or clear. I think we never know if a work session is going to be effective. So I just want all of the information sent to me via email, put it on the website, put it as part of our reports on Navajo Nation Council so we could share with our veterans. And I'm asking all the veterans out there, let's use all of our skills to review all of these documents so we understand what's happening, what are the recommendations. I did make a request for the funding that is now going to be reverted to the permanent trust fund or to the Veterans Trust Fund using UUFB. And we need to know if it should go to the chapters, and I'll need your help, Speaker, to get those budget items. But we need to make this as transparent as possible. And we cannot use the same people who got us into this problem. You cannot do the same process. You'll get the same results. I wasn't sure if you told me time. So the other thing, Speaker, was just in terms of how we get keep our veterans updated. If we could have like Delegate Kealan Begay provide an update in Navajo, or Chairman Rick Nez, and our veterans on council, Chairman Raymond Smith, Delegate Wanika, to give our veterans an update on what was provided here, and then what are the next steps, and just making sure that they know their needs are going to be addressed, and if there's technical amendments that need to be made collaboratively with, providing that correct information, we'll keep them in mind. And also looking at how this is then going to impact if the veterans were submitting their carryover requests. We haven't even discussed how that was going to create some funding shortfalls. So I keep hearing shortfalls, and I hear there's not a shortfall, but the projection was higher, and then it was revised in early this month. and so what then is the ripple down effect, and how then, and I don't think we could wait 30 days. And I believe there's another delegate who is requesting an emergency legislation, and we could also address this this week at council to have the funding identified and approved, so that as we move through the budget process, we won't have this issue of the funding not being provided for not program services, but for direct services to our veterans. Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, going twice, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, going 3 times, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes and 27 seconds on reserve time.
Hey, I'm out of here.
Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes and 27 seconds on reserve time.
Chairman, can handle it, Kodo. Di Kodo bayat ginan hasha. There's 2 recommendations on page 2. Kodo Delegate Smith Yoki Diki. There's already proposed solution for a long-term fixed because HES BNF should consider convening a work session to amend 12 and see 11 at section 1171. So it doesn't contain a comparable provision and clarify the method of calculating figures from fiscal year 24 onward. Because the recommendation, because on this recommendation it says that secure funding, the amount other funding source could the councils redirect the reinvestment capture earlier council in a veterans trust fund to the chapters veterans local veterans organization redirect the reinvestment portion so that way it doesn't go back into the principal, but for this year, just so that they could fix the situation for this year. So I don't know if that could be a better recommendation, Chairman. That's my question. Reserve time.
What is 36 seconds? 36 seconds, Honorable Keon Begay. Move to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and then I'll go back to for question for response. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute, 59 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Chairman Daniel So, 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Chief Legislative Council, Department of Justice attorneys, and acting controller and staff, and her staff. I guess the main thing is this aspect of 232 business units. With the work session, we really need to look at those business units. Quite astonishing that those exist. The other is we also got a report that part of the Veterans Trust Fund were used in a loan to the gaming. The aspect of being the first one, putting the veterans to be the first in line to get a repayment on their loan, I think is very necessary. I don't know if there was ever concurrence from the veterans organizations to loan the gaming enterprise that amount. And that would be one of the thoughts that I would pursue, because it definitely is shortchanging both the individual veterans assistance as well as the general earning of interest with a higher principal that certainly would bring more interest funds to the housing program as well as to the services within the veterans program. Those are some thoughts as we go forward. And again, if we could, Mr. Rob Willie, if you could send out within the next few days those business units, the dollar amounts, when they were established, and see if there is a need for continuing those business units, and perhaps look at the consolidation of those business units to better serve our veterans. Again, the question, Madam Chair, Charles Newton kept referring to the 50-50 formula. Then the Veterans Administration was pursuing a distribution based on veteran population within each chapter. If we could get a spreadsheet comparing those distributions, that would really help us in looking at the overall picture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the time. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Let me go back to sponsor. Not the sponsor, to Office of the Controller or Department of Justice, if there's a response at this time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the business units, we can provide that report and also identify those business units that are active. And with regards to the Veterans Trust Fund that was used as part of the loan to the gaming enterprise, part of the whole master trust fund investment that was lent out to gaming enterprises. We are still on forbearance agreement, and we will start doing the restructuring of the loan, if you will. But we will make sure that the Veterans Trust Fund will be a priority on getting paid, but it's basically a whole package of the different trust funds, as well as the permanent trust fund that were used to lend out to gaming enterprise. As far as the 50-50 formula, the distribution of that, we can work on accounting that and provide that report as well. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Anything else from Navajo Nation Department of Justice?
Speaker, this is Etra. I do not have anything else to add at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have now Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes flat on reserved time. Honorable Vince James, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Chanela, Speaker, members of the council and audience, the presenters. Thank you very much. I hope that if we have 232 business unit numbers, I hope that is looked at as having 232 new homes, veterans homes throughout the Navajo Nation. I hope that will be one of the response we'll get down the road. In regards to that and prolonging the service and assistance that our Navajo Diné veterans should be getting, that's one of the biggest concern that I have, as in us saying we're going to do another work session, us doing another get together. How many veterans are we going to affect throughout the Navajo Nation by prolonging any assistance that they've requested for over the time? In regards to that concept, what kind of positive, quick direction or corrections can we do? Because I think 30 days is too long, too lengthy to not provide services or assistance to our Navajo veterans throughout the Navajo Nation. And so that's one of my main questions to you as Speaker, and also DOJ, Office of the Controller, OMB. When things starts going into OMB, OOC, we just have to tell ourselves, oh, I think we won't even address this until next year. The time frame of the response that we get from these departments are very lengthy. So that's my question. Reserve my time. Thank you.
So every time in 36 seconds. That, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
Thanks again, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, those that are listening on board. I just hypothetically put out a date. I'm not saying 30 days. It can always be amended to work session. The reason why I was wanting to have that dialogue is so that we can do this correctly and look into it meticulously and provide a solution as soon as possible. So 30 days is just something I put out there. We can be within next week. Speaker, you can set those dates and we can hammer this out and move forward on that. I look forward to looking at this in depth because this is Navajo Nation Council and we do legislate legislate laws. It becomes law. With that, I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 7 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Controller and Department of Justice, if there's a response at this time.
Mr. Speaker, this is Elizabeth. To cover the decrease in the recommended FY 2023 budget for the Veterans Program, the President will recommend covering that with the Permanent Trust Fund excess income. And we calculated 2.7 million or $2,784,727 will give the Veterans Program on target with the expenditures with the Veterans Assistance under the Veterans Trust Fund Program. But of course, this has to be approved by the council because it's coming from the Permanent Trust Fund excess income. So that's the immediate resolution on this decrease in the allocated FY 2023 budget for the Veterans Trust Fund Program. And of course, moving forward with the work session and clarification on the amendments, then FY 2024, we will not have the same problem on calculating the projected budget for the Veterans Trust Fund Program. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Controller. Let me go over to, I think that was Mr. Schneider from Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and then Audra, if there's anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, these are very technical section of code, and the Department of Justice hasn't just been sitting around. We met with the HESHU committee, and they directed us to start drafting an amendment. So we started working on it. The next day, we met with veterans. We've met with the president's office. We've had meetings with OOC. We are trying to move forward, but we don't want to move forward too quickly and write bad code. We do have some draft language, but it's not finalized as of yet. I think a work session would be a good thing so that we can get input from other people, because I'm just a lawyer. I don't know math. I don't know budgets. So it's good to get input from other people, but we have been working on it. And I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Oh, there's it. Sorry, Honorable James, that was a correction. Your reserve time wasn't 36, it was 1:36 on your reserve time. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else. I do. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Good evening. We all here?
Yate, good evening to the speaker. Yate, out on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Do, national and the other veterans. These are not veterans, but the starting that is on the talk about knowledge. Thank you. I just have also concerns about those veterans. Share acknowledged Nata Atibayasti. He took a day, 15 years. This money that was a put in a permanent trust, and when right now it's a lot of money there. I thought peso na chito no. Kodi kadeya 298 million just the total earning. The so expenditures 50 million, but the net income for 248 million. I see. I offer the national peso na chito lisi. This nero you hatten. So it's whole peso. So it's all not because of it takes time to earn money and interest earning, and we lost already a lot of veterans never have a benefit. There's a lot of a benefit that you lot it's going to take time. All that you need and it and Hadila in la Hadila Hotelia eto over yen to it all good only. She is Adido best of release in any Aronata. It is only here about the sort the Koroshi. Yeah, so 2 years Dina Kigo. Honorable Raymond Smith, Honorable Daniel Sofa, 2 L. Let's have a work session at all. We like to see a whole financial report on permanent trust fund. All that should be report to the US Council. I could could on this case. Candy, Kato, Bayati, Kito, Atlayan, and Kilo Pichoste, Atoado, Let, Tahunata, Neta, Kadoya construction lane material, it all you decrease it's Kodatabakai, Joe Biga. So I supported to have a work session, and I like to see the whole aspect of accounting report on this one here with the Navajo Nation. Also, you talk about the chapter 2 at the chapter level. We like to see what's going on with all these business units, to see a business descriptions, what's all there about these things. So should these at all, I'm ready to vote. Here, to select Speaker Damon. Reserve my time in case if I need it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. We all here 1 minute 55 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? We can go back to reserve time. If you're joining us now, the time now is 6:27 p.m. We are on oral reports of Navajo Nation Council. We're on our second day. We're getting an update report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Management, Budget, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Trust Fund. With that, colleagues, it seems like there is a direction. There will probably be a work session. If anything, there'll probably be a recommendation to have even emergency legislation for possible supplemental funding. But again, we would have to make sure that there's enough correct budget forms in order for that to happen. And if there's anybody that's gonna be working on that, please advise us now, so that we know what we're doing and I'm not putting Miss Barbara off into a spiral. I don't need the Office of Legislative Council to worry about that right now, as there's enough things that they're working on for amendments for this week's on the current legislations. But we can have staff work to assist and try to get as much information as we can, colleagues. I'm going to go back to the recommendations. Well, if there is, we can have a work session as early as possibly next week on this, colleagues. And then there was also a recommendation by Honorable Keon Begay, and we are working with Mr. Elray from the Communications Department, from the Speaker's office, to reach out to the Navajo Nation Controller's office to have a possible radio session sometime this evening, and have that explained further to the veterans and to the public on what is going on with the Navajo Nation office, or Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Trust, our Veterans Trust Fund. So those are the couple things that we're addressing, that we will be addressing over the next week. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, but I do have reserved time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 4 minutes and 24 seconds.
Speaker, I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen with this report today. So I'm going to go ahead and reserve my time for now.
Four minutes, 17 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
What is
Oh,
yes, it's here. What has it said? It's in there. Oh, this is in the hot. I guess we overlooked our land. It was somewhere in this two legislation that were questioning left and right and all over them. We went forward to the president and signed it. I guess he's a legal advisor, didn't see it neither. Or even the DOJ. I don't sit on the at Obasana when it's long say now or either Hayulan or Oba and Fesky. Did I read it? The consultation she be let us see dreams. Hey, Nana, she is not. See? At the Swedish Council. I thought that the session is a. Yeah, I think that was such a large. Since it's a grass, my lord, such a man life, I would have seen the language that would conflict this and that, or overlap, etc. That's automatically the legislation is out of order. But I want this case on there as a layman's term. My grandpa always used his right hand. The Title I is the right hand. I didn't never as a method, not evidently. That's Title I. You do use that's used with your right hand. The left hand is the coat. Oh, now the coat is non. Because the coat, you know, we revise it, we amend it. Somebody didn't see these questions that we're questioning today. So anyway, I'm sorry to say this, but it's automatically something that we don't see all the time. We approve it, and then we ask questions on it again, too. I really don't understand that part of it. Our own law, our own by our code, question our own code. Who made that code? The council delegates. So we always just go back and question it again and again, and the time goes by. We're burning daylight. We should be on legislation now. I wonder we can question again next year or 2 more years later. So it is, that's the case. I'm sorry to say that, but how I see the council right now. Thank you, you guys. Sorry to hurt your feelings, but that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time there. Moving on down, Honorable Keon McGee, 36 seconds.
Chairman, the Navajo Nation Council, let me just take this the Navajo Nation Council, Title 1 through 26, they meet. That's the council's policy making. That's our job. We can go back, the very first legislation that was passed, that we can act on it. And that's what we do every single day. So I'm not sure what the problem is for us asking a lot of these questions on the current situation. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 36 seconds.
Members of the council, audience presenters, thank you. Speaker, I would like to kindly request that at our work session to invite the Navajo Veterans Agency Council officers plus all of the 5 agency council officers. I think it's very important that we have the key people, the key officers of the veterans organizations from each of the agencies to be present to provide some information. That way they can relate and take that information back to their agencies. So kindly requesting that, and that's part of the request that was given to us by the veterans to work together, to listen to them, to have them provide their input. And so with this work session that's being proposed, I'm kindly requesting for those individuals to be present at our meeting. With that, I hope I'm not out of order to make that request, but I think it's appropriate that we have those individuals there to avoid as much as them marching in the heat, walking in the heat, riding the horse in the heat, and making their comments in the heat outside our Navajo Nation Council chambers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair. Honorable Vice James. With that, that's a request that we can most likely try to accommodate. Just see how many individuals do show up. I'll reach out to work with the Veteran Advisory Council on that too as well. With that, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 7 seconds.
Speaker Damon, Bishmasan. Actually, just dated work session, Dito, that should be out of Dito. And yet, date any year you have his Annie, South Outlook, and so South Outlook, that's Ajika. Although Yard also lady, you have if a card or what is allowed so. So, it can hit Fazen. So she not kindle without that easy, and other not here. Glad so with the whole thing. Without a have Jones just don't without that easy that didn't know. I saw beta seat so she had a. It would have one case either. I don't need. Oh, I always think positive about these things. I don't but citizen. I don't doubt I'll see how score and that I don't. So, Speaker, I guess my question is when we're going to have the work session and where we're going to have it at. We need to get this thing ironed out. Don't need to reserve the rest of my time. I could have done that. I can't. Out of this and
Thank you very much, time. That, as indicated by Chair Smith, we're working with not only, well, we had to reach out to see everyone's schedule, so we'll be working with that, get that information back to you as soon as possible. And it'll be somewhere around here local. That, colleagues, moving on down, on with Jimmy Yellowhair, 1 minute and 55 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you again, Select. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I support it with this workshop. We would like to have requests. All binders should be each to be available to all documents should be entered in one binder for us, for all councilmen. But resolutions, all funding, expenditure report, business unit numbers should be all there in one binder for each councilman. I see your Title 1 to Title 26. Enjoy it. We have to respect those and need to review those, what were in place or do the law. The law can be changed any day, any time. What about this? About this? You had 24 councilmen. Thank you. I'm also with you. Yeah, secret hold such nothing. Thank you. 24 councilmen. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there was no comments or questions back to the to any of the presenters. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, before we go back to reserve time? On that, and Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 17 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker, I've got one question. We have a couple of legislations going through the process that pertain to veterans. I was just talking to Delegate Kiel and Bigay. Will any of those legislations be affected with us having to plan a work session regarding this issue? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Oh, I've cut the report.
Are you asking me? Because I can give you an answer, and if you're asking me, and I'm gonna say no, and the reason why is because 0021-22 is just, even if we would have a work session, that's to a personnel matter. That doesn't change. Item number 2, you're establishing a position for veterans administrator, program manager, and legislation 0024-22. You're creating separate business unit numbers for the veterans organizations. So no matter what, you would still have to, a short fall, long fall, low fall, and any additional appropriation could go into one of those business unit numbers. If you're asking me, but I don't know if you're, Madam Chair Charles, without taking time away, who are you referring that question to?
Thank you, Speaker. I think that would be a question that would need to be answered, obviously by Dana, but also by Department of Justice, because Speaker, I'm starting to see where Delegate Crotty, asked that question of whether there was a conflict, because DOJ did help prepare to write the legislation, which is where we are finding ourselves in this situation now. And so I think that we just need a clear answer from both That way, if anything should come up, then we at least have it on record that we can proceed forward with the legislations that are being sponsored right now by Delegate Kealan-Begay. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That Office of Legislative Counsel and Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Office of Legislative Counsel, Dana Bobroff. I don't think that the work session would interfere with legislation 0021-22. That amends the selection process for the Veterans Administration Executive Director, and that also amends the responsibilities of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Those aren't related to the trust fund directly. Legislation 0022-22, that establishes a program manager for the Veterans Housing Program. I don't think that would be affected by a work session. The one legislation that I think could potentially, I'm not saying it will be, but it potentially might be affected is legislation 0024-22. And the reason I think that could be affected is because it does amend the trust fund statute at section 1176. So there's a potential effect on that one. The other two, I don't think they would be affected by the issues that the work session would address. Thank you, Speaker.
Department of Justice, any response, further response?
Speaker, this is Ajwa. I do not have anything different to add from what Ms. Bobroff has already said, but I will defer to Mr. Schneider if he has anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schneider?
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there'd be any effect either.
Okay.
I agree with the Chief Counsel of Legislative Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that. Oh.
The privilege speaker with Pena.
That point of privilege. Good evening, Chairman. What is your point of privilege this evening?
Good evening, Speaker Damon. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. My point of privilege is that listening to the conversation all afternoon, there's been reference of the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise being loaned money. So, but then again, over the years before the pandemic, the gaming enterprise has repaid the nation in increments on the annual basis. I believe so. But my point here is that to have the controller requesting for the controller to give a breakdown to the Navajo Nation 24th Council, a breakdown of what the original loan was amount, and then what has been repaid, and then to what account. Because I believe with the veterans account, fund account, there was probably some allocations made back into that account for repayment. And so we'd like to get the balance of the loan, the original loan amount, and how much has been repaid. Because I believe there was a $5 million allocation from the trust fund. But then again, through the years when payments were being made, how much has gotten back into that $5 million? Thank you, Solicitor Speaker Damon. This is a request to the Controller's Office for the work session.
Thank you. We'll put that in the request. Madam Controller, you will be getting that. I'm sure you heard that request, and that'll be coming together too as well. And then GE alone. Madam Controller?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will work on that. We will work on the accounting of all the trust funds that contributed to the NNG loan, the repayment made for all those trust funds, and the current balance to date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We go back to, I don't have anyone else in the queue, but I do have reserved time. So I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes and 1 second on reserve time.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes. Good,
So is there,
afternoon, or good evening, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker, has a motion been established to do a work session?
No. And Chair Charles Newton, on reserve time, 4 minutes and 1 second.
Speaker, there's still a lot of questions. I like to motion to do a work session and to table this report. If we could do the work session on sometime next week before budget. I reserve my time.
One, Madam Chair, there is a motion on the floor already, so I can't accept your motion. There's a motion by Honorable Helena, second by Honorable Vince James on accepting the report. Second, there has never been a table of a report at council. One, if we do to a table this report, we would have to bring it back at next council session, which would be in October, a fall session. What I can do is we will be working together, usually at the end of the reports, but what time gathering information. We already are starting to work on a work session. That work session will most likely be as early as next week, Madam Chair, FYI. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, back to you on reserve time, 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Moving on down. Don't have anybody else with reserve time. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other comments, questions? Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I'm in line, sir, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn my time over to Delegate Crotty, if she'll accept that time.
Okay. Madam Chair Crotty, 3 minutes and 39 seconds allocating to you. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. There's Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes.
Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time since I'm the only one that's in the queue. I don't have any other questions aside from, well, I mean, I think we need to get a little bit more information, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, There's nobody else in the queue, nobody else with reserved time. Ready to vote to accept the report. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Dr. Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lauren votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Any votes green?
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is show?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas
Daniel
Walker.
So votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who
Delegate Brown
opposed.
votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Accepting that report. Colleagues. we are
Motion
moving
to
on
adjourn.
Did I hear somebody?
Motion to recess, Delegate James.
Motion to recess by Honorable Wade James. Is there a second?
Second, Juanita.
Second by Honorable Wanika. Colleagues. Any comments, questions? Adjourning at 6:59 p.m. I mean, recess. Sorry. Going twice.
Speaker Freeland.
Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening. Does this mean if we motion to recess that we won't hear the Indian Health Service report?
We are not going
Thank
to receive that. We are not receiving the Indian Health Report. Reserve time at 4 minutes and 52 seconds. We're going straight into legislations tomorrow.
Okay. Speaker and colleagues, I really respectfully ask that we hear this report. There's a lot of things that are happening nationwide that could impact the Navajo Nation, and IHS does have some information to share. So I respectfully ask that we consider that. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Reserve my time.
Reserve time. 4:36. Any other comments, questions? Motion to adjourn.
This is Delegate Yell here.
Recess. Honorable Yellow here on the recess. Honorable Yellow here on a motion to recess.
Okay. Never mind.
Okay. That, nobody else in the queue. Back to you, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes, 36 seconds, reserve time.
I'm going to wait my time, Speaker. If we could just consider that IHS has been waiting all day. They do have a lot of information to share, especially regarding the Roe versus Wade situation that occurred with the U.S. Supreme Court that could impact the Navajo Nation, especially our Navajo women. So thank you, Speaker. Waive my time.
Hey, waive any time. Colleagues. There's no other comments, questions. Motion to recess. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you?
I vote green.
I'm sorry, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Okay, Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newen, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lauren votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
It was red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, secure.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 12 delegates who voted in favor, 9 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That we are officially in recess.
Mr.
Colleagues,
Speaker, Otto So votes green.
Otto So votes green.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Freeland.
That, colleagues, we are just as a reminder, tomorrow morning, we do have recognition ceremonies starting at 8:30 a.m. here in the chambers. And I have Delegate Honorable Stewart, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Edison Juanica, Chairman Daniel So, Madam Chair Crotty, and Honorable Freeland. I'll be doing recognitions tomorrow morning. And then, colleagues, too, as well, tomorrow's color is green, representing the youth and the environment. And as well, on top of that, colleagues, with going into our third day. We will begin here at 10 o'clock a.m. when the bell rings, and we will start our number 8A, legislation 0063-22. So with that, have a good evening, everyone.
Nani Anderson.